So I'm just full of the spirit. I've been up since 6:30 this morning, sort of following and tapping on my DMs, and everybody was so excited to be in this call today. So I just really want to thank Marduk for stepping up yesterday. And, you know, full disclosure, I had just spent 3 hours getting my paperwork ready for the AG here in Texas. And I was in my little hot, those inflatable hot tubs that you grab. I was just going to relax. I was just going to take my mind off of everything. And I was just doing what you do, scrolling on TikTok just to see, the vibe that's out there. And sure enough, there was 903's call and everybody was on there. It was the first time I ever requested a mic because I was so inspired by what everyone was speaking about. And I was so nervous because I have all my groups and my Zoom calls and my Telegram groups, and everybody knows that I'm like, boo, like I come in like a freaking hurricane, And so I've been having to learn to slow down and just chill out a little bit so that I don't bowl people over with my excitement. So, after asking for a mic and sharing the good news with everybody, everyone else just started getting excited because I think it's contagious. I think what's happening here, the spirit is moving in all of us and it can't be denied. So I just wanted to share that I've been up since 6:30 this morning. I could not hardly sleep. I'm grateful to gather with my posse, my brothers and sisters. So let me see if I can share my screen because that will be helpful for my documents. But just real quick, we've got 99 on here right now. That's amazing. I wanted us to, I will do what you asked me to do, Marduk. I will share a little highlight about yesterday and what people were getting inspired with, but I'm going to break it all the way down. And I want us to start with the most absolute, elementary, simplest thing that everybody can do, whether you have a bill you're trying to pay or a return you're trying to get recouped on. I want us to go over the very first thing that everybody can do, no matter where you're at in the world. And as long as you have a computer and you can go to irs.gov and you can download an ES payment voucher and a 1041 or a 1040 voucher, I want all of us to start with the basics.
Please,
Just make it. I want to take the burden off of everybody and have everybody realize all this knowledge and information that we've been gathering over the years. I've been in this since 2008, and I'm an aggregator of information. And what God has blessed me with is this ability to take a potpourri and turn it into a cornucopia with my action. So knowledge and action is wisdom, but it takes courage to do something or try something that's never been done or no one has shared a success that you can do it that way. So we're all having this experience. I'm getting goosebumps right now. We're all having this experience of this moment where we've been called to fill our basket with fruit, because we will know you by your fruit, right? And we all have some fruit to bring to this amazing table. And this table is 99 seats long right now. And
it's actually 123. Yeah, there's people in the visiting room for some reason, but they could still hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, awesome. Okay, perfect. So, and like you said the other day, I want to highlight this, bold it and underline it, Marduk. This is so important because we don't know who's who in Mr. Magoo right now. As long as you are being honest, truthful, pure in heart, pure in spirit, not injuring anybody, telling the truth, your walk will be guided. You were saying yesterday, you said there's nothing to be concerned about if all you're doing is telling the truth. You said something to that effect. Mm-hmm. So I want to make sure that we underline that and reiterate that. And we're all 8 years old right now, all of us. The world is our oyster. Everything's available to us. We just have to go into our orchard and start
recording is on.
And we just have to start picking our peaches and our avocados, and we just put them in our basket and let's figure out the first thing we want to do together. So thanks for organizing this, and I'm going to work on the screen share testing now real quick.
Oh, thank you so much for being willing to hop on right away. You don't meet too many people that, really want to share their successes, especially for free. So we all really thank you. I'm looking forward to being able to help others. And like I said, once we get done here, I'm already fairly familiar with like Patrick Devine's processes, 1099s, EINs, 56s, 2848, all that stuff. So I have a lot of templates already too. So what we can try to do is I'll put together like a step-by-step sort of document, ebook, whatever, highlighting what we need in place, what forms you need, what they should look like, and we can actually make this a thing,
Thank you. Regarding sharing the knowledge, we have a duty, in my opinion, to assist and aid our brothers and sisters or our family members in a time of need. And we are here to do that. And I actually, there's been times when I had to meet with an agent at the IRS last summer, and he interrogated me for quite some time because he was very curious about how I was able to get that tax return, and he wasn't very nice to me. Let's just put it that way. And let's see, let me move this out of the way. And he wanted to know 2 questions by the time we were done, and then he gave me his advice. All he cared about was, who are you teaching this to, and where'd you learn it? And I answered his questions the way that a proper sovereign would answer those questions. I said, where I learned this is I spent 5 months reading through all the publications of the company that you work for and all the instructions of the company that you work for. And I said, while I'm at it, and I pulled my little W-9 out of my folder, and I said, can I get the company that you work for's EIN, please? Because I like to know who I'm doing business with when I'm having a conversation man to man.
Sure.
Okay, and we all know on here that man means mother, father, child. Okay, if you don't, you know now. So I said to him, man to man, which is basically saying, I'm sovereign and you better govern yourself because I know my rights and I know the law. And so he said, no, you can't have the EIN. And I said, okay, I'll go ahead and just write in the EIN slot right here. I'll go ahead and write your badge number. And I'm looking at it and I'm writing it down, his badge number, right? Okay. So now he knows. We're in a contract now, right?
There you go.
No. And then he said, who is representing Last Chance Gulch or Teeter International Trust? And I said, we are. And he said, who's we? And I said, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is present here among us right now. And he said, oh, you're a religious organization. I said, I'm a study organization. And I study and I keep good books and records. That's what organization I am, right? So after that, I set the tone. And then, and I'm a minister in good standing in the state of Texas. And so anyway, he went ahead and questioned me. I had already sent him an inch-thick envelope of all my records. Transparent. I have nothing to hide. So he wanted to know how I learned all this. And I said 5 months of studying. I got an EDIL loan after COVID, and I spent 5 months studying to learn a new trade, how to bookkeep and how to read instructions and how to take care of garnishments and debts that I was being put into that I didn't understand how to get out of those debts. So that was my answer to where I learned it. And then, who am I teaching? I said, I'm not teaching anything, but I'm full of the testimony of the Lord. And I can't not share that, my successes. So we're here to help the world. You're here to help the world. The IRS is here to help the world in some form or fashion. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. We're here to help the world, right? So at the very end, he didn't get what he wanted from me. He didn't scare me and he didn't bully me. And boy, did he try. And at the very end, he said, well, my advice for you would be to get a tax attorney. And I said, okay, well, my question back for you, and I was getting ready to write it down. What law is the tax attorney that I'm looking for operating under? Because I'd like to know so I can go study that. So I'm ready to write, and he's not answering me. I'm like, totally role playing. He's not answering me because it's tax law, which happens to be the law of transactions, trust, commerce, and HGR 192. So anyway, and I knew all that already. So I wanted to see what he would say. He didn't answer. He said, I just recommend you get a tax attorney. And at the time, all that he had sent me a bill for was $300,000, which was one of the tax returns that I had received through my trust for back wages for services rendered for my trust that I never got paid for. So I went ahead and I had already paid it on an OID. So he was spinning, could not figure out how he can't bully me because I'm standing in my square and I know what I know. And so anyway, that's what I wanted to share with you guys is that I was bullied last summer and I thought I better not go in the public space yet, sharing about the complex parts of what we're doing. But what I can share is anything that we can go and download off the IRS website, right? That's right. An ES form. That's a 1040 voucher. And we can read that on a open forum, on TikTok, because it's already in the public. So we started doing the readouts and recording them for posterity, and all we were reading was the instructions. The difference is when you read, let's say, the Bible, and you get inspired by what that sentence means, some people are able to look at it half full, and some people are look at it like it's a hurdle, and they don't comprehend it and they don't understand it. So what I've been able to do is bring commentary and the possibility of all things available to us when I read the instructions in the IRS pages. So that's what I'm going to do today. And I hope that you all, as you get your revelations, because you're going to see new. And when you get your revelations, I request that you jot them down maybe in the chat and go, boom, a light bulb. Oh my gosh, OMG. I never saw it that way before. That way other people can see that there is a revelation here to be had. And I acted on those revelations. That's the only difference between me and someone who's doing their ES for the first time. Does that make sense? We're all equal 100%. In this pond. Okay, cool.
Can I ask you what made you, because I'm well aware of the 1040, the 1040V, utilizing those vouchers, but what made you want to use the ES? Like, how did you come to that conclusion?
Great question. At the time of applying for the EDIL loan, having to transfer all my things and my businesses from Santa Monica, California to Texas, where I was invited to come during COVID, California shut down. I don't know if y'all know about what happened over there, but I worked independently for the entertainment industry doing hair, and I specialize in cancer survivors. putting hair enhancement on people who have, usually men and women or cancer survivors have hair that's this short. And
Right.
our copper coated, it's called powder coated copper beads, we were able to uh, attach that apparatus safely to someone's hair growing out, especially if it's brand new baby, just recovering from chemotherapy and having lost their hair. I started teaching people how to cut their hair, the ponytails, and put them in a Ziploc bag so that we could put their own hair back on them after they were done. And I was also at the same time teaching people how to take thymus glandulars so that you wouldn't lose your hair if you had chosen to go the chemotherapy route. I actually went on Janine Garofalo's radio show and was sharing about hair loss prevention, and she lost her radio show after that because the pharmacia was heavy duty back in 2007, where they did not want any of us sharing preventative anything, as you all got to see through COVID. So after, I was just going to be on her show for 15 minutes because she had lost her mother at 40 years old to cancer. And she wanted me to discuss the morale implications. What makes people kind of not survive chemo is they lose their dignity and they lose their feather for life when they lose their eyebrows and their hair, and their whole family wants to stay away from them because they just don't look the same. And so I went on the show because she had been a client of mine. I do hair for the film industry in Santa Monica, and I had a clientele in New York and LA. And because I focused on cancer survivors, I had a lot of celebrities that would come and they would basically donate. They would, for instance, if I did their hair and the studios, let's say, paid for their hair maintenance, they would pull a check out of their own pocket and they would match it what the studios paid for them to get their hair done so that we could gift it to another cancer survivor. So Kristen Chenoweth and several others who had been supporting our work for years. And that's what had the clientele in New York and LA grow so big and so fast. And the IRS, I had to downsize after when 2008 hit and the bail-ins from the banks hit, and Obama was going after everybody, all the 501c3s, any
faith-based organization or whatever. Yeah.
S corps that were making 6 figures or more. They were going after them. Predatory lending is a thing, but you guys didn't know about the predatory extortion rings that were going on for far before the mortgage crisis. They were extorting from the churches that were 501c3s, the restaurants. They were extorting from business owners who were bringing in plenty. We had to pay, you feel me, to stay in business. So, but we didn't know it. It was being done through taxation. These frivolous and erroneous tax bills that were coming out of nowhere. And how I knew it was fraudulent is that my business got hit with a tax. And then after not responding, they went in and took $5,000, which was my safety net. $5,000. I always had at least $5,000 in my business bank account. They went in and took $5,000 out, red flagged my business account, which talks to all the other banks. And then they sent me a bill. And do you know they didn't take the $5,000 that they had just stolen off my invoice?
What the hell, dude?
That's the moment that God struck me with a bolt of lightning and knowledge. I got to witness. So the next time that the supervisor called me, bullying me basically every 3 days to get that bill paid, I said, now that I had the lightning bolt of inspiration and revelation, I said to her first, is this a recorded call? She said, yes. I said, okay, I want to speak to this on a recorded call for whoever's listening. I just had $5,000 taken out of my Business Bank of America account number, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, I was doing it for the record now. I'm a good record keeper. And I said, and I got a bill from your company the next day, and you did not adjust the ledger. There's an error in your accounting. She hung up on me.
That's badass.
And I don't know if you guys know this, but when you call out an error in accounting to any transaction in trust law, they have to audit and immediately pull the coins, the ill-gotten coins out of their pocket and give them back to you. They may even have to disappear that credit line if it's on a credit card, and it will disappear off your freaking credit report because that's revealing their shell game.
Mm.
I didn't know it at the time. I was inspired by saying those words. I didn't even know it at the time. I hadn't even done my setup on yet. I did not have all this constitutional law under my belt yet. I was just inspired to start roaring for the record on the phone with whoever. I knew everyone was listening. If they're bullying us and extorting us, you know they're listening, right? So I was talking to the bullies, right? I don't like bullies at all. So I was talking to the bullies. So she hung up. That's when I started researching, and I because I got a lien. That's what they do. They take the money, they hide it, they off-book it, then they put a lien in the public so that you can't go open up another business account until you pay their bill, and they start to commercially cause distress for your vessel and commerce. And so I got leaned. It was the bill should have been $6,000, but they kept chop every month. So by the time they put the lien on, it was $15,000 that my business owed. It was an S corp, and I had to be an S corp because I had a license to work with the public. I'm a cosmetologist, and we work with chemicals, so I couldn't be an LLC. I had to be an S corp, which means the state nanny gets to regulate you, your income, your outflow, your taxes, et cetera. I have so much I can share on all of that data for small business people so that we actually now know how to go pick the fruit from our labor. I get to go back to 2006, that last return that I filed before I knew how to do ESs, which triggered this story for me to tell you. Because at the time we were paying ESs with our labor, and S Corp has to pay quarterly an ES payment. Okay? That's how they get your labor, is you take your business bank account that's regulated by the nanny and you pay the mob quarterly a portion of what you expect to owe in taxes at the end of the year. What they didn't tell us is that you get back every single dollar that you wrote out of your business expense. You get it back, but you have to know to report it as an expense. We didn't know we get our taxes back. Ladies and gentlemen, every dollar for every tax you ever pay gets returned to you in what's called an overpayment tax return withholding. So when we ES every quarter, we're asking our secretary in the back office, hold my $2,000 right now. Hold my next $2,000 right now. 2, 4, 6, 8, $8,000 in the kitty. So when I go to file, I get to expense the $8,000, and I get the whole $8,000 back dollar for dollar. That's the importance of doing ESs. We didn't know it was an excise tax that we get back, right?
Yeah.
They did not teach us this part, you guys, because if they would have, think about a corporation that's really big that pays about $30,000 a quarter. Boom, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000 times 4. A CPA, a wealth manager, a brokerage, Series 6, 7, 8, whatever, stockbroker, whatever, that are usually the attorneys working in the back office of a big brokerage firm, they know to expense that and file it on a 990 because they're a nonprofit foundation working in the private, and they're exempt from reporting, but they're not exempt from collecting.
So they're expensing labor and basically getting it for free, all these corporations. And they won't even budge to give people $1 raise. That's crazy.
They can't, because it would pick up the shell and the game would be exposed.
Mm. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I know you always hear like, oh, well, your own socials paying your labor, like your own in your tax return or whatever, or when you give them your social, they're pulling the credit for your labor. But that's how they're getting credit for you working there, whether it's through you or them. That's crazy.
So you just got the basis for the purpose of an ES form attached to a voucher, whether it's a 1040 for an individual taxpayer. It could be your 18-year-old that works down at Dunkin' Donuts part-time while he's going to school. Okay? Every single withholding amount, FICA, federal, whatever, that was taken out of that W-2 gets to be returned at the end of the year when we all teach our 18-year-olds how to go on Free Tax USA and file a federal tax return.
Wow. Now, the rich people do this. Yeah, the rich people do this. You always hear about, well, Jeff Bezos paid $0 in taxes, blah, blah, blah. They expense everything. They know how the game works, but someone figured it out.
Which is what all of us are coming back home and we're occupying now what? Our estate.
Right.
So we're occupying our estate. Who's the only one with the receipts? This is just one of 10 piles that I'm working on. Okay. Who has the records? We do.
Right.
Who's the only one that has a receipt for an ES that I sent in? Da-da-da. That's the first thing we're going to go over. If you're a trust, you do a 1041 ES. You attach a 1041V. And then if you're like me and you have trusts in California, you file a 541 fiduciary tax return.
For the state?
For the state, because my trusts have all been resident. It's like an offspring. My
Sure.
trusts are like irrevocable, like my unnamed child is my irrevocable trust that operates in the private, and it only files a 577 because we don't have to report in the public that which we do, what that trust, let's say what it's worth. We only file and report what we want to draw down and live on that year to fund that trust and all of its operations. So I know that I'm saying a lot. We're recording for a reason, because just jot down when I say a form that you all haven't heard of before. It's an irrevocable split interest trust that the wealthy people have been filing for, I would say, since the Great Crash. It's called a split interest trust, which means that the Benny and the trustees can both live off of. It's not, in other words, it's not being commingled, which is the big rule that you break when you're a trustee for someone else. It's split interest means I can live off of the proceeds and the income out of that trust bank account without being considered that I'm commingling. So, and then here's another name that you all may have heard of, that it's called in the real world, that people who inherited a trust fund are taught how to operate like this, because it's called a charitable remainder trust. It's exactly what our state treasury public trust, UCC, someone said it yesterday, UCC contract trust is defined as.
A public charitable trust, yeah.
Why? Because if I get in a car accident tomorrow and I had no will and no emergency contacts of record at the IRS, and my body does not get claimed in 3 days, the morgue, the funeral services, the state nanny, everybody has to come in and take care of the body. And every debt that I had at the time that I died and got extracted out of the car, I'm now a non-resident. I'm living in the clouds. They have to go in. It's true. Non-residents are in the clouds already. They have to
balance the books. Yeah.
or they're without the United States, which is also us, connected to our main in Puerto Rico. Okay, I digress. So balance the books. They've got to pay the tax, or any business taxes owed falls back on the grantor, the surety, the guy who is the single member of the LLC who signed on the signature card at the bank. So there's all this money in there that it's got to go to somebody who can claim it, right? So if I die tomorrow, which I'm more than happy to go. So, okay, just so you know, this has never been about the money for me. I'm afraid of nothing and no one in this third dimension at all. I'm happy to be working with the Father while I'm here. In fact, I won't have it any other way. But the system was set up for the dead or the fiction to bury the dead or the fiction. Remember I shared with you I was an orphan? I was a foundling in the hospital. So when you're an orphan, abandoned, or a widow whose husband never came home from the war that was drafted, that didn't want to go in the first place, the system, the nanny state, was set up to take care of the family of that military officer for a time. And then the SSA, you get to draw down the survivor benefits. So if that all makes sense to you, then you can understand how the system was so fast at growing and operating in such a way, because there was no one else that came to fill the void to take care of our servicemen and women. The Republic was abandoned. There was no Article 3 courts where 12 people could gather and say, listen, Corporation X just stole $5,000 of my money. By the way, IRS Corporation just stole $5,000 worth of my money and didn't correct the record and send me a corrected invoice. Back then, you made yourself a target because, as you know, the Jesuits is the military for the Vatican, London, and DC. So that time has passed. It was very dangerous back then to do OIDs. And I started learning and studying how to be a trustee pro bono for people, because those Marines and those veterans that were coming back from the war, their businesses were being levied the same way mine was. So I learned about putting their business into a trust where I could be the agent, so I could be their shield, and they could still operate out of an account that couldn't get garnished. Trust accounts can't get garnished or levied. Beautiful. Right? Okay. So that's the importance of having a trust account or two. Or So back to the ESs. Back to why I started studying trust law and all that Patrick Devine stuff. If you guys listen to enough of those calls, you'll actually hear him call my name several times, because I was always asking questions. You were on those calls? Yes. Beautiful. Yes. Wow. Yes. Oh, it's been a long haul for me. But remember, I was learning how to be a trustee for other people, because the bonds that I was writing to help people's mortgages, to help them not lose their homes, 1 out of 3 was working. So why 1 out of 3? I'm doing the same thing. Why aren't all of these people treated equally? Well, right. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac had a little hand in things. Okay. So we learned a lot. Hold on, Kai Marie. Trust, whoever's trust, you're sharing your screen. Can you please, it's going to take bandwidth if multiple people are sharing screens. Who is this trust? Yeah, please just do that. And if everybody besides Kai Marie can keep their cameras off, I got a notice that we're using a lot of bandwidth, and some people mentioned that they lost audio. So I just want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to hear all this. It is being recorded. It will be posted to a Google Drive along with all the information that I get from Kim Marie today.
we'll be putting a PDF, and we're going to try to make this available to everybody. So don't worry, we got you. But please continue, Camry.
Yes, great. Thank you, Marduk. And really, what this is it's a testimony in front of a jury of my own peers. Okay, we're practicing self-governance here, and what I'm bringing to the table is several successful processes by which we can stay safe while we're reporting suspicious activity.
Sure.
Okay? I'm going to say it just like that because there's nothing more to say. I don't want to give any of these pirates really any more of our time, attention, or energy because we're demanifesting them as we speak.
Please.
Right? Our prayer is for what? Jubilee. March me out of Babylon as soon as possible without delay, right? And why not help people while we're exiting, right? So,
Right.
okay.
And
Yeah.
you, Kimry, please feel free to share your screen. If you want to have your camera on, that's fine. But there's a lot of people that were muted and had their cameras on, which, you're speaking, so it's totally fine.
Okay, okay, good. Susan wants to see the passion. Okay, good. Right. Listen, all glory to the Most High. I cannot say it enough. It's been the most difficult part of this journey has been to keep myself and those around me safe so that we don't get attention on us. Okay.
Yeah.
Because when you're winning and you're doing it peacefully and you're doing it through arbitration, which is salvage, bankruptcy, trust, and common law. It's called, give me a second. It's the benefit of discovery, but also the doctrine of discovery. Okay. When you're managing a home, a trust, a bank account, a business, you are the officer. And your job, as soon as you recognize a theft, a trespass, an injury, a harm, an accounting error, your job is to report it in the safest manner possible. And I'm going to show you all how to do that because I know a lot of us have been injured already, trespass and all that, right? I'm going to show you how to do it. But if we know how to do it safely, then we're showing those who are watching right now and listening, and I know they all are, they're rooting for us right now because we're showing them that we're capable of self-governance, making ourselves whole by a matter of just putting in our reports, our records, or our intentions. Okay? You can never harm yourself or anyone else if you're sending a notice, a payment, or an inquiry.
In good faith with clean hands, non-belligerently. Yes.
That's it. And that goes all the way down to a guy wanting to give you a traffic ticket because his commissions are low. There's usury in Babylon. There's a bridge that we're all building. And then there's non-usury. That's the heaven on earth that we're all walking towards. But in the process, we are straddling. We are the bridge. We are the wall. We are locked arms. And we're actually locking arms so that we can bend over that ship and lift our brothers and sisters up so they can lock arms with us. Because they understand and comprehend in their heart what it is we're getting ready to do. And we're just soldiers of the Most High. And we've learned how to do this. This is my flag, by the way. I have an idea, for the record. I have an idea that all the world's flags turn into banners because we're going to be off the sea only. We're going to be away from and off of the lost at sea or international waters, kind of abandoned, needing a rescue, to being on the land, agrarian law, sovereigns of our couch, our family, and our garden. Okay? We don't rule over our neighbors, but we can report and file if we see suspicious activity. But you don't want to go put that on TikTok. You want to make sure you report it to the proper, safest place so that you don't become an enemy of your neighbor, right?
That's all you see now, too. Just people posting the bad reviews on TikTok, getting millions of views. Yeah. There's more effective ways to go on about it.
Yes, because we really want to do it peacefully. If you see something, we want to be able to say something, but stay safe. So I wanted to turn from a flag to a banner, and each one of the country flag colors, I'd like it to be the white. The background of the banner is white, and the flag, if you've gone to peace, the flag is actually in the shape of a heart. So the colors of that country are inside the heart, right? Isn't that awesome? I love it. All right, we have big plans. We have a love boat. We have to onboard people onto. Okay, it's the love boat. We're literally going to change the world, you guys, and we're going to lead by example. Okay, back to ESs. Okay, so
back to ES.
Well, I mean. So ask me. Okay, so basically, that's a tiny little review of a little bit of background knowledge. All of my knowledge I wanted to become my diary or my testimony of how I've walked with the Father by divine inspiration. Wait till you hear about the writ of replevin I did for my voiceless vaccine injured niece who's 18 now.
You were telling us about that yesterday, yeah.
Yep, back in 2013. I'll share the screen and I'll show you that on the way out. That'll be a little bonus for everybody because it has been posted up in Scribd. International law requires that you put a public notice or public service announcement in 3 different places where you don't have to pay for the information. If you've put it in 3 different places, like an online library or an online blog site where people can go and click on it, or even Facebook, believe it or not, if there's a time stamp, the date and the date.
Uh-oh. Kimry, you're muted for some reason. I think someone must have clicked mute all.
Oh,
there we go.
We're back. So when you do a public service announcement, the proper way to do it is to make sure everyone has access to it without having to pay.
Sure.
Okay? Because it is that knowledge will benefit all who get to hear it. Okay? And so when the court will even allow someone to serve a divorce paper if the only way you can get a hold of somebody is on Facebook Messenger, because there's a timestamp on it and you can screenshot it, they will allow that to be considered notice given if you can't find the person. Okay, what if your safety is in danger and you're needing to do a restraining order, let's say, and you have to have your divorce papers filed before you can actually do a restraining order? You have to be able to serve that person with divorce papers first before they will follow that law. Okay. So because we are traversing, we're coming out of usury, but we have to find ways to do it safely is all I'm trying to give an example about. Okay. So Facebook is why they censored us during COVID, because it's prima facie evidence admissible in any court of competent jurisdiction. Human rights abuses and violations much? Yes. And now that we're finding out that Zuckerberg's admitting to that he was paid to censor,
I saw that.
The whole shit show's about to fall apart in front of everybody's eyes, folks. If people weren't awake last month, they're going to be awake this month, okay? Anyway, all right. So that's why they had to announce that the Social Security cards got hijacked, because we're under salvage, bankruptcy, trust, estate, private banking, and tort. Actual evidence of a harm or an injury when someone's been silenced. We all got swept off of X because we were loud from 2017 on, because I have so many friends that are military, ex-military and stuff. My family comes from that. That I was always, I was going to be Charlie's Angels when I grew up. Okay. I was going to be a double agent, total double agent. Okay. I was going to do it. And I wanted to be Bionic Woman, Charlie's Angels, Wonder Woman, all together, Wonder Twins. Let's do it. Right.
I think you made it. Yeah.
Total Gen X. Right. Okay. So when we are, I think it was, let's see, 2007, I surrendered all. And I basically, because it was, I had been married for 17 years, and it was my first time being single at the top of my game in my business. My husband wanted to start having kids, and I was like, oh, I don't see that for at least another 5 years. So we had a friendly divorce so that he could go off and find someone who wanted to have kids, right? It was a beautiful, friendly divorce, okay? We were separated for 6 months, and like you have to be in California. And he went to his 20-year high school reunion, and he meets up with the only homework, blonde hair, blue-eyed girl that he ever did homework with in his basement in, like, I don't know, 4th grade, and the only one he ever kissed on the cheek, right, in grade school. He meets up with her at his 20-year high school reunion, and she has 2 twins that are 6 years old. Okay, you can imagine what a miracle all of that was, to the point where she even called me on our last night together when we finalized our divorce. We went to a rave, and we just like danced all night until the sun came up, just reminiscing about the whole 17 years of being together and all of our great memories, because we were just laying them all to rest, right? I was handing them off to this amazing woman. And on the way home, the sun was coming up, and he called her, and she said, I want to talk to Kimmery. So we put her on speakerphone, and she was bawling, and she just said, I just want to thank you for being so honest and letting David go so he could find me. And, that was my opportunity to marry all that is divine, and have my husband actually be God, the Christ, the Holy Guardian Angels, all those that would help me win this victory, because I knew we were here to save this planet. I just didn't know all the parts and pieces yet at the time. So my first time being single, right? I get a wedding ring, and it's been on ever since. So I'm married to this mission. And I think that creates all of us having the armor on, and why we're being so blessed and given and shown the data and the information that we need to in order to stay safe, stay peaceful, stay loving, but report.
Stay strong. Yeah.
Stay strong. I mean, we have a duty. You have a duty. So back to the military piece. That's why I was humanitarian and helping and all that stuff. So anyway, okay.
Beautiful.
Okay, back to yes. Godly Savage. Yes.
No.
Okay. All right. So
let me lay this out before
go ahead.
we get there. So you're saying people can utilize this with their just 1040 Social Security person. They don't need to have a trust set up. Is that what you're saying when you're mentioning that? Okay.
Let's do this. Let me share the screen.
Sure.
Let me share the screen and go to, let me just open up one of my deals. I'm gonna actually do a readout real quick.
Sure.
Let me close that window. Let me share screen again. Here we go. Let's see. Window. Let's see. I think it's this one. Dun, 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 dun. That's that one. That's that one. That's that one. Close.
So we all can see her screen.
You guys should be able to.
Let me. I'm. Just give me a few seconds here. I'm trying to actually find the proper screen so it'll be big. Give me 1 second.
And who said that? Who said that? Who was asking?
It's Godly Savage.
Hey, brother. Once she puts her screen up, you should be able to just click on it, and it should turn big. I'm pretty sure. But once she
Thank-
yes.
All they have to do is click on her face on the side, and she'll come right in the center.
Okay, beautiful. I think the screen share goes on a separate box when she does it, so you'll see it though. But yeah, like
Well,
Magic said,
what's the best thing for everyone to do right now while I'm working on the window is go ahead and go to 1040 ES IRS form. Okay, grab it from the IRS. Just open it up on your own laptop right now while I'm trying to get my window open. That way you all will be able to print out a copy, highlight all the stuff that we're going to read through. It's one page. It's super simple, but go ahead and just open it up. You need to get familiar with printing that out because we get to help and teach each person what you're going to learn right now today. I'm trying to get the window open, guys. Give me one more second here to get back to okay. I'm just getting back to the share screen. Give me 1 second to figure out how to open up the window. I found it. Okay, here we go. I found it. All right, you should be able to see my screen right now. Can you?
yeah, it's right below her box, guys. So if everybody clicks it, it'll open up right in front of you. It's if you guys see the bar of names to the right, but I see your screen. Let me know in the chat if you guys have
I don't
trouble
see her
with that.
screen.
Who is that, Magic?
When I click it, it doesn't make itself bigger, but I'm able to see it, but I can't make it bigger by clicking on it.
Are you on a computer, brother?
No.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah, should I get on a computer?
I mean, you're not. It's going to be small on your phone, regardless. You know, it's not going to be huge. So, but if you want, just pull up the 1040 ES form in front of you and read along. Again, this is being recorded, guys. You'll be able to go through everything as many times as you want. You'll be able to download it from my Google Drive, everything. So, and turn your phone
Question.
sideways too, brother. That might make it bigger.
Question also, is there a way to like silence the notifications or stop the notifications in the chat because it keeps popping up and blocking the screen on my phone? And I'm just like, is there a way to stop it from popping up? Is there like
You can hit the X at the top of the chat. It says chat and polls. There should be an X, and that'll close out the chat for you. Or you see the chat button at the bottom of your screen. I don't know exactly what it looks like on the phone. I'm on a computer, but there's right next to where you raise your hand. There's a chat button. When you click that, it'll close the chat.
Okay.
Like there you go.
Oh, okay, so like yeah, like I have the chat closed, but every time somebody chats in the chat, a pop-up comes up.
Go to settings and turn it off completely like I did.
Again, this will be recorded, brother. You're holding up about 300 people. Can we possibly we can continue with this and you can watch this later if you need?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Not to be rude. I just,
And everyone just please make sure you're muted so we can hear her only.
All right, Kimberly, you got the floor.
Okay, everybody, can you all see this little, as I'm highlighting right now, this first part that I'm going to read? Can you all see that blue?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. I want to start it off with a context. Okay.
Is there supposed to be video up right now?
Wait, click on her. If you go to the very top of the chat, are you on your phone too? If you guys are on your phone, you need to click on her face, or right below her face, it says Kim Marie, running drummer screen. It's like another person. You need to click on her face and you should be able to see the video.
Copy that.
Hold up anything, but when I double tapped on the screen where you could see, while it's small, where you could see what she's doing, if you double tap it, at least that's what happened for me. Now it's big.
Thank you, Letty.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everybody, for helping each other out. Yep. This is for the books. I mean, I find it interesting that very few people have ever even really talked about the ESs. That's how I know it was time to really start sharing about this. Okay.
Even Patrick didn't. Yeah. So I've studied his stuff through the book. So, but it makes sense. I understand what you're doing.
Okay. And let me just, for the record and people listening to afterwards, the brilliant question that you asked. Okay. What made me look into the ES? I had a garnishment that had followed me from California that I was studying and learning and reading on how to, let's say I had $1 million and I was able to write a check for the tax bill that had come into my mailbox. What then? How do I get the garnishment released for them to stop taking 25% of my Lyft driving paycheck every week? Now, how many of you in here can relate to that, what I just said? Hello? Everybody has had experience of being levied or leaned maybe once or twice in this war that we're in, okay? So I love to take tests. And for me, studying all these instructions was like an open book test. I was like, let me see if I can solve this puzzle. Okay? So that's the context by which I enjoy reading every line by line. And when I see a word like happy, did any of you even see the word happy that I highlighted just now?
Wait, where?
Exactly. I'll wait until everybody gets their eyeballs on it. Okay. When you see the word happy in an instruction form from the IRS, you better pay attention.
Oh, I do see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see it? Okay. Now we're all together on the same page here. Now you see what made me just drink and drink and drink and drink and drink, because I'm like, somebody's talking to me here. And if it's nobody else but God, I'm having a heyday here. Okay. All right. So when they say the word please, this is considered a prayer or advice from our back office secretaries whose job it is to keep all of our records. You'll soon see they're about to go away as a debt collector and they're about to become a paymaster. All agencies with a dunce number were weaponized in the last 150 years. Full stop. Everybody knows this by now. So if there was money connected to an agency or a company or an organization, you better bet your bottom line there was no prayer, no God, and no justice. Okay? But here we're going to see that it's been here all along. And when those with eyes to see start to open their eyes, they start to see the prayers that we get to forgive the trespasses of the past, and that they weaponized the IRS and they turned it into the biggest bully we've ever been afraid of worldwide. And now they're about to be your paymaster. Okay? So
I like it.
let me just turn this vent off. I left my pot of boiling water, so I had to turn the vent on because it was.
You're fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I want to say this before we get going, before we start at the top. Okay. Because of all the context that I've given everybody, how important this is, there's a couple words that I need you to understand and never forget the definition of. Okay. So we're going to start right here. Keep, please, this is a prayer. Please keep this notice with your records. Why would they say that if it wasn't important?
Yeah, that is odd.
Right? Okay. It may help you if we ask you for other information. If you have any questions about the rules for filing and giving information, please call or visit. Please call or visit any Internal Revenue Service office. Interesting. The average time and expense required to complete and file this form, time and expenses? Wait a minute. Time and expenses? That must mean I get to be paid for my time and my expenses. So I want to know how I create that energetic currency that might come back to me. Let's see what else. This is very curious to me. I'm excited. So it's going to vary depending on individual circumstances. For estimated averages, see the instructions for your income tax return.
Wow. You got to read between the. Why did they make it like that, though? You know, like you got to read between the lines, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you why. So that the CPAs who are paid to steal, the pirates who are paid with a letter of marque to come over on a ship and plunder, will never tell me any bank robber you've ever known with immediate gratification as its sole modus operandi that would ever take the time to read an instruction on how to rob a bank. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Okay, so at some point in our biblical history that we're in right now, there was going to come a day when we would have a revelation that you actually get to get back every dollar of an ES payment, and you get to get it back in the form of a what? Tax return?
Mm.
Do you see what I'm saying? This is a revelation we're having now. If you have any suggestions for making this package, now they're calling it a package, sounding a lot like Christmas. We would be happy to hear from you. See the instructions for it. They said it again now. They repeated it a second time.
Mm-hmm.
Instructions for your income tax return of dollar for dollar of every tax you paid. They never wanted us to find this stuff out. Just saying. Okay? All right.
Beautiful.
All right. So now, very important here. As soon as I read that, I was like, wait a minute. And I always check out the form before I put my energy into anything. I always skim the form. I always skim it. They tell you right here how to create a money order for your back office secretary to issue you a return. It's all right here. On every single voucher or ES payment. That's for a corporate ES, a 940 ES, a private foundation, or a nonprofit, all of it. It's all been here all along. Okay? So file only if you're making a payment. Well, we're about to find out what a payment actually can be. Oh, it's by a check or money order. We're actually going to look up the definition of what the IRS back office secretary calls a money order. Mail this voucher with your check or money order. There's your 1040V. Write it down. There is your money order. It's a 1040V.
Yep, it is.
As long as and if it's payable here. Now, what pirate do you know that's ever been willing to make any of their checks payable to the United States Treasury?
None.
Thank you for the right answer. Please step forward. The price is right. You just answered perfectly. Okay. That's the truth. This is why people have missed this for the last 5 years. Write your. Oh, you mean this number that just got hijacked from the Social Security Administration's archives?
Mm.
Because the Social Security number is actually underwriting this? And because we are the bank right here. So who are we actually paying in the future? Us. If we're really in a self-governing republic, aren't we paying it forward into our future collectible?
Mm.
Aren't we actually the creditors of the bankruptcy? We don't have any of that debt, but we have all this credit that we have to go collect. Anybody that's ever been in a bankruptcy, what do? What's the indentured trustee do? He creates a settlement fund, an EIN. It's a special purpose vehicle, SPV. Many of you have heard that Trump's created a bunch of those since 2017, just saying. SPV is for a settlement. Maybe there's a class action lawsuit. Maybe there's a bankruptcy, and your creditors get listed. Not only can the creditors not come collect from you until the whole bounty of the settlement has been accounted for, but they are in line based on your monthly or quarterly or annual payments due and owing to that company that has now lost its ability to collect from you because you're in bankruptcy.
Mm.
In bankruptcy, who gets paid first? The creditors.
That's us.
And because they underwrote us a little bit of credit. Now, all of that aside, we already know now that by this, the minute we put our signature on something, what did we actually do? Ordered money. That's it. So if you can rebut the fact that I'm paying me, look at how it's bold and in quotes, folks. It's also, I'll turn your attention to upper lowercase.
Mm-hmm. That ain't a corporation.
That's our office. We are the taxpayers that make the payroll for those who work in our back office under the United States Treasury de jure.
And I remember you saying that you got your check from Philly, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Bureau
Yeah,
of Fiscal Services.
Pat would always say that's the de jure treasury out in Philly. He would say that over and over.
Yes. So when the bank froze my ability to access my online banking statements and records, who did they actually steal from? We, the Treasury.
Mm.
Who got an automatic free audit the day that I reported that IRS agent?
You?
Well, yes, but guess who didn't have anything to hide? Me. And guess who else got audited? The bank that blocked my ability and access to online bank. And by the way, that business has been in business, family-owned bank, which rarely do you hear about that in the United States, since 1946.
Wait,
Just
what happened in
saying.
46?
Well, a lot happened in 1946, but that's when this family bank was established. I'm not going to say their name because this is going on a recorded
Sure.
training, right?
And guys,
So
I see some people have your hands up. If we can just hold, let her get through this. We're going to have a bunch of questions at the end. I know a lot of you are having audio issues. If that's the case, exit and re-enter. It must be on your end because most other people are saying that they can hear and see just fine. So this is, again, last time I'm going to say this is recorded. This will be posted on my Google Drive link in the link in my TikTok bio for free. And we'll try to get to questions at the end, okay?
Yeah, and this is, everybody's encouraged to go and read the instructions themselves and bring their revelations that they get, which might be different than mine, bring it to our next gathering. Happy to have that. So get your highlighter pens out, have a binder with clear sheets that you go in and you just highlight all the revelations that you're seeing newly with, and put it in your binder for later referencing, right? It's so exciting. Okay. Enclose, but do not staple or attach your payment with this voucher. Money orders, checks, ACHs, paper that has a micker on it may need to be run through I can't remember what it's called, but the people who have access to being able to do ACHs, okay? Some businesses actually have a responsibility and a duty to write a business check right here, check or money order, because the businesses have a duty to report their ES payments. So some people will write a business check, like I told you all at the beginning of this call that I had to do because I was an S Corp working in LA. So dentists, chiropractic, anybody who works with the public and physically touches the public, okay? Probably even restaurants because they prepare food for the public. You have to have a business checking account where all of your expenses, including taxes, get paid out of it. Okay? So so think about, I don't know, probably 90% of Babylon is either a business, a sole prop, a corporation. All of us, all caps, we were all considered corporations also. That's why when we get a bill in the mail from the IRS, we think we have to pull it out of our personal checkbook and pay it, because everybody's been paying with their personal checkbooks, okay? But I'm here to show us that for the first time, we have a choice. We can actually do script by way of a money order attaching a 1040B. So they're trying to teach us right here, what do you mean by, what does the IRS mean by cash? What do they mean by money? And what do they mean by your payment? And what does attachment mean in Bouvier's? Okay, because I had a lot of training before I started studying these instructions. So for me, I was having a ton of revelations and no one to share it with. So I wasn't able to bounce it off of anybody to go, am I seeing this correctly? I mean, this is profound. This is biblical. I mean, they're showing us how to do it. So that's what I wanted to share about that piece. And what I want to do now is I'm going to open up real quick. Let me know if it switches over to
I'm also pulling up Bouvier's while you're doing that because I'm curious now.
Okay, cool. I love it. All right. Make sure you just put it in the chat so that we can all sort of like be bird feeders and feed off of it. It's just brilliant. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to look up the first place that I had the revelation where I saw the distinction massively. It not only opened up a little bit, but it opened up a lot for me. So when I looked up, and we always want to go to the IRS's version, just FYI. So here we go. Instructions for miscellaneous and NEC. NEC is a new document, a new form, by the way, that they added to assist us as we traverse from a system from debt to credit, basically. Okay, that's the importance of the NEC. And that's interesting. Why is that an M? Oh, it's an M for miscellaneous and an EC for NEC. I got it. Okay, cool. All right. Tell me if I'm always
What
I'm always
hidden
the
code
kid
is
that
this?
asks.
No.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll try as hard as I can not to squirrel and go down rabbit holes while we're recording. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Box 1, box 2. Wow. Okay. No squirrel. Just go right to instructions, specific instructions. Here we go. Wow, they're making it easier for us. What? Estate partnership, individual contract. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm just letting you know right now, it was not as easy for us to find all this stuff about 5 months ago. I'm just saying, this is like no joke. Okay. Let me go to the definition of cash in the instructions for the miscellaneous. Let me stay focused here for a minute. Are you seeing me scroll?
Yes. Now.
I wonder if I can put the word cash in this search box and if it'll find it on the page. Dang it, it didn't. I didn't think so. Okay, let me go to, let's go to miscellaneous instructions.
If you type Control F on your keyboard, it'll pop up a search bar. And then
thank you. Okay, Control F. All right, thank you.
There you go.
OMG, there's 13. Okay, hold on. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. You don't even know how much time you saved me. The only reason we actually found it is because we made it a commitment to start doing readouts of all the instructions, because we noticed every time we'd read a new line, we would see something newly. So we have a bunch of recordings of the instructions so people can listen to it on their earbud, on their way to work and stuff. Okay. All right, so Fishers of Men, I'm just going to leave it there for a minute so you can see what they highlighted, right? Fishing boat proceeds, okay? Just saying, okay. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. So one of the places where they're trying to teach us about military script or a money order, okay, is in the miscellaneous 1099. Now, why in the world would it be that? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm just learning how to play the new Monopoly game, okay? Box 11 means gateway to me, means gateway. If you are in the trade or business of purchasing fish for sale, you must report total cash payments of $600 or more paid during the year to any person who's engaged in the trade or business of catching fish. Now, you are required to keep records showing the date and the amount of each cash payment made during the year. But you must report only the total amount paid for the year on the miscellaneous. This is teaching us, if it works for this tax return or this 1099, keeping good records for each payment made during the year of cash. Well, what if I use my personal checkbook? Does that mean cash? Let's take a look. Fish means all fish and other forms of aquatic life. Okay, if you didn't know we were Fishers of Men, we are. And if you didn't know that we're actually considered aquatic life, we are.
We are in the sea of commerce as well.
100%. And you all are welcome to look that up at a different time. But for the recording's sake, just know that when we rescue a vessel in distress, we've actually captured a fish or aquatic life form. How many of you have seen those TikToks where someone rescued a sea lion who had a fisherman's net wrapped all the way around his fin?
Not a sea lion, but I've seen others.
Okay, so what's the difference between us being choked in debt and a fisherman's net wrapped around my fins so I can't flap and swim in the ocean.
Yeah, a lot of us certainly feel like we're drowning. That's the case. So,
Okay, so everybody's in need of a little rescue here. Okay, so my people perish for lack of knowledge. Okay, why did they hide this information? Well, hidden in plain sight, you could say. And I'll say this is why they're picking up and arresting CPAs, attorneys, prosecuting attorneys, everybody who was in the know of how to pilfer from a slave's bank Main account offshore in Puerto Rico.
Wait, ask the question again.
Wait, it's okay. What it's called is a suppression of evidence or knowledge. Suppression of knowledge means we get to now benefit from the benefit or the doctrine of discovery. So the moment you realize that you and your brothers and sisters can actually turn an ES into what's called a money order, and the voucher actually becomes a recordable event, taxable event, recoupable event, and a returnable event, we are now benefiting from the doctrine of discovery. Oh my, it's called revelation. We're helping rescue each other. Cash means US and foreign coin?
When I look it up in the Bouviers, it says cash means commerce also.
Thank you for adding to that. Yes, but look at what I just read out loud.
Can you highlight it for everybody? Just drag over it.
Yep, thank you. What in the world is foreign coin? I'll tell you what I made it mean. Main, Puerto Rico, offshore.
Social Security Trust.
Correct.
Yeah. Them damn Main accounts held down there in Puerto Rico. That's what I would say.
Okay.
Y'all listen to Patrick Devine. That's him. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So do you guys see that the moment we start to forgive our trespassers, we forgive our trespassers so we can become righteous among our brothers and sisters and go and collect and inherit what we came here to inherit, right? I forgive. I'm ready to move on, right?
Same. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, and currency, which our fine brother just mentioned, okay, and a cashier's check, which the banks are more than happy to do for you because they get to 9 times the amount. And if you notice, the cashier's checks are now printed on bond paper. It's a security. I like to call it a trust certificate. That's very important for me to keep in my records, right? Oh, a bank draft also. Interesting. Okay. And a traveler's check. Let me tell you what I made that mean. If we're travelers in the du jour, and we're visitors and we're guests here on this plantation until we get our wire cutters and we cut all the fences down, aren't we just travelers?
I ain't no driver, that's for sure. Yeah.
Right? Okay. Right. So if I came over to Marduk and I wanted to issue him a bonded promissory note basically, okay? And it's between 2 trusts, 2 men, 2 living sentient beings, okay? I wanted to give him on a napkin. Hey, Marduk, I promise for all this work and volunteer that you're going to offer up for us to get this wagon rolling, I promise that by the end of this year, I'm going to fundraise in such a way that I'm going to leave you with this trust certificate called a promissory note, a promise to pay. so that you can remember, hang it on your wall, hang it on your mirror, so you can remember what you're worth to me in this world, helping me get this wagon going, right? This way, if something happens to me, if I get hijacked by a bunch of pirates because I'm on a wagon back in the old days, right? And if all my stuff gets plundered by the end of December 31st, 2024, what does Marduk have in his hand that he can go and put on a 1099 miscellaneous as a collectible?
A bad debt or a debt. A debt for me. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
To me.
A debt
Payable
to
to
you.
me.
Yeah. And it's a receipt, which is all a receipt is a debt to us. Should an accident happen and I'm not able to come and just pour my basket of cornucopia on your front doorstep, right? Because it's always hope for the absolute best, but you've got to plan for the unexpected. That's why that is what I made the traveler's check mean. Any promissory note, okay? So,
and a money
money.
order, guys, is when you say pay to the order, you know, pay to the order of your order. That's an order. So a money order is as simple as even when you write a check and write pay to the order of whomever, it can be considered an order. You know, it's a negotiable instrument. It could be an order or a draft. Order, just think paid to the order.
Yep. And right now, I'm about to blow your minds, right? Right now. So everybody pay attention. Wipe your eyes right now, okay? I'm going to pop back over to the ES in a minute after I read this sentence. Very important for you to hear this. They said, do not send cash. They have plausible deniability that they've told us all along, if we just would read the instructions, that we were never supposed to pay from our own personal or business account for taxes.
Go figure.
Okay? Benefit of discovery. Do I not have now, based on my experience and my sharing with you about the ES payments I was paying as a corporation, do I not now have proof in the pudding that I was never supposed to take it out of my business checking account? Now it would have caused me to ask, well, how do I create a check then that the IRS will accept?
The 1040V for victory.
Thank you. 1040V, married with this guy right over here. Can you see it? Did it hop around for us, Marduk?
Not quite yet. No. Where did you click?
Ah, crap. Back to the ES form. Hold on. I want to click back. I got to share screen again. Give me 1 second.
So it should, when you hit share screen, it should give you the option to share window or share entire screen. If you click, does it give you that option when you click that?
Let me go back. Are you seeing the instructions again?
No, you stop sharing. So click the bottom again and it'll pull it back up.
Ah, crap. Okay, hold on. Let me find that window. Sorry. Here we go.
No, you're okay. We really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to spread this word. You know, it's
okay. Awesome. So you said to me, entire screen is what I should click?
Yeah, that way, whenever you switch windows, it is going to show your entire desktop, but whenever you switch windows, it'll show us exactly what you're on. So if you have some private info that you don't want us to see, okay.
Nothing's private. It's all in God's hands. Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Here it is. All right, now you should see the ES form.
Yes, you're all good.
Look at this. Do not send cash. Do not send your labor money to pay a money order and V for victory voucher. The two together, one funds the credit side and one funds the debit side. The ES is funding you in the future as a money order The V is payable to the United States Treasury so they can make the adjustment on their ledger. Both sides are paid. It's now considered an overpayment because you paid 400,000 times 2. You paid one to the V and one to the ES. What have you just done? You caused the ledger to be offset. They have to send you the overpayment.
So you're doing, because I know with Pat, he would do a negative value on the V, but you're doing just positives on both, which causes that quote unquote discrepancy or refund. Is that correct?
Well, here's what I would say. Once we go through and we read the 1040V, two negatives makes a positive, right?
Yes.
So if people realize that this is our true trust fund money, okay? And when they realize that when you're filling it out, you could put positive on the front and negative on the back, but I have to show you how to endorse this on the back so that it's acceptable for the accounting department to ledger it and give you the credits on your transcripts.
Oh, so you put
yes.
a banker's acceptance on the back.
So what? Okay, here's what they say. They give you the instructions. Write your social security number and 2023 form on your check or money order. Do not send cash, and close, but do not staple. Because I put my social security number here, I don't stop there. I give them a directive from the back office. What if I'm on a ship and I'm doing Morse code and I'm having to tell my accountant what I want done with this quarterly submission? I wouldn't call it a banker's acceptance as much as I would call it a directive or an order. Pay the United States Treasury for credit to social security number that's on the front. And on the back is where I would put a negative, because in accounting, it's either parentheses or a negative, right? That you're wanting a credit issued back to you in this amount. So I personally wouldn't mess with the box on the front, but you can certainly put your directive on the back.
That makes sense.
Doesn't it? Okay. I also find it interesting that there's foreign province, foreign country name, and foreign postal code available. Just saying. Because as we know, military people that are out to sea, merchant marines, people who are out deployed out amongst our great universe, they do federal tax returns every year so that they can get back all of their commissaries. What does that mean? On every ship, there's an accountant, a compliance officer, a purser, what's called a purser, the bookkeeper that keeps all the little commissary receipts, okay? If we show up at a harbor and I go out and I bought some gifts to bring back to my family because I know we're heading back in that direction on this next voyage, and I bought some things, and some of it was provisions that I might use myself on the ship on our way home. If we take that receipt back to the purser on the ship, they'll go into the petty cash and they'll refund your commissary note in that moment, the moment you transfer that receipt to them. Because the ship, admiral, purser, the great servicemen and women that are on the accounting side of your voyage have a duty to make sure that whatever out-of-pocket expenses you spend while you're out at sea, that they return those to you without delay if they have it in their petty cash. Does that make sense?
100%. And I mean, Patrick would even refer to this SSN trust as our FIDE commissary.
FIDE commissary, exactly. Right. For people in here that are listening that have never been in the military, it's important that you know and understand that the military never got off the Julian calendar, because for their inventory and bookkeeping purposes, you're dealing with in lots of different languages. So they never went to a calendar of letters and numbers. They always stayed on the Julian calendar, sans the Gregorian. And that was simply for bookkeeping purposes and keeping everything in a what you would call a universal timestamp code way of keeping records. Okay. So all of you have heard about part of what they hijacked was our calendar to create the chaos as well as the frequency that they did, basically all to kind of keep us entertained and dumbed down so that we wouldn't figure this kind of stuff out. This was only for the military people. Well, too many of the military people started figuring this out, and so did too many of the IRS people started figuring this stuff out. And then when they were tasked with investigating and reading and solving problems and puzzle pieces, people like me, I feel, got tapped by the divine angelic realm. You know, God spoke through me, and God has me having understanding about this stuff. You know, what was I supposed to do with all the Patrick Divine information if not put it into action and test it? Right?
Sure. 100%.
But of course, I didn't test any of it until I was getting garnished. You know, or, you know, back in the day with my business, I was telling you my business got garnished and everything. And I got put on a lien list, and this beautiful company out of Colorado that was a Christian organization, actually, saw my name on the list, reached out to me and said, we see that your business has a lien, and we wanted to see if we could reach out to you and help you with all the credit that you're probably buried with right now. And I was like, how do you even know I'm buried and with credit, and what list am I on? And I was so angry at the time. I was just so mad at the bullies at the IRS. And he said, well, we are a escrow company that has been helping people who get underwater for a long time. And we get the lists of people and companies that have been put on a lien list. And that's how we go out and we fish for new people that we can rescue, because a lot of people don't understand business, accounting, tax law, or salvage law. And I'm like, what did you just say? So they literally said to me, what do you think you can pay monthly? Given all my business credit, I was probably paying out about $3,500 a month in credit card bills just to kind of keep the business running. And I said, well, given that I've had to downsize and I've been, you know, in a really bad way for the last 5 months, I had to dissolve my business. I'm now working, privately in my own dining room now. And he said, what can you actually pay? And I said, well, maybe I could scrape up $300 a month on a $3,000 a month credit cards that were coming in. And because I had a lien on my business. And they said, okay, it's a deal. He said, now go get all your credit card bills, and I want you to scan them in and send them to me. And we're going to write letters to everybody to let them know you're having a hardship right now. And all you have to do is pay us the $300 a month to be your advocate. And I'm like, this is amazing. So I went and got all my bills. And I, because I was willing to ask questions, he was willing to share with me his testimony and what their mission was to help people in business. Guess what happened? I paid him one payment, which was the initial $150 to contract with him. I signed electronically online, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know they never sent me another invoice? And all of my credit card debt disappeared.
Wow.
That's the kind of glory work that we are going to be able to do in the future because we have this knowledge. So I'm telling you, I've been helped along the way, and there's angels among us, and they're on the call right now. There's 9 for divine. It just happens to be 9 divine. Okay. All right. Okay, so back to this. Okay, back to the ESs. All right. So hopefully you all are doing ESs and let's see. I would say this. Instead of folks wondering about should I do this for my spouse? Should I add my spouse on here and all that stuff? What I would say first is put the oxygen mask on yourself, file the tax return for yourself, file the V and the ES for yourself. Do it all for yourself at this moment. So once you save yourself or you have your success and you've got the oxygen and the momentum, then you can go back later and start to help your business partner, which is what your married partner is, or your offspring, which is what your estate and your trust is made up of, is all the people that work from home and give their time and energy to your garden, your ranch, your farm, whatever. So don't complicate it. I'm just here to tell you, keep it simple right out of the gate. Okay? Keep it simple.
Kimmery, a couple things with this. So I do want to clear up. I've seen the same comment a couple times in the chat. What if people are married and they file jointly first and foremost? Do you think that'll be answered as we go on, or do you have any idea? Do they just file separately if they want to do this for themselves the next year, or how does that work?
Well, so what they asked us to do in the beginning, which I highlighted in the very beginning, let's go back over here, this part right here. They said to consult with your tax return instructions right here. Okay,
right. Refer to the 1040, yeah.
So I would do that. That's what I would do. I would refer to the 1040. Here's why. We're not saying for anyone to not file. We're actually telling people, let's recoup.
Right.
The only way to recoup is to actually report.
Sure.
Now, I'm going to flip the script right now and tell everybody here for a second. Non-tax criminals or people who don't pay, report, or file, at a certain point in this monopoly game, when this information gets out and benefit of discovery or the doctrine of discovery allows for us to put each one of our claims in, and we don't do it, who will be our biggest enemy?
Ourselves.
Correct. There's an awful lot of people who are tired, fed up, over it, tired of the promises, are never going to pick up a pen and do an ES. They're just done. And I don't blame them. And a lot of those are our military veterans that are living off of benefits and they're down to their last penny. They're living on Social Security because they're retired and they have no purpose in their life. There's a lot of people that are just done. Okay. And I don't blame them. And that's why the Social Security is going to be going up here in a minute. Next month, people are going to be seeing probably even stipends coming in because all those Social Security cards got what? Hijacked or plundered. Another word for it is plundered, right? Okay. Is it going to take until someone actually robs you to learn how to recoup and get your own reparations or restitution from your own credit and energy that you've put out into the universe? What is it going to take, basically? So I would say this: if your partner understands and has read the instructions and works with you on filing your tax returns annually, and you just learned some new data today, would behoove you to go over this instruction or let them listen to the recording before you guys walk in tandem together to start preparing to file your 2024. Because if you're going to do an amended and you file jointly, you have to read the instructions fulfill your what you're learning right now to prepare yourself to a justification or a basis for why you and your hubby would want to file an amended, because benefit of discovery, doctrine of discovery. I just realized that I can actually get back all my labor, all my checks that I wrote out of my bank statements. I didn't know I could get all those back. I need to do an amendment, and I'm adding my ES and my V. The
There you go.
estimated tax
And
payment
the
to my amendment.
the people asking, Alex, give it a sec, brother. The people asking over and over, what if I owe taxes? So she's telling you the answer right now. You need to
Yes.
file an amended return, and you can include all your deductions and future payments, quote unquote, or future expenses on the ES and
Yes.
calculate that into your return. I know a lot of us are looking for just a, quick, easy, step-by-step, sign my name and good to go. I'm going to get a check. But no, you have to comprehend what's going on here. You really have to understand why and what you're doing, and it's not that difficult. If I can get it, if Kim Marie was able to figure this out on her freaking own and she's given us the answers, a little bit of reading and you guys got this. We'll all try to help each other, but just try to look at this objectively right now and understand what's going on. Besides applying it to your own situation, you need to understand what's going on, okay, and why she's doing this. So think about that first. Write your questions down. We will go for questions at the end. I know there's 300 people on here right now, so we will
Okay,
do the best that we can.
yes, and 100%. Let me just add a quick little caveat to what the question that was asked. I learned how to pay debts, pay off my car, pay the IRS garnishment assessments that were coming to my mailbox all the way from California. Okay, Franchise Tax Board. I learned how to set off overpay. And that's what pushed me into the situation of I now have to learn how to recoup what I just paid. So you're absolutely right, Marduk. This is the way that we can go ahead. Oh, you got a bill from the IRS? Oh, let me go ahead and read the document. Let me go ahead and tuck that little document in with my 1040 ESs for 2023 or 2022. If they're sending you a payment that you owed from 2021, you go ahead and do a 1040 ES 2021. They're all available for download. Take their offer, triple it, quadruple it. Oh, I owe you $1,500. Oh, let me go ahead and pack that envelope with some script, with my golden pen. Let me turn a charge into gold. Get it?
And you guys asking as well, I've seen it 100 times already in the chat. Can we fill this out? Look at what it's asking. Scroll down real quick. This is literally just asking for your name and social security. I don't think you guys need a template for that. If you do, I don't know what to say, but we will get something together. I know we all want a handout, but this is telling you what it needs.
Yeah. We here's the thing. If we start to give templates, we're feeding baby birdies. And then we are accountable for trying to take the place of the IRS, then we can get in trouble because we might injure or harm or give the wrong advice to somebody by the way we filled out our template. Okay? So what I will show you on camera, not on a screen share or whatever, but I will show you on camera the back side of my ESs so that you all can see that, oh, that's how she was able to get credits on her transcript. I will show you that. But at the end of the day, I think comprehending the gift that we're being shown here is way more valuable than following someone else's template.
I agree.
Okay.
And there's still more to come in explaining. She's trying to get y'all to understand why she was comfortable doing this. Just hear her out for a second. I see more hands going up. We will get to the personal questions, or try to at least. In the end, again, this is not legal advice either. We're all here just learning and educating ourselves.
Yep. And
All right.
this, look at what this says. We just looked up the definition of cash under a 1099 miscellaneous. Okay. Fishermen, farmers, and fiscal year taxpayers. That's who gets to. Oh, overpayment and credit applied. Wait a minute. Money order number or credit or debit confirmation number. How many of you here know that when you try to pay with a debit card and you get a confirmation number on a credit when you try to pay let's say a monthly payment? How many of you know that a canceled check, a canceled stamp, or a returned debit all mean the same thing? Set off for a future credit in the future.
I didn't know about the return debit.
Yep, right here. Debit card. Remember when you go to pay a payment on your credit card and it says, thank you for your payment. Here's your confirmation number. That is a claim number. No different than a money order number, a check number. Why do they send us canceled checks in the mail? They used to do digitized canceled checks. Why is a canceled stamp actually mean a contract with the UPU?
Right.
Okay. So remember, we created a song last year when we were working on this, and it was like, what people don't realize is that when you've applied for credit and you're denied, or when you've applied for a mortgage and you're denied and they send it to you on a really nice letterhead, thank you for your mortgage application for $300,000, but after reviewing your credit report, we decided not to give you that credit. But we got it, but we're not going to give it to you. You all realize that they actually tapped into your social the minute you filled out an application, and an application number is actually a confirmation number that your Social Security main account was debited.
So that is just actual account tracking to track everything that's owed to you.
Correct. Okay. Now, if you abandon it, if you never claim it, if you never report it, if you never ledger it, they can't collect on your abandoned property until 90 days after you go into default, or 3 years if they were a bank that had your account deposits for, whatever, and the bank account got closed, whatever. Closed bank accounts are for settlement and set off. What are they settling? Now they're going to settle credits that are owed to me. And here's the song I created so you won't ever forget this. Apply, apply, apply. Deny, deny, deny. Recoup, recoup, recoup. We're winning.
I will be charging $2.99 for a stream of that song, guys.
Yes.
Get it on Spotify.
Love it.
Do you love it? Because the minute they deny us, why do you think they had to tell us that the Social Security numbers got hijacked? Because for 150 years, they've been being hijacked already.
Sure.
We just haven't been recouping. And we're now told that we're the creditors. And everybody's going, well, what do I do with that knowledge? You do ESs.
So, Kim Marie, I know you mentioned the 1099 MISC, right? when it comes to the transactions, your big old pile of stuff, are we having to get that on the ledger by utilizing a 1099 before you utilize the ES? Because I know you mentioned a couple things on yesterday's call where the ES is for if you want to pay yourself, like for your labor that for taking care of your social security person without arms or legs or what. You had an interesting way of thinking about it, which I really appreciated. But with this, I think what would help. Go ahead.
Okay, so perfect. It's a great question. Clarity. What we're learning to do is create receipts. We're learning how to pay ourselves. We were never taught any of this. We're learning how to create receipts. The ES forms the basis for why you would actually get a refund on a 1099 miscellaneous.
Okay. So it's filling in one side of the ledger. Sort of.
When we do the ES and we attach it to a V and we put all of that after we cut it and we endorse it on the back and give the directive and all that, after we follow the instructions and we put it in an envelope and we send it to Kansas City, which is where the accounting department is, we're asking them to ledger our accounting. After we put that in, we get to go now and put that whole amount in box 1 of the miscellaneous. And then the withholding amount is all that you didn't get back when you filed your first tax return. All the credits that we left on the table basically is what we're claiming back on the miscellaneous. And your social is the one that's paying you. Your Mort main account is paying you.
Beautiful.
So in addition, report cash payments. Now remember, keep in mind what we said cash is. I just told Marduk that I'm going to promise him a bag of apples by the end of this year. And the value of those apples will be determined by how many apple pies he needs to make, let's say. Okay? I'm going to promise to pay Marduk $250,000 by the end of this year, because he's going to be one of my best bookkeepers. He's going to help me get my business going. And it's a ministry teaching people how to rescue vessels in distress, right? So I can put a promise to pay Marduk $250,000 on a promissory note. That's a cash payment. Remember?
Paper.
It's paper.
Yeah.
So if he wants to take that promissory note, put $250,000 in box 1, pay 38% tax on the $250,000 on his first tax return with that miscellaneous, he'll get 38% of $250,000 drawn down and a check in the mail or a direct deposit on his filing. And if it works for this, it works for every dime you spent out of your bank statement accounts.
Would you mind touching on where's the 38% coming from? Is that what they ask? Like, is that like just
so
regular?
22? Yeah, so 22% is minimum. Is minimum taxes paid on. Okay, let me put it this way. All right, look at this right here. Okay, royalty payments. Okay, intangible property such as patents, copyrights, trade names, trademarks. Okay, I am Marduk's commissioner purser in the back office of the ship that he works on. He's a private, federally privileged worker and works on my ship. Okay, I'm going to 1099 Marduk for being an electrician on my ship. Okay, I'm going to 1099 him as the purser on the ship. What's that 1099 actually? Okay, Marduk, I want to hire you for $250,000 a year, and I'm gonna send you a retainer. I'm gonna retain your services as an electrician on my private yacht. Let's say, okay.
Got it.
And I'm going to pay you $50,000 out of my grant 1099 red check repository. Okay. And that's a promise. I'm going to onboard you. I'm going to promise you as your captain of your ship that I intend to pay you over a 12-month period of time, the remainder of the $200,000. Okay.
Sure.
But I'm going to retain you for 50. That's called a commission. Okay. And that's how the attorneys have been doing it for decades. That's why banks and courts and government agencies are all exempt. They pay themselves as federally privileged workers working in a private capacity offshore for profit. They literally are plundering pirates on a boat out at sea. And every boat that's abandoned, they get a salvage award for rescuing it. And if they go and they get on a boat where there's a bunch of billionaires and millionaires, they're all gunned up and ready to go and, cocained out, and they're ready to go plunder the ship at gunpoint. Okay? This is the world we're living in, folks, but we don't really think about it like that. But it's true. Okay? So I'm telling Marduk, listen, my ship is a God-guided love boat ship. I have the protection of God. I have the armor of God. We're not going to be operating in any private profiteering at all. No pirateering at all. I'm not going to actually have you do any services for me on usury. So I'm going to promise you a godly wage, but I'm going to request that you allow me to pay you on a 1099, which automatically stands up your republic as a sole proprietor, governing only your couch and your checkbook and your family back at home. If I happen to take you for 6 months at a time on a tour, we're on a cruise ship or whatever, right?
Sure.
Because you still have to take care of your family that's dockside, right? That's back at home. So
Right.
so that's what these companies have done by hiring you with a W-9. Okay, and we just give over our social security number, because we were never taught. Why not to? Why don't you ask me for my sole proprietary IN? And when I say I don't have one, you say, oh, chop, chop, go get one. I want to pay your sovereign, not your slave. Get it?
Wow.
Oh, I don't have a sole prop, and I don't have time to go get it from the IRS. Could you get me one? Yep, I could do that. Yeah, I'm what you would call a special trustee, advocate, fiduciary, compliance officer. My job is to make sure you actually get paid so you can feed your children dockside. Right? I have a responsibility. If I'm hiring you to come work on my boat, you're exchanging your skill set and your services so that my boat can actually operate safely. Right? You're the electrician. I'm counting on you, and you're counting on me to pay you. Okay? So if we have a promise, that's self-governance. It's a federally privileged private boat or private contract, whatever you want to call it. Okay. So now you say to me, and by the way, I can hire everyone as a federally privileged worker. You're going to be blown away when you find out about this one. It's called a W-0. Please, someone take a note. Remind me to go over that amazing document. If you harm or injure somebody or steal or act in any way against another human being, you will be reported back to the IRS as persona non grata. This person is not safe, cannot be trusted, has injured and harmed others on this boat or this private estate, and I get to send in that report the minute you stopped being a federally privileged worker in my private estate. Okay? So if I were to go hire your food company on my private yacht that seats and sleeps 200 people, and you came on, me and Murduke did an agreement, and he said, I'll go out with you on your private yacht for 2 weeks, and I'll bring my chefs and everybody, blah, blah, blah. And the chefs that you brought on the ship got everybody sick, Marduk. I have to report that injury to my insurance company who insured my boat, right?
Sure.
But I also am going to do my duty, and I'm going to report your malfeasance for bringing on a chef that made all of my family sick. And that's what we call in international law, diplomatic relations, salvage and trust law, and customary law in the world of diplomacy. We need to let the State Department or Office of the Interior, which is our Internal Revenue Service that hires and fires and does tax returns for people, we have to let them know, person not welcome, injury, red alert. I have to go manage my insurance policy now to take care of any claims that might come in from the customers on my ship that got sick. That's how I have to be made whole as a business that decided to bring you on into my private working quarters. Get it?
And for those of you where this is hard to grasp, for at least all the newbies out there, you have to think of you have citizenship, right? It is a ship. It is your vessel in commerce, okay? So she's bringing these analogies because that's really how you have to look at it. You're the captain of your ship.
Yep.
It's your job to report things going on your ship. I know it's weird, but this is the weird cult we were brought into, of society. So that's what she's getting at. It is your ship, your vessel, your boat, your business. That is your ship, your sovereign. Well, not so much, but your ownership on the Sea of Commerce. Okay. Just for the newbies out there. Sorry, Kimberly. I know we have a lot of people that are really new to this information. So I'm just trying to make it a little that when I learned that small piece, it really made, a lot of the other stuff click,
Yeah, I really think that's great. And if people in the chat can just sort of give you a thumbs up as their light bulbs are going off, because you're making what I'm saying make sense. And I truly hope that we're not really leaving anybody in the dust here with how fast I'm going. But think of yourself as look at this. Look at what God just showed me to share with everybody. Amounts paid to a winner.
I have a question, actually. So you're talking about you giving me a promissory note. If, say, we want to contract with each other and our sole proprietorships or trust, and I want to, out of the kindness of my heart, write a promissory note for Magic for $25,000 for services rendered for her helping me moderate this call. Is that something that you can then claim on these sorts of returns?
Quarterly, it would be good and advantageous for you to have all your contracts or people that you want to work with for the next fiscal year, kind of have them all on your ledger and have what is their skill set? What do you intend on them? What are they going to bring? And what do you intend on paying them for the value of those services, right? So if we have all that, so trusts close up their books, send out all their miscellaneous and NECs by March 16th. So we're winding down and getting ready for the next 3 months now to make sure the Benny got the B, the Benny got the memo, the Benny got the INT, the Benny got the miscellaneous, the Benny got the promise through the mail or electronic printout of one that's been accepted if you use tax 1099.
And Benny, for all of you who don't know, means beneficiary. Okay, the beneficiary of your trust or of, your whatever business. Every business interaction creates a trust relationship as well, so that's what she's referring to with that. The Benny is a beneficiary.
Yeah. So on the B, for instance, so all the 1099s can be used when there's a contract agreement between two trusts, two sole props, two EINs, two socials, a mom and a dad, a mom and a dad together, a parent and a child together. Some people are taking care of vaccine injured people that are nonverbal and literally fully disabled. My niece can't even eat solid food.
Oh no.
Okay, so when I did the Replevin for the voiceless, I put a shot across the bow for all the people who are caring for at home the voiceless out there in the world. Okay, and that means dependent on someone else, not fully capable and competent to manage their own grocery shopping list, their own bathing, their own even elimination program. She literally has to have her mom in the bathroom with her. She won't push without being told to push. I mean, we're talking people are taking care of highly disabled living vessels that are in jail in their own body. But love is the language that keeps that symbiosis going, right? All that, the promise of a new day is here. But we're talking about an 18-year-old who has her own relationship with divine by just by the simple fact of her lungs breathing, her colon eliminating, and her fingers able to tap on a tab to communicate her excitement, at least, right? She's an expression of a trust, but she's one of the voiceless in the world. Get it? So every voiceless child out there or elderly person out there, all of them need an advocate, a guardian, or a someone that they're dependent on, unless they're going to go live in a facility. Okay. And then they're dependent on the facility caretakers. Okay. So there's a lot of voiceless out there that couldn't even be on this call to learn what we're learning in order to help other people because they're simply disabled. So we have a duty to learn it for not only ourselves, but those who can't help themselves. And all those parents out there who are extremely burdened with why they might have been given this kind of a plight in life. To be a trustee or a queen or a king or a sovereign that one person in the world has voted for. It's the people that make the king or the sovereign. So that therein lies God's law, which is two or more gather for any reason. You're in a trust. That's why two signatures makes a contract. What do we do with the people like my niece, who's 18 years old? The only way she can be in a contract with her mom is to show her mom appreciation and love, because she can't.
Recording has stopped.
She can't quite make anything else out. She just knows she's dependent, just like our animals are dependent on us. She's dependent, and she shows her appreciation for that contract by hugging her mom. Okay, so back to two conscious adult age of majority people who have the competency to comprehend a contract between one and another. The 1099s are where it's at. Okay.
Once I'm gonna pause you really quick, Kimmery. Magic, are you there, friend? Magic. The recording said it paused. I just want to make sure that we have this for people who weren't able to attend today, and it's not letting me record on my end.
It paused?
Yeah, it said it stopped just a second ago.
Oh no. Okay, let me see if I can start it again.
No problem. Thank you so much for helping.
Oh, no worries. Let's get this started again. Let's call this one part 2.
It's probably going to be easier for me to upload that way anyways.
Okay. I don't know what happened.
Recording is on.
It's been a couple hours, so maybe it had like a 2-hour timer or something.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. Sorry, Kimmery.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, everybody. So, an example of how I would, as the ship master, contract with Marduk is I would find the appropriate 1099. It might be an NEC, non-employee compensation, because it basically skirts around the ability to need to use your social. I can actually hire Marduk's sole proprietor. I can hire his side gig business that he has, maybe he has an LLC. I can hire his family business. Whatever EIN he wants me to hire, I will make that the recipient. So you'll see here, this one, the recipient of this is FOSHA Management. I promised to pay by the end of the fiscal year, FOSHA Management for their services, $247,000 by the end of the year 2022. I checked collectible, for instance. I put for my records cost and other basis, what it cost me and what the proceeds are that we're going to generate as a partnership that I'm putting on my ledger to create a warehouse receipt of an intangible security. So my trust is the payer, the recipient is his EIN, and the federal withholding that will show up when he goes to file, however he wants to file. How does he want to draw down the 247? Because I put it on a B, it qualifies as a barter and exchange. Time for time, skill for skill, skill for apples, or my signature allowing you the opportunity to even file a 1099-B. And I'm giving you my EIN, my W-9. So I'm able to get paid from that contract or agreement. It's the same with a miscellaneous, the same with an NEC, and simply put, the OID is the aggregate of all your contracts or all your receipts. You get to determine where you want to put those receipts or those promises or those, I call it units, because it's not money until you've been made whole. It's not credits back to you until you've actually got the tax return in your hand. Now it's actually unit debt that turned into a unit, that turned into a credit, that turned into a compensation. It's not a wage. It's a compensation. What happens when we're in a class action lawsuit and everybody was injured by a restaurant? Everybody got sick. In 3 days' time, everybody got sick. So now the trustee had to go put a special purpose vehicle together, tell everybody in the newspaper in that town or on the website or wherever, their blog site, anybody who got sick who wants to be a part of the class action lawsuit, sign up here and you'll get a settlement for your lost, the time that it lost you at work, any hospital bills that you can prove up, and we'll make sure you get made whole, and for your inconvenience and your time and your all of that, we're going to go ahead and pay you double the receipts that you turn into us. That's a compensation. Some people call it a settlement, but I'm calling it in compliance world compensation for injury, harm, services provided. It's compensation is it's taking us out of that employer-employee language and putting us in sovereign and sovereign language. See, he's an electrician, and I can't. My insurance for my boat won't go out without having a licensed, bonded electrician. Because my insurance company needs to be able to go sue the bond of the electrician. If something electronically happens with the boat, I have to have some kind of bondability for my commercial liability of any kind of a claim that might come at me. I slipped on your boat and it was because your plumbing wasn't working, and my report shows that the plumber just went and fixed it, but you still slipped even after he fixed it. Now we've got a tort claim. Make sense? So we have to involve the insurance companies. Okay, what does all that have to do with this? Everything is a contract. Everything is a trust transaction. We're just now, for the first time, going to be in charge of making the receipts, producing our value, ledgering our time. All the time we're spending learning how to do this, we're supposed to be paying ourselves for this class time. Okay. So let's get back to where we were now. Sorry, I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole.
When I file a 1099 MISC for you, how much do you want me to pay you? I can pay you for this right now. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. All right. Hold on. We're contracting. Hold on 1 second. All right. Hold on. Okay. So hold on. So I got to put a different hat on right now because I'm committed to working as a missionary in a mission of getting the good word out of how we can all get recoupment from already the last year or two. Let's just go back to 2021. We have a 3-year look back period, okay? We already can fill out an ES for 2023, 2022, and 2021.
So it is retroactive.
So right now, until I deliver this information on how all my brothers and sisters can drop a beautiful package in the U.S. Postal Service mailbox or expedite it overnight or send it certified mail, however you want. I recommend getting a green card receipt, though, especially if they've not heard from you recently or lately, because when you get the green card back, it simply states that you are in a contract with the accounting department until you or your vessel or your business or whatever has been made whole. Okay. So I feel more impelled, Marduk, to teach a very large group of people the importance of having been told that our Social Security cards have been plundered, because that's a basis for a class action lawsuit. But we're not going to sign up for a class action lawsuit that some attorney is going to make gaggles of money on. We're being shown how to move like a school of fish would move. You feel me? With nature's law. And we're learning how imagine if all 300 of us put our ESs and our vouchers in the mailbox by Friday of this week, Marduk.
I'm gonna do this in the morning. I'm not even this is what I'm gonna be working on for the rest of the day. So
okay, but now put yourself in the seat of the secretaries in the back office. And to their surprise, come Friday, a bunch of people who learned how to pay themselves.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then I don't need you to pay me, do I?
You're right.
Because I finally learned how to freaking pay me.
Yeah.
Just saying. I mean, literally.
I talked about you. I said, because there's people out here who charge for even giving you the basis, not even any remedy, but like just the outline. And they're talking about getting hundreds of thousands of dollars. Bro, if you're getting $100,000, why are you charging people $1,000 for a course? So. I'm sorry?
Correct. If we
Right.
actually understand the concept of a godly, daily, valuable, golden compensation, this is why it tells you at the bottom of every instruction sheet. I'm going to scroll all the way down right now. Hold on.
Be sure to double tap your screen or click where it says Kim Marie Teeter running drummer screen, and you'll be able to see what she's sharing again if you haven't done that. But go ahead, Kim.
Yes, I'm going to go right here at the bottom of every OMB number on the instructions. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick. You're going to love this.
You could do Control F in this as well. You should be able to, and it'll find it for you.
Okay. All right. I wanted to, I think, let's see. I actually, I'm not sure what the word is that I'm looking for here. It usually shows the billable. I think it's called billable. Maybe not on this one. Okay. Okay. I think it would be a instructions index. Hold on every single one. And I started writing receipts to myself for learning all this. It is, let me just look at the form 1040 real quick. Instructions. And at the bottom here, it should show the hours and the minutes that it'll take to read the form, fill out the form, and learn about the form. It literally gives you the billable hours and minutes. So you just have to figure out what you're worth hourly. And hold on, let me see.
While
here.
you're finding that too, I've seen this question maybe 10 times now, guys. If you did a revocation of election, you removed your person from the tax system. So I don't know. I don't have that answer. I don't know if Kim Marie would know. Do you know what an ROE is, Kim Marie?
Yes, and I actually did that back in the day when my corporation I was being held liable for my S Corp's back taxes. And at the time, all I knew how to do to save my ship from sinking was to
Abandon
abandon ship and decouple myself from the corporate liability of that corporation that I now had to terminate because it owed taxes. But I didn't file bankruptcy, which is the first thing that one would do. And they know that you can do that, which is why they come after you with double barrels back in the day. And so I did a revocation of election. And then as soon as you turn in any payment, any inquiry, as soon as you go and order a CP 575, they put it on your master file. As soon as you turn in an ES, trying to get yourself pay, basically you're back in business, but you're in a hold harmless agreement. And you've determined, because of what you've learned from the benefit of discovery, you've learned that every offer you can turn around and 10 times that turn it into gold.
And this is what I one of my really good buddies who I've met through this whole movement. He did an ROE a while ago, and we've been doing some Patrick processes, studying this and that. And he was worried. Well, it came to thought he did an ROE, so we weren't sure if that would have anything to do with not getting remedy. But the moment you sign a 1040, you've contracted with the IRS. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Kimberly?
You brought up a very good caveat, though, and I really want to keep bringing it back to the announcement we just got of the SSA returns being hijacked. Okay, remember when I said to you, let's see, where did it go? I want to open this in PDF. Hold on a second. Let me open with Google. There we go. Okay. I want to bring it back to the announcement. We all got a public service announcement, whether you got it on TikTok or wherever you got it, wherever you get your news. Everybody has heard by now that billions of people's Social Security cards got compromised, plundered, stolen, held for ransom. Okay. Let's just call it held for ransom. Some hacker is holding it for ransom. Okay. If a Social Security Administration that's responsible for Marduk's unemployment, disability, or retirement fund gets its records held for ransom, what form of law does that fit under?
What form of law?
Yeah.
Fit under trust law.
Yes, but why? Say more about that.
Because the trust was set up when you was born, or a little bit after you was born, so they hold in everything in your name, and they're the fiduciary or the
Okay, correct. Now, what if a hacker came along and jumped onto the SSA ship and grabbed all the files, all the computers, and all the records of all of us, 200 million of us in North America alone? What if a pirate came on and is holding all of those Social Security names and numbers and records for ransom? What would that give all of us the ability to do? To
Tort?
protect. Tort, yes, but why? Because a tort is a basis for a tort in common law is an injury of a person or their property. Trespass, injury, theft, detention, arrest. Okay, so if we were told that our records are being held for ransom, why wouldn't we be able to what's called an involuntary bankruptcy or a tort claim for a time? Why wouldn't we be able to use the Social Security number that we do have, realize that we're the actual owner and we're the only one that can file a claim against it? And if you have 4 children at home, as the master of your ship, you have a duty and responsibility to file a claim for your offspring. Because how are you supposed to actually work, or your children supposed to work, if the ID card or your permission to work by the compliance officers at the Social Security Administration have held you, your person, for ransom?
so that all of that would be insured, and we would be making a claim on the insurance.
Correct. 1000% correct.
Can I mention one thing too? I understand. Okay, I'm seeing the chat. I need to just close the chat for a second for myself because I know a lot of people want a step by step tell me what to do, but y'all need to understand the reason we are in this mess in the first place is because we are not educated in how things work. Even Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Literally to the T, what has happened? We're all in these situations because we don't know what's going on. We want to pay somebody to do something for us. We're trusting other people to act in our best interests. But you really need to grasp what is going on. And that's where you need to start. Even if you file forms and send them in, if you can't back up your claims, if they call you like they called Kim Marie and asked, why did you do this? What are you doing this for?
Yep.
And you can't answer those questions, you're going to be in a not good situation. So please try to just understand what's going on. There's resources in the link in my bio for free. Thousands of Patrick Devine audios where he explains all this stuff. There's templates in there to kind of get a grasp of what's going on that he put out for everybody. It's not going to give you the exact process, but this video will be in my link in my bio for you to go back to once you understand what is going on. I understand, like, I'm going to do this tomorrow, and I'm not saying that in a like haha way. Like, I've been studying this for 5 or 6 years now. Okay. It's not going to take you that long, especially with all these hints she's given us and all the resources you have in this huge community we have. We can, make a group where you guys, if you want to connect with each other, create a Telegram group, talk with each other, work it through, have study groups. That's what I do. You'll get there. It's a foreign language, legalese, all this stuff, and you need to learn it in the nicest, most loving way possible. I love all you guys. I'm glad we could be here, but try to keep that in mind.
They do, Marduk, they do have a choice. Okay. Immediate gratification is I understand. I totally understand the impatience. And I really do get that. Some people, this is just a lot of data and they really need to just take notes. Just listen, let it wash over you. Don't try to understand everything right now. Know that divine revelation will come to you when your pen hits the paper. But I want to say something too to what Marduk is saying. Shoot, I lost it. Give me 1 second of quiet real quick. You have a choice. That's what I was going to say. You have two choices right now at this juncture where we're at in this landscape or climate, whatever you want to call it. I'm looking for my camera again. I think it's
Kim Marie, just look at the right-hand side. If you click the box,
I found it.
Top right of your screen.
Yep. Okay. Yep, I found it. Okay. There's many people who are already on the sidelines. They're tired. Their vessels are sunk. They've had their houses taken away from them. I get all that. There's a lot of injured people hobbling right now. If people want to wait, I promise you, we are all due reparations and they're coming. I've known that for many years. It didn't stop me from wanting to study to learn how to help people right now, though. So many of you who have a job, who are, you're maybe you're getting benefits. I'm not getting any benefits monthly. I'm literally, by the grace of God, being taken care of because it's not even safe to Lyft drive anymore in this town that I'm in because of all the. They're using Lyft drivers now as getaway cars. Okay, so it's been very unsafe for me to do that job. So I've just committed to doing this 100% of the time and having faith, and I know that I'll be taken care of. I just need shelter and food, and it's being provided. So I'm fine. So at the end of the day, people can wait, and there's going to come a day when you are going to get restitution, and you're not going to have to even probably ever look at one of these documents again. I know from people who've worked at the IRS for a long time, and I can assure you that these forever forms that we're getting when you go to order forms at the IRS, oh, wow. Oh, cool. There's nothing to date on. Okay. If you were to order these and you get these, what's called forever forms, and you see how you can fill in the date or the year on that.
It says
That'll allow-
dividends and distributions. It's kind of blurry. What form is that? Oh, the 1099 DIV.
Do you see the calendar though of the year? Hold on. You see the calendar year, how you can fill it in?
Yes.
Okay. They call these forever forms, which means we get to go back as far back as we want, probably to the year 2000, and claim on these red checks. Okay. Why? Because in the future, when the IRS turns into the paymaster, we're going to be getting an year-end summary of what we spent, where we spent it, and what we're owed back, actually and honestly and lawfully and celebratedly. Okay? And if you agree with what their ledger keeping is showing you that you're due back, you just sign, stick it in the mail, send it off, and your return or your automatic deposit, direct deposit, or whatever, it'll end up in your bank. We will not be having to think about how to recoup in the next 5 years. I'm telling you, this is all going to be available for anyone who wants to make a claim going forward. A business that might have gotten bought out, an old business of your parents, maybe, that you want to wind up all the affairs, but you don't want to leave any credits on the table. These are going to be available for anybody who wants to make a claim. But for so many years, everyone's been coveting all this information and no one's been really sharing with people. How can I pay myself once I found out that I could, being a trustee for my trust that I've had since 2009 and never, ever, ever got paid a penny, even though in my bylaws it says each trustee is supposed to get paid $50,000 a year. So I'm going back retroactively. That's what caused me to get that tax return on that third trust return, because I had all the receipts of all my out-of-pocket expenses, all of my billable services, even just picking up the mail in my private mailbox in California since 2009 was billable hours that I've never billed the IRS for back wages. So I finally decided to start doing that. But again, didn't have very many people in my life that understood it to the level that we're all starting to understand it. And I started with the ESs. I started with, hey, what if all of us want to make it really easy right now? And let's keep it really simple. Marduk wants to do this tomorrow. Let's keep it really simple. And let's just do 2023 right now. Let's
Get out your pens, guys.
Yep.
Get out your pens.
Let's just do a 2023 real quick, okay? So put 2023 at the top. Put ES payment 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's just quarters. If Marduk wants to pay himself his lost wages or wages he never got from his Mortmain account, $250,000. So someone divide 250,000 times 4 for me, or divided by 4.
62,500.
Okay, $62,500. This is an example, as if Marduk wanted to do this, he would put 62,000 a quarter if he were really to get paid what a trustee gets paid. It's
Kimmery, are you ledgering this right now? People are wondering if you're working on a form. Yeah, so we're just ledgering right now, guys.
Yeah.
Make a box with 4 columns, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're filing quarterly, right? So that's where the dividing by 4 comes in for your yearly salary. So that's why she's saying each quarter you want to get paid 62,500. Write that in every single column right now. Just do that right now, okay? Sorry, Kimmery, go ahead.
Nope, you're good. Thank you for that. Now, someone's going to ask you, what makes you think you can get paid $62,000 a quarter? Okay, well, an attorney in fact, a commissioner, an advisor, a wealth manager, a broker,
a CPA.
CPA, 75 an hour minimum. Guess what trustees get paid to manage a trust? bona fiably so. 200 to 250 to 300. If they're managing more than 10 accounts, it could be upwards of $550 an hour.
Wow.
That I never paid myself, never knew I could pay myself for managing, picking up the mail for all 7 trusts that I created way back in 2009. So when I realized I could pay myself and I did my 1041 and I filed for those trusts, that's why I've gotten back 3 tax returns so far. It's for back wages. 1041 ES.
Oh, okay. So when she was talking, so when you're talking about doing the trust return and utilizing those entities, let this sink in, guys. She was a trustee for that trust for however many years. So the way she recouped that money for her back pay for not getting her compensation, not income,
Yep.
compensation. She's doing the 1041 ES for her trust and then filing a 1041 tax return, as well as I'm assuming a 1041V payment voucher.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yep.
But we'll get into that more. Please continue. This is wonderful.
This is perfect. Yes. Okay. So I was just going to do a real quick calculate. Give me 1 second to calculate. So it was 2009 plus 2023. No, how do I do that? How many years is that? Oh, I got to subtract. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm literally like,
2009 would be 14 or 15 years.
Okay. Thank you. So 15, so 15
I'll be
years.
your calculator.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So 15 years, let's just say, I've been picking up mail at the private mailbox, lost in the sea of commerce. Okay? I was a hairdresser for many of those years, working as a 1099, was working for different film companies, and they would 1099 me because I'm a hairdresser and I have a skill. So they would just 1099 me when we finished working on a film. Okay, so 15 years times, 250,000 is minimum if you think about the hours that you spend ledgering and managing. So let's just go 15 years times.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we doing this to 2023? Is that what you said? Or 2024? Yes. Okay, so that's 14. My apologies.
Okay, 14. Let's just do 14. Okay, real quick. Do the math. 250 times 14 years. Wait a minute. Why is that? Hold on. Why is that not? 250,000. Sorry. I'm shorting myself. See, I'm telling you, we're so not used to this. 250,111. Okay. 250,000 times 14 years. Okay. So minimum. Okay. This is just minimum. Just to keep everything easy, let's just say 250,000 a year we're owed for running a family, managing a business. Maybe we've had a gig, 2 side jobs. Minimum for being a trustee, the private mailbox is still open. In the compliance officer's eyes, Briar Hill New Horizons Trust is a boat that is docked in a private mailbox where it's irrevocable trust. There were 4 trustees that settled another 7 or 9. I brought 3 over here to Texas that I'm working out of. So imagine I've got 9 trusts that I settled back in 2009 when I was helping other people, and I was the agent for their trust. Now, 3 or 4 of those people have actually passed away. But I'm still the trustee responsible to get their surviving wife and children the new mana. I'm the trustee of record. And now I have this new knowledge. I get to get them back their funds that their husband who died should have been paying himself and his family all those years. Because if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for him, right?
Right.
On the record, I'm his trustee. I never charge them for anything except for literally an administration fee of $150 to put their documents together so their family could be put into a trust, and they had a trust now that couldn't get garnished or levied. That was the best I could do at the time with the knowledge I had at the time. So I just charged for my printing and my documents and my because I was gifted the trust templates and the signatory pages, and they were all irrevocable common law trusts. Okay, so because I was gifted that, I just went to work helping other people with that, and a lot of people did not know how to do all this stuff. So I agreed to be their agent for free, which means I had to put that trust name at my private mailbox, and I had to pay $14 a quarter per trust that received mail at that private mailbox. That's an agent of service.
Sure.
And all these years, we've been paying like $160 a year just so that those trusts can have a viable business address to collect returns at.
Mm.
Get it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait,
so,
and you guys, for
ahead.
those of you asking about 1099s and stuff right now, what we're focusing on is just your lost wages, your lost compensation. Okay. All you're doing right now is she's tallying up all those years where she never got paid for her services and was an indentured servant, essentially, and she's recouping her lost salary. Okay. So that's it. There is no form number right now. This is just ledgering on a piece of paper. Okay.
And I'm going to tell you the best advice I got, which allowed me to run home and file those tax returns, 1041s. When I was trying to move one of my trusts here, I took my irrevocable common law trust over to, I had a non-interest bearing account at Chase. And I was trying to now open up a private trust account so that I could wind up my affairs with my trust being residing in California. I wanted 3 of them now to reside in Texas. Okay. So what was I doing? Trying to establish the banking. I had a private mailbox here where my 3 trusts could receive. It's called the firm book, and it's called responsible mail. If you're
accountable mail
for other people's money, you are considered what I would call, you are a trustee fiduciary, you're attorney in fact, you're basically doing all this administration, but you're not getting paid for it. So I had started finally getting claiming back for me because I had a duty to do that so my ship wouldn't sink. So this is called accountable mail. Sorry, not responsible mail, accountable mail, okay? So accountable mail is a ledger where if I'm in the process, if I've sent over my ESs to the accounting department at the IRS on behalf of Marduk, let's say, because he's working on my ship and I'm the compliance officer, and my job is to get his reporting in of what his payer promised to pay him on a 1099. My job is to make sure I get all those dropped in the mailbox the minute we hit shore, wherever we're at, right? So a compliance officer would behoove themselves to take care of their records in a firm book. And then if you're taking care of a family or offspring or an estate, which I'm not, I have animals and a longtime boyfriend. I don't have an estate. It's me, myself, and I basically out in the world. Okay. And so, but if you have a husband or children, then you're technically, by nature of trust law, you are technically considered a private estate and a living trustee taking care of all you and your offspring. And that's where the manifold comes in. If your son's getting ready to go to college and he goes and finds a car at a dealership, he gets the purchase order and he goes and he puts it on his damn dad's desk. That's how the rich people have been doing it. Here's my latest want, Dad. The dad gets the invoice and the dad procures the ES payments, because the kid's getting ready to go off to college, and he's the one that does the taxes for his kid anyway. Well, while he's in college, the dad still gets to write the kid off, right? So the dad's going to want to benefit from the fruit of his labor. His offspring is still part of the farm, part of the estate, part of the home workers.
That's his ship.
It's his ship.
He's the captain, and his kids are the workers. Yeah,
that's right. And we all were supposed to get allowance back in the day, and now we're just recouping our allowance we were supposed to get. Okay, so we would put that invoice, and then the father actually gets to get back in a recoupment in a tax return, gets to get back any college tuition fees that he pays. It's called the business of the family expense.
Wow.
Right? So the son is going and learning and educating himself while the father still allows him shelter here but pays for his apartment at college. But the family are still sharing all the proceeds, or I call them units, because we're just circling them around until we're made whole, until we get our credit where credit is due back in the safe at the house. Right?
When you look at these wealthy families too, they all have their trusts that they operate through, and they pool their wealth into, and I guess recycle their credits as I'm now starting to kind of see how this works,
If you're either recouping them or abandoning them, that's it.
Sure. And that's generational wealth too, right there.
Now, because I know that Nasara and Jassara is coming, because we've all been injured by having our Social Security cards, I know in my heart of hearts what's around the corner is all of us are about to get a stipend of like $4,000 a month or something like that. We are all going to get time to rest and recoup. Okay, I know this. But I love this game that I've learned, because my favorite game when I was a kid was Monopoly, of course, because I realized at an early age that you get to pull out all your little construction paper and you can make your money look like anything you want. I mean, that's what I was doing when I was like 9 years old. Okay. So what our golden tickets in the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, my favorite movie, what our golden tickets look like right now, receipts, what they actually, a claim ticket, what it looks like right now, because of the way our system is set up. Watch this. It's going to blow your mind right now. So many of these they're all from they're all stamped.
You're going down
treasury.
memory lane right now, huh?
Yeah, these are so much processing in 3 years, you guys. Oh my God, I have so much coming back to me. This one was interesting. I'll talk about that in a second. This one is campus support. I think I might have all my ones that a bank signed it actually in one single binder, because those are securities. For a while there on my ESs, when you get a stamp back, guess what? You're going to get, I don't know. It's so much is changing so fast though. It was being stamped from JP Morgan. Big ol' stamp, JP Morgan for the Internal Revenue Service.
On the return receipt?
Bank, security, green card, bond number, tracking number,
Sure.
ledgerable event. Okay, a lottery ticket. Okay, how do you know that you won the lottery and someone else didn't? Because you have that lottery has a specific ID number on it. Well, every single one of these have a specific number on it. And 3 years ago, they even started adding a separate bar card number for the green card. Okay. That's how come I know that these are all securities. Okay. Now, can you say, haven't been made whole yet? And my job is to keep them. And now let me tell you also the most important part of the receipt. Circled and tell us how we're doing, because we're public and we're private. But in order for us to maintain our status as essential during martial law, we'd love it if you would use this QR code and tell us how we did today with your giant mailing, making them. I would not be able to do commerce or communicate under martial law if it wasn't for the post office. How many of you know that?
I know that they're the first bank, that's for sure.
Tell me this is not a vote for essentiality.
Explain.
For a trust who's gotten 3 tax returns so far. Out of 3 years of processing, I've gotten 3 back. You know what? You want to know why?
Tell me.
Because for the first 2 years, I created way too much credit, so my ship is lopsided. Get it? See, basically the credit's sitting over there, and until I actually recoup it, it's abandoned. And if I die before I get my lottery ticket, they have a duty as a fiduciary to go back 3 years, settle any tax bills that I may have had, pay for the funeral expenses if my body doesn't get acclaimed by anybody. And they have a duty to make sure I rest in peace. Because why? They get to profit off of all the interest that went back into the what? Charitable remainder trust.
So, Kim Marie, let's try to. You were ledgering really quick. So with the ledger, let's try to go through that, because there's people. I'm about to. You guys are asking a lot of the same questions in there. I know you're impatient. Let's just hear what she has to say, but real quick for the paying ourselves and the ledgering. You said back to 2009 is what you were doing, right? What did you say?
Okay. So I was doing, so do 3 million times 7.
Why are you doing 3 million?
Oh, because I did 250,000 times 14 years is what minimum I'm due back from each trust, from one trust.
Okay.
That's 21 million.
Is that 21 million? Okay.
Wait, times 4.
No. So 7 he just did the math for me. So 3,500,000 times 7 trusts that I worked for no pay.
Oh no, that's more than 21 million. If you add the 5 in, that would be an extra 24.5 or 25.
Okay. All right. So my records show 24,500,000 would be a base of lost wages that I'm now operating under the doctrine of discovery, the benefit of discovery. The minute you realize you left your credit, didn't claim it, and abandoned it, and we get a notice that our Social Security cards are being held for ransom, I'm getting my pen out, getting ready, because I'm taking that personal, and I'm saying, I'm owed myself 24 million. I best cough up that ransom. You feel it?
Yeah, because it's their duty to pay the beneficiary before anybody else. And the fact I was missing that until now, but it just clicked. It's their duty to pay the beneficiary of that trust. Who's the beneficiary of that trust? Supposed to be us. And now that it's in the hands of the general public, they have to act now before somebody else takes the money.
That's exactly right.
Otherwise, they're in breach of fiduciary capacity, or they are That's a breach of trust.
It is a breach
that makes
yeah.
a lot of sense. Okay.
And it also, what you just got is the basis for why we were given the enforcement that we were only a few weeks back, that who's the new record keeper of all of our claims. We've never had enforcement. So if anybody in the gallery is saying, okay, fine, they breached the trust, they never paid me before, what's going to make them pay me now? Now there's enforcement if they don't perform. We get to send our claim to 3,000 something headquarters. I'll make sure everybody has the address. Because before you pop that little ransom in the mailbox, you should know ahead of time if they don't perform for you where you get to go complain. Performance? If I'm injured as the Benny and I'm not paid, I have to be able to report it to somebody who's in charge of the records.
Sure.
Marines, the only ones who can go arrest a president of a treasury, a court officer of any kind of a policy enforcer, any kind of a bill collector, any kind of a banker, any kind of a lawyer, any kind of a title of nobility, all the ones that have been holding all of our proceeds, all of our award, or all of our settlement, or all of our whatever, all of it's been being held back by the gatekeepers who didn't want us to know how to do what we're learning how to do right now. So now they're all actually in breach. We're moving them out of the way, and we're turning in our claims.
So you're telling me I need to send this to Jeremy's house if they don't perform?
No.
I'm
So
joking.
I in order for the paymaster, which is the treasury, the comptroller, and the de jure trust escrow account, where all that gold got clawed back, all the sale of P. Diddy's houses and all those people's houses for human trafficking, the sale of all those houses, all that gold, all that asset value got clawed back, and it's sitting in the de jure, ready for the sovereign to come and claim their portion. I'm not going to stop when I start getting $4,000 a month. I'm not going to stop, because I have a duty to get this back for all of my years of energy that I didn't know I could get.
You're reporting. What does reporting mean? You are bringing the bills back to the port.
And I'm grabbing provisions for my love boat so I can actually be out in the world teaching people, teach one, preach one.
Yeah.
Because even if someone's satisfied with $4,000 a month and they don't want to do any of this, they don't have to. What if they never had a business? What if they're not called to go back and recoup? That's fine. Be happy with your $4,000 a month and go off and create your life. Go off and vacation. Go off and relax. Do whatever you want. It's going to be free will choice from here on out, everybody. Everybody.
But I encourage everybody to not sit and wait, because we need to be competent and handle our own affairs. That's what, if you read the Bible, especially, like, you need faith without works is dead, so we need to, I understand what you're saying. There's some people who it's really hard for them to grasp their head around this, but half the time the conspiracy theorist in me says too, like, they just want me to be sit around waiting. You know what I mean? So we need to be proactive about this kind of stuff. And I absolutely love how, it's simple to me. I'm happy to, we'll chat about this some more, guys. We go on TikTok live like every night too, so we can talk about it, in the future. But let's hear, you did your ledger, right?
Okay.
You have your ledger, your quarterly.
Yeah.
What you're owed quarterly.
Yeah, so we'll just go back to 2023 and make it simple and do one claim at a time. So now we're back to 2023. I'm giving you the basis by which I'm creating my worth and my value and my generational wealth going forward in time.
Yes.
Okay. So since we can't file for 2024 yet, we can deposit 2024s of what we intend to live on when 2024 rolls around. So what we're starting with is 2023 because that's the only one that the accounting department in Kansas City, Missouri they actually have a ledger for 2023 that they can fill up like a cookie jar and pop out your tax return because you just sent in your ES and your V claim. Okay. Those credits within about 2 weeks will show up on your transcript, your individual transcript, if you do a 1040. Any credits you're looking for from the trust side is all private. You're going to have to, if you want to see a transcript from that, you have to do a 1046T. You have to make sure you put the taxpayer and who's the fiduciary and what years and what quarters do you want, and they have to fax all that to you because you may want to be doing a final accounting and you may want to terminate a trust and you may need a final accounting so you can just wrap it all up, but that's a whole other thing. I want all of us to start to pay ourselves as the sovereign through the 1040, 1040X amended, or a 1040 NR if it's someone in your family who's passed on, or a 1040 SR if you're at retirement age, qualifying for retirement benefits. Okay. And so we're just going to work on 2023 because everyone can do 2023 and stick that in the post office. Okay. By the end of the week. So 2023, I'm saying I'm worth minimum $250,000 a year. 662,000 a quarter. Okay, fine. And now we're going to fill that out and we're going to put the information on the front of it. You all understand now and know what cash means. Don't send cash, but send a money order. So consider this ES is a money order and the
Transmittal
receipt.
form.
It's yes. So it's the ES would be like a prayer and the 1040V would be like a cash payment because both of them are paid to the United States Treasury for credit side gets handled. The V gets handled, but you take the full amount in total and you put that in the V box, flip it over, pay to the United States Treasury for credit to Social Security number, tax form 1040B, tax year 2023, and then you write out the amount just like you would if you were writing a check and you had to write in cursive. $250,000, no cents. And you put a little negative sign in front of it because that means credit. But you just did cursive and you just wrote the amount out because you're actually creating real money of exchange. Okay? A unit of exchange or a negotiable instrument. Why negotiable? Because some people may not have paid their or filed their tax returns in the last 3 years and they have a little debt sitting over here. If they look on their transcripts, they're going to see, oh, your business, you didn't file the last 3 years. So we went back and did an audit and it shows that you owed for whatever. Let's say that you've got a little outstanding debt over there. Well, when you send in your ESs and your V, you're holding them harmless to do the accounting and send you back whatever is true and just based on the accounting that they have connected to your social. So they may send you an adjustment letter and they may say, well, we saw that there was a frivolous filing done in 2022. We charged you $5,000 for that. So we changed your tax return from $250,000 to $249,050. Okay. So they will be in touch with you though, because they're the accounting, they're the bean counters. So their job is to close out and settle your books for 2023. And until your debt is paid, they can't issue you an overpayment. It's just like if you have a bank account that's overdrawn, until you get the bank account back liquid or back even, they have to charge you overdraft fees, because what's happened is we lost this person. This person is lost in commerce now, and they've abandoned their contract with us. And so we're charging their account in hopes of getting them off the couch and waking up. If they passed out in their car from asphyxiation, we're hoping, if we ping you enough, someone's going to open up your bank statement and see that you're in trouble. Okay. So 2023. Okay. So now you've got it.
Kim Marie, if you're not, I just got the bandwidth warning again. Turn off your share screen until you're ready to share again.
Yep, I'm going to share right now.
You can leave your camera on if you want, or just do one or the other for now.
Okay. Okay.
It's, I guess, taking a lot of bandwidth. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to share the ES form, and I'm going to show you all the worksheet now that you're looking at, and show you that that's the one that you would keep. Here we go. Back to the ES. Okay. All right, so we're going to go back over here to the worksheet. So now here's your 4 quarters that you get to put your 250 divided by 4. Okay?
That makes sense. So
keep for your records. Look, they cannot tell you enough. This is a security. They may ask you for the ledger. They may ask you for a copy of the back of your check or something. They might ask you for that. You can send them your record and the front and back copies of your script that you wrote to order your money. That's how I got credits, 1.7 in credits on my transcript just from doing ESs.
So if I'm getting ahead a little bit, but if you click on her little share screen right now, you'll see she has a 1040 ES in front of you. If you can't click on her screen, pull it up on your phone. Okay. What page number is this? Kim Marie, 2? Page 2?
It is page 9.
Page 9. On page 9 at the top, it says record of estimated tax payments, in parentheses, farmers, fishermen, fiscal year taxpayers. We are ledgering right now the quarterly, future, or past. In this instance, we're ledgering how much money we were supposed to get in wages every quarter. There's 4 quarters in a year, just like there's 4 quarters in a dollar. Okay, she's saying $250,000 is what I'm supposed to be getting as a trustee, attorney in fact, CPA, because I'm wearing all these hats in commerce and I'm not getting paid. I'm pretty sure that's the definition of indentured servitude. If you're doing all this stuff, you're not getting paid. So here she's ledgering for each quarter. If she came to the conclusion that I'm owed $250K a year for everything I do and my expenses, she broke it down between 4 quarters, $62,500 for the first quarter, $62,500 for the next, and so on. In the next column, she's writing the date that she was to be paid that, the same date that's showing in the payment due date. The check number, where is that coming from, Kim Marie?
So I made this up. What this could be is your certified mail receipt number on all of them.
Would that be the same certified mail receipt number, or what do you mean by that?
Well, let's say someone wants to do all 4 years for 2023 in advance. So it would just go in one certified mail package. And then now, the other thing you could put, let's see, money order number. You could also put, if you didn't have room for a certified mail receipt number, you can put the OMB. Hold on. This is where right? The OMB number of the form that you paid yourself to fill out.
Which is the ES.
40V. Let's go V. Let's go V now. The voucher for 2023.
And the voucher, the reason she's doing that, the voucher is the money order, guys. When you turn that into a money order. So the ES is making the claim or the prayer. It's the report. Think of it as the report. You're letting them know it's a notice. And the 1040V is the money order for the credits that she's claiming on the notice.
So you could put OMB number here and create your own identifier at the end. You could do 15450742023.
Are you on a different window right now, Kimmery?
Oh,
because I can't see what you're doing.
I did. I went to the 1040B real quick. Sorry, I thought it was sharing. Give me 1 second.
You're fine.
One second. Oh, entire screen. Here we go. I thought I did that last time. Here it comes.
It's okay.
All right. You see it? 1040?
Yes. There we go. Yes.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. So you can create your own identifying numbers if you want. You can use the OMB number here on the right side. We've got a CAT number 20975C. We've got, you can just you can create your own identifying number. On these, what it says here, okay? So important when you read the instructions, which we will do this in a minute, but I'm going to pop back over to the ES so we get that complete. It's important for you to know these are the locations where typically the V attached to a payment coupon, okay? There's a reception center, and then there's a accounting adjustment payment center, okay? So
I'm guessing we want B.
Well, but what happens is once you put both vouchers in the same envelope, even though the instructions say send it here, if you live here, okay? This is just like a routing for different people who have to file state returns. Because these states, some of the states you have a state filing. In this case, an ES is, so an ES and a voucher is they don't know until you file your return whether you're filing as just a federal return as an independent contractor, sole proprietor, small business return, let's say a sole proprietor tax return, okay, which would keep it federal. If you file a 1040 or an SR or an NR, there's been a check and a balance between Social Security Administration and the local, we'll call it local, stateside, local filer. They have to cross-reference and cross-check when you file a tax return that's anything other than just a withholding tax return. So when you send these in, it goes into an accounting record. They wait for your tax filing, your tax return that you're filing to make the adjustment, the settlement, the closure. They will put a 1040V and a 1040 ES on your transcript that your Social Security person has access to. They will do that. They will put those credits there. When the credits start to get really high, what I noticed is they scoop them off and put them on the private side so that you collect it on a 1041 or a 541 for a fiduciary or a trustee, because now you're dealing in higher tax bracket, like a higher tax return bracket, right?
Sure.
So notice that they say no checks of 100 million or more accepted. Okay. I mean, the minute that I read that, I was like, are you kidding me?
Guess who got 100 million?
No. Let's stay modest here, guys. Don't shut this down for everybody.
But I did see the EFTPS system on this same application we looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We
Yep.
can integrate that in this procedure.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's a whole other beautiful basket of nothing but love. So some people, you know how we've been asked for the last 2 years to take your IRAs, take your money out of the banks. Remember? What
Basically,
if really
yeah.
okay, what if trust babies or people with lots of money had, 10 million, 30 million stowed away in an investment brokerage account, right? That was their family was going to live on that for the next 3 or 4 years. But we're in a martial law situation where everybody's saying, take your money out, take your money out. Why do you think they told us to take the money out of the brokerage accounts?
Is the system going to change? I don't know. Why?
Yeah, but why wouldn't your 50 million dollars be safe in a brokerage account?
Tell me. I want to know.
Okay. If the ones who've been stealing from our Social Security cards for at least 75 years
Oh, they're going down.
have been doing 100 million or less in their stealing, what is there to protect us from having our retirement and all of our savings wiped out by the banks worried about a bank run? So
Right.
what are we actually doing? When we were hearing from people on these news sites, Restore the Republic, whatever, to take your money out, that it's not safe. It's because they were trying to say without saying, the pirates are actually the banks. Okay? We're shorting the banks. What are we shorting them of? Liquidity, Basel III compliance of having collateral so that they can't make loans if you don't have the collateral. If you don't have the deposits, you can't make the loans, right?
Right.
What has FDIC always been in place to protect the banks from?
The insurance.
Thank you. So why would this be no checks of $1 million or more are accepted?
Because it's insured at 100 million.
That's exactly right. And you best believe those brokerage firms, those escrow holding account holders, you best believe they've been writing checks for 100 million off our backs for 75 years and tucking away that money in a little Panama bank account somewhere offshore. Yo, they call that money laundering and stealing in my world. Can I get at least an amen on
And a
that?
hallelujah.
Amen,
Okay.
sister.
How'd you juju? How'd you juju?
Oh.
Okay. All right. So now our base currency has been so debased that our dollar bill, which is the only thing that actually has 4 quarters in it, the dollar bill is still tradable currency that has the value of 4 quarters in it. But because I don't know if you know this, but when you take a dollar bill and you create a denomination of $5, what you've just done is 1 divided by 5. So the $5 bill, while it makes you think that it's more than $1, it's actually a ratio in a trade transaction of a unit that's been debased. So $10 is 10 into $1. So now you see why JP Morgan had an interest in shorting the marketplace and hoarding, more like hoarding, not shorting, but hoarding all the silver and the price of the silver to suppress the demand for silver and gold so that none of us would get a heads up that the banks might be running out of collateral sometime soon. And that we might do well with holding silver or gold in our safe at home rather than a stash or a cache of $100 bills. Because $100 bill is really just 100 100 divided by the value of 4 quarters in a marketplace regarding transactions. So the higher you go in a denomination, the more liquidity the Federal Reserve had to create by way of paper that was baseless and backless and no gold in it, because there was a demand for what? Transactions. So if we don't have, if the bread at the store, we can't buy it for $1, they make us have to break a $5 bill now. What does that create in the economy? A demand for more debased $5 bills. So they're raising the price of the bread. It's actually a hidden tax that you're paying by having to bust out the 5.
Wow. So what about the postal money orders? Are those really back $1,000?
So that's what I was going to say right now. Look at what I just highlighted. The only thing that is insured at $1,000 a transaction is a 4/4 dollar or a dollar money order. So if you buy a $10 money order, you've actually just underwrote $10,000 of silver or gold. Basically, you backed it with your golden signature, because it's called biblically speaking, it's called the law of returns, 10-fold returns, 7-fold returns. It's
7 times 77.
Yeah. So, okay, I can't remember exactly how, but I'm just trying to give you guys an understanding of, I got to talk a little bit lower because I'm in a studio that's an old warehouse. It's an old energy building, and my voice carries like crazy through the walls. So, okay, I get so excited. I have to use my inside voice. Okay.
No, I love it. You have so much energy. It's crazy.
All right. So check it out. Pay by cash. Let's say at the post office, at an in-person payment option for individuals provided through retail partners. Here's your post office, with a maximum of $1,000 per day per transaction. What did we just say cash was? A money order, it's a promissory note. When you buy a loaf of bread for $5 and the cashier gives you $3 back and a receipt, what did you just get back? You got a receipt that's promising to pay you back your $2 you paid for the bread because you voted to keep the grocery store in business another quarter. It's a vote. And we're paying the tax on it, and every transaction is an excise tax due back to us dollar for dollar if and when we report it. So technically speaking, because we now know the new meaning of cash, we can actually times each dollar by 1,000 and turn our country back into a credit-based country instead of a debt-based country because we abandoned all of our credits. So if you go over here back to the ES, tell me if it switches over.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So, let's go right here back to
Recording has stopped.
uh-oh.
Magic, the recording timed out again. Would you mind starting it over? Magic, you there? Let me text her real quick. This is an important part.
Oh, this is so huge right here.
Recording is on.
Okay. All right. Notice to taxpayers presenting checks. Okay. Remember how we used to get canceled checks in the mail and they would say, you can use this like an original check? They're not talking to the average person who doesn't understand, but I already wrote the check and I already cashed the check. My bank just sent it back to me like a receipt. Well, it's a canceled check means it's a credit due back to you if you expense it on a Schedule D as a sole proprietor. But they didn't teach us all that. So what they're saying here, they have to let you know why you're not going to get a microfiche or a copy. You're not going to get the copies back from the accounting department in Kansas City. Your receipt is really your certified mail receipt, your tracking number, your green card, whatever. They're not going to send you back a digitized copy because our taxes are private information. And they don't want anybody holding us hostage until we get our tax return in the mail. And then they take our tax return and they slice our throat and they take off with our money. They don't know who is at home that's in danger. They just don't know. So they're trying to keep us safe. Everything I think about everything from insurance and liability perspectives. So when I read this, I'm reading it as the guardian responsible for my voiceless 18-year-old autistic niece. I'm reading it for her. Does that make sense? So
For sure.
when you provide us what we're all calling a check as payment, which is an ES and a voucher, okay? You authorize us either to use information on your check or money order to make a one-time electronic fund transfer. If you happen to send it to us from your business bank account, we're just going to ping it once. Or from your account, or I always love it when they give me the or because it's a choice. What perspective? Is your glass half full or is it half empty? Do you have a Mortmain account where there's a ton of credits that you haven't used? Or are you going to take the victim stance and say, I don't have enough money to pay in my bank account, IRS, F you? So either or, I get to make a choice now. I'm sovereign and I'm making my free will choice. Or to process the payment as a check transaction. Get it? So when we use information on your check to make an electronic funds transfer, funds may be withdrawn from your Mortmain account as soon as the same day we receive your payment. There's your EFTPS right there. They will only take it off the private brokerage closed set-off account first before they'll take it from your labor. They're always looking for the credit side to do a withdrawal from your Mortmain account. So if the bankers and attorneys have been able to do this for millions of dollars, guess who gets to do it now and better? So, and you will not, they have to tell us they're not going to send us back a copy of our script that we made payable to the United States Treasury. And you will not receive your check back from the financial institution. So they've always been very great with letting me know, we just need to see a copy of your canceled check, the back of your check, the copies of your ledger, copies of your statements. They call them statements. Okay, we need a copy of your statement. They're not asking for a banking statement, they're asking for this. Think of an ES as a statement or a money order directive.
Your employee
Essentially,
statement.
Yes, employee statement. Perfect.
we
There you
could
go.
send in the payment as the 1040V, connect all of our debts to the EFTPS, and they'll settle it and send us back a refund from the payment that we sent on the V.
Well, you would claim, so that's getting ahead of what we're talking about here. We're talking about paying yourself for your missing salary, okay? But I'm assuming, I don't want to get sidetracked because there's people who are not.
He may know something about EFTPS that we don't know about. Can you just, since I brought up the EFTPS, are you telling us, fine gentlemen, that you have sent in an ES and a voucher into the EFTPS Colorado address and received a tax return?
No, I know somebody that got some of their stuff settled and they send returns, they send refunds from it. So when I got my PIN number from EFTPS, I set my account up and you can attach all of your stuff there and get it paid. So as you were saying,
Wait, hold on. So attach your receipts where?
like if you got a credit card account, you can attach your credit card account to the EFTPS and pay.
Like actually link like my Capital One account, I'll log in and link it on the EFTPS.
Yeah. And so as she was saying that, it just clicked in my head. Maybe that's how that works, because it just said either we'll take a payment from your account or we'll do that as a check, that payment as a check. And we know that the 1040V is a cash payment, right?
Yeah, but so perfect. Thank you for this. But the dots that aren't connecting for me yet. Okay, so let me share it this way. What I've been able to do with EFTPS, when Chase closed my non-interest bearing account, it turned it into a set-off account, and I had used the private credit side of that non-interest bearing account to pay a $250,000 back payment. It's called a TRC, a transfer. I transferred it from my private side of my non-interest bearing account, so the credit side of Chase, to a I authorized them, so it created an electronic funds transfer confirmation number. I took that, made a copy of that receipt, and used that for the basis of filing my 1099 NEC, my miscellaneous, whatever 1099 that I wanted to create to put that $250,000 into a withholding box. Because remember, if you pay the tax, you get it back dollar for dollar. And the withholding box is what you get back dollar for dollar when you attach it to a return. But as you all know, that on a 1040, 1099 miscellaneous, you get back just what's in the withholding box if you've ever done your own taxes. So I'm trying to connect the dots with what the gentleman's saying. I've used the backside of the credit side, and the woman even showed me, she turned the computer and showed me the 600,000 in credits that had run through their account. It didn't overdraw my account because there was maybe like $75 in the account, right? It didn't overdraw it because it was EFTPS taking 200,000 times 3, let's say. I think I did 3 different payments off the credit side. And when I saw that they didn't close the account, I just kept using the EFTPS system to make receipts or federal tax deposits. So, to my knowledge, with all the instructions that I've been reading so far, I haven't seen that that's injuring or harming anyone, other than that it's using the credit side of my non-interest bearing checking account that I'm the owner and holder in due course of. It's not like the bank is. Certainly they would have let me know, and they would have closed my account if they were losing somehow. Does that make sense? So I prayed about this and before I used it several different times to create the receipts that I was looking for. Okay. Now, that's one of the things that the agent was wanting to know, how I actually did that, because I used the EFTPS to pay the erroneous tax bill that his office had sent me. So clearly the Treasury is able to see those deposits or those payments, but I never received anything from the Treasury saying that was an unauthorized transaction. Where's the injured party? When I did do it several times using Fidelity, that's a brokerage account. Fidelity, because I had my online account profile set up, whenever I would make a really large tax deposit like that off the credit side of my Fidelity brokerage account, they would just send me a text that said a transaction for over 100,000 was ledger, or I can't remember what they said on the. It was very sort of just a notification, really, to let me know. And they said, if you made this, if you generated this transaction, then no need to call us. If you didn't, please contact us right away. That's all Fidelity ever said. And one of them that I did was for, $850,000 in credits.
So and I have a gentleman in here named Ross Bay. I don't know why it's making everybody go to visitor only mode. They're not able to join and talk. He's very brilliant when it comes to taxes and everything we're trying to accomplish
Yay!
here. And he brought up the idea of a WIFIT. Are you familiar with the widely held fixed investment trust?
Oh, way back in the day, but I never. Yeah.
The reason being, WIFITs hold pools of assets, right? Mortgage-backed securities, fixed income investments. What are those? Those are all these securities we're issuing when we're using credit cards. And when the trust generates income, those positive statements, right, that we get in the mail, those positive receipts monthly, those are supposed to be distributed to the beneficiaries of that trust. Okay. You can connect a WIFIT to the EFTPS system. I think he just said WIFIT in the chat, and I'm assuming that's why he brought that up, because you can report. That's something we'll have to connect and look into, Kimmery. I would love to connect you two too and have a meeting of the minds there. He's absolutely brilliant. And there are ways with this whole system that maybe we can automate.
Marduk, if Ross hits, because I was stuck in that room, if you go all the way up where it says come out of the name of the thing, I clicked on it and it got me in here. So maybe try that.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to sidetrack everybody too, but that's a big automation and getting funds. Well, actually, you got your check in 2 weeks, so I guess it doesn't take that long. But regardless of the fact, maybe that's something we can explore in the future too, Kimmery. Your brain works in a very beautiful way, and it seems like you can decode things pretty easily. So when we work together on these sorts of things, like,
Yeah,
it'll be easier to.
I totally appreciate what he's saying, because it kind of helps drop down the Akashic, like the codes that I get. They're like big cue cards, but they're more like kind of like a sacred geometry, and I'm able to.
Wicket numbers are backed by mortgages and all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
They're talking about the Wiffit and how it can tie into this whole EF.
Brother, there's a lot of feedback in your mic. Give me 1 second here. Can you mute real quick, Rick? Because it's just looping reverb.
So one of the things.
I muted him. No worries.
Okay. So one of the things that we're all starting to wake up from a very dusty dogma of disinformation is that there's been a lot of gatekeepers that have been keeping us from understanding how all these pieces work together. But where I'm coming from and where my results have come from is to take it down to its most simplest, comprehensible. If I can do it, if I can do it for my 18-year-old niece, I can do it for my 80-year-old grandma, right?
Right.
So all this private banking, securities, instruments, escrow, mortgage fraud, banking fraud, pirating and usury, and all this bullshit, in my opinion, is all by design to keep us overwhelmed, uneducated, and actually frozen in action.
I agree.
So what have you with it? What have you done for me lately?
Sounds like a derogatory word when you say it that way.
And I mean no disrespect. Listen, I mean no disrespect to the accountants, to the bookkeepers, to the brokers, to the traders, to the investment brokers, to the wealth managers. But you really, honestly, what have you done for me lately?
Sure.
Besides steal my last tax return to the tune of 1.8, motherfucker. I'm sorry, but it's almost like the line in the sand got drawn, you guys, and we aren't taking it anymore. I'm so glad that someone has a Series 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 license, but what if they haven't been able to help us with their knowledge? They have.
Right.
I know someone personally who, the minute he looked behind the curtain, was a wealth fund manager at a very large firm. I'm not going to name the names, but the minute the shells fell off of his eyes, he had to walk away in conscience. He could not show up to work the next day.
No, I understand. I do. Okay,
so there's that. Okay, so now we have those kind of people that actually are working behind the scenes in our study groups, doing the best they can to confirm things like me and the young gentleman here were just talking about, to try to help us connect the dots. And all it does is, all these years he worked as a Series 6 person, he's just like, it's just more confirmation of how heavy of a dream spell we're waking up from, everybody. And the best thing I feel like I can do is to make our lives a little bit simpler, give us a little bit of hope. And this fine gentleman spoke up and said, well, here's what I heard you can do with the V and the ES or your credit card payments. You can send them over here to EFTPS. Listen, I'm a huge fan of EFTPS. No one that I know in my study group, though, has ever done any testing the way that I had and put my ass on the line, risked the closing of my bank accounts thus far I'm just what they call me, people like me, is penetrators. Okay. I'm not a hacker as much as I'm a penetrator. What does that mean? I'm testing the system without breaching someone else's privacy or their own property, person, papers, and effects. I'm only messing around and testing with my own stuff. Okay? So
100%.
Right. So I'm coming with clean hands. The only person I can technically injure at this stage of my penetrating the system is really my beneficiary, which is my CAF person, which is the person who the investment was originally made in the name of, in the Mortmain account that's now been brought back on shore under agrarian law. So we get to make claims against it as the true intended beneficiary / creditor / trustee or trustor, grantee or grantor. We are the Trinity of the God's holy trust. That's why it's biblical. There's so many reasons why it's biblical. One of which is that the Mortmain account has been brought back to us. Can you say Robin Hood on steroids? Listen, Robin Hood did not steal from the rich and give to the poor. Let me get this straight for everybody right now if you don't know, because you're going to see # Robin Hood on all my TikToks, okay? What Robin Hood actually did is he took the ill-gotten gains that the government had. Oopsie, I took a little bit too much from you guys, but you didn't notice it, so I didn't say anything.
But we also gave it to them as a gift, so they didn't think to mention it, Same deal. Yeah.
Well, if it was a gift, wouldn't there be a naughty list and a nice list somewhere? You feel me?
That's their excuse, at least. Yeah.
Some people didn't pay, and so they should be on the naughty list. Some people stole what the people did pay. They should be on the XXX naughty list. And some people didn't even know that they could pay themselves, pay to the United States Treasury on an ES and a voucher. So
your employee statement, y'all. Your employee statement. Yeah.
Right. It's right. It is. It's an employee statement. And from all my reading, and I'm just sparing you guys needing to read it, but I'm telling you, if you take the time to read this tonight before you go to bed with a highlighter pen, please. Okay. Because I want you to pretend like God is going to show you something. God is going to show you something. Additionally, individuals who are registered domestic partnerships. Can I tell you what that is?
Is that a marriage?
Okay, that's 1D. Can you go 5D for me?
Oh, I didn't see that part. Maybe in a relationship with the government by contract.
Okay. Okay. All right. You're close. I don't want to dangle. Okay. All right. I really want people to realize, though, how we mostly read. What I just dug for a diamond right here. When most people read, they read it at face value. I told you that I'm expecting God to pop something out for me that I didn't know already. Feel me? Who's my messenger? It's not just God. You could say it's divine. You can say it's from the Akashic, but guess who it's really from? It's a combination of all of them, but guess who's trying to talk to us from the other realm? Our ancestors before the words got twisted. So let's just talk about a formal relationship. What's a formal relationship? Can you say the placenta, which is the ship that you came in on? They weighed the ship and they weighed the baby and they invested in you in your weight in gold.
And they registered that ship. Yeah.
That's exactly right. Why can't it be my placenta that was one time alive? The only way I was able to breathe inside that placenta, salt water, hello, was by way of ether. Someone want to tell me how we were breathing, eating, and ingesting ether so that our heart and our lungs could grow? Because one day we might come out of the salt water and have to cough up some water turned upside down so we could breathe in the air because our lungs are finally developed. How did we survive? We survived on ether.
Energy. Yep.
Exactly. Energy. Exactly. So, individual, isn't it interesting? They're not calling us persons here. Oh, that's strange. We're being called individuals. So, we're also being called registered. What did I tell you guys? This is a manifold registry. Where did we used to put our newborn children? In our Bible called a registry. What is it? What is it registering? The word. What else? The bond. What else? The lineage. What else? The inventory of the cornfield that the family farm has been harvesting and taken to market that helped it survive for 50 years. There's a whole lot of things called registered domestic partnerships, just saying. Okay? Civil union, can you say the republic? Oh, let's say Montana does work with Idaho because of the specific cattle that they breed, okay? Montana and Oregon, let's just say, have a civil union. They have a trade partnership. I'm going to send you all this corn and all this hay or whatever, and you're going to send me just 3 cows a year, milking cows. Okay? That's a civil union. That's a bill of lading, actually. Because someone's got to deliver the cows, someone's got to deliver the corn and the wheat or whatever. So there's truck drivers that are the carriers of the bonds and the receipts and the coin and the currency and the exchange and the tariffs and the taxes, right? They're keeping the ledger. So cross-border civil unions. We have relationships with other states in the republic. Okay? But we also have other relationships with, a credit card company. Those are member owned. That's a civil union. Get it? We're relying on them to keep the ledger, keep the books, keep the banking statements for us in safekeeping in case we ever have to do a winding up of our business affairs, our banking affairs. Maybe we lost the matriarch of our home that year. Of our family that year. And we have to wind up all of our civil affairs. That's just public trade, civil. Public trade, okay? And then other pretty much includes everything we just left out. Every other relationship where 2 or more are gathered that aren't marriages under state law cannot make joint estimated tax payments. So marriages under state law cannot make joint estimated tax payments. So you can't make a joint estimated tax payment if you or your spouse is a non-resident. Okay, got it. All right. Non-resident is different. So an NR is different. That means they don't have a mailing address. They don't reside on the land in agrarian law. A non-resident is typically considered one of our grandparents that has passed on. Okay? Non-resident alien would be someone who's let's say a 6 months out of the year farm worker. where I grew up, there was a lot of 6-month farm workers. There was no one else they could find to bend over all day in the hot heat picking strawberries or picking grapes and putting them on the paper, right? Drying the raisins out, okay? So we have to understand alien just simply means, okay, someone who works here 6 months out of the year and goes back home 6 months out of the year, okay? They get to work here. They have permission to work here, pay taxes, transact in commerce while they're here. They even get to sponsor their family members to come over as long as they have a host that's filing the taxes for they're called agriculture workers, okay? It's just 6 months out of the year you pay them on a 1099, okay? All right, so you are another seasonal worker would be a law firm in a lawsuit where you send in a law firm to go in and do an audit of a bank, let's say. You hire 20 accountants that are forensic auditors or accountants. They call that seasonal work, meaning it's kind of like it's not full-time compensation. It's not weekly or biweekly. You're not getting a paycheck, in other words. It is called seasonal work, and the tax auditors or CPAs that go in as auditors, they get paid per job, basically. So however long the job lasts, they call those seasonal workers, which are all people who get to be paid on a 1099. Okay? Non-employee compensation is going to make it a lot easier for people to do because miscellaneous is collectible. The NEC is for non-employee compensation. In the past, the choice was 1099 miscellaneous, but or a W-2. And so the NEC gave us the opportunity, which came out in 2022. It's a new form. It gave us the opportunity to be in the middle. We're not collecting on a W-2 wages that we're not supposed to be taken out of our check. We're not collecting as a non-employee compensation. Sorry, we're not collecting on a W-2 as a laborer or an employee, statutory employee. So the NEC provides us with the middle way, non-employee, meaning like non-statutory employee compensation. So if I was going to hire Marduk as an electrician, as an officer on my ship, in my private ship, working in my estate as a federally privileged worker, I would want to do an NEC for him because I would want his units to be considered compensation so that he only has to file a federal withholding tax return only.
Okay.
Okay. I have way too much knowledge in my brain. Sorry, I went off.
No, you're fine. And yeah, it's good for people to understand the background or even see how you are picking apart these words because everybody needs to try to be doing that. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. And I guess what I'm trying to say really ultimately is that I learned it all by reading this is just the information they give you on the actual ES form.
There's publication after publication. There's all sorts of information.
If you want to pick it apart even any more than you're learning here, but you don't usually need to. They tell you just about everything they need for you to know to get behind your pen and rock and roll. Wow, non-bona fide residents. Wow. Do you guys know what bona fide means?
Is that certified?
It actually, so if we look it up in etymology or the definition of it, I was surprised. You know how we used to say on all of our bonds, we'd say as good as a ball, which is a way of saying clean hands, arm's length.
In good faith. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Bona fide actually means in good faith.
Yeah.
Okay. Very important because it's on your 8821 and your Form 56. I think maybe your 2848 as well. All right. Bona fide officer, they call us a bona fide officer. So in good faith, I am the sister to the placenta that is in the DNA vault. Let's just call it a DNA vault. That's what it is, because that placenta holds my mom, my dad, and my DNA, right? And at one time it was alive in order for the salt water to allow me to grow into a being that had a heart and a lung that could breathe. Okay. There's a flash that happens when the sperm hits the egg for a reason, because that's the moment that the ether or the silver and the gold cord actually make a connection energetically, etherically. Okay. The minute that connection happens, there's a shell that goes around the egg, the egg of potential, to protect it with a barrier so that 10 more sperm don't try to get in, because the woman's womb can't handle that many sperm, okay, in an egg, okay? So it's like Mother Nature and God provided us with the ability to produce offspring in a way that I always wondered and asked this question: how did we come into life while we were in water in our mother's belly? And then when I put the 369 codex together and realized that the phytoplankton along the side of the ocean that the whales eat on, which by the way have the biggest sperm on the planet, the whales eat the phytoplankton, which is ether. That the phytoplankton is what you would call like moss or the underwater.
That's what the Marines eat. That's one of the most healthy. I'm a herbalist. The Marine photo.
Oh, wow.
They got that. You can look at. Well, I don't want to get off, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so just for the people on the call, so God gave us 2 sources of the highest photosynthesizing elements that are actually grown on this planet. One is underwater and it's called phytoplankton. It means that why it glows is because it's the highest photosynthesizing elemental under the water. The highest photosynthesizing elemental that he left for us on top of the earth is cannabinoids. Okay? So
hell yeah, sister.
Okay. Okay. So why do you have to have the female and the male, right? So the hemp and then the cannabinoid that has the flower. Why do you have to have those crops 10 miles apart or more?
So they don't cross pollinate?
Correct. Well, and why wouldn't you want that? Well, because
they'll hear me out.
Okay. Well, again,
it's to be in the industry. So.
Okay. So
when they leave some virgins.
Okay. So same reason why God wouldn't want too many sperm going in a woman's egg. Because if you get an imbalance, like I have too many credits now, what's my ship? Lopsided, right? So if you have a plant that starts to get too many flowers now, what have you lost? So it's in science, it's more like, how do we keep the balance right? You get what I'm saying? Okay, so in alchemy, we got to keep the balance right. Okay, so hemp is grown and sturdy for a reason and is used for multiple purposes. Then you've got the cannabinoid that is the flower that just like the crystal hot springs and the crystals that are also very, you guys, they travel at the speed of light. Like crystals are water, are frequency, are energy, are color, fabric, and design of 369. So imagine the cannabinoid, if it's the highest photosynthesizing in unison with the sun, that means it's super fertile myrtle, okay? Which is why it's able to heal us when we take in the THC or the certain flower amount, right? Anyway, so
it also pulls, it's going off topic, but it also pulls toxins from the ground to cleanse the earth even. It's a very crazy plant, but yes.
It's amazing. Okay, well, now we're starting to get the indicators as to why, okay? If you have a high photosynthesizing phytoplankton, What are you? You're actually a life bringer, life giver, but you're also, like you said, it's able to balance out the toxins from the H2O or CO2, sorry, air. Like, so whatever foreign particles are in the air, the photosynthesizing scavenger is able to go in and bring the balance back. That's why you said it's able to take out the toxins, right? It's the same thing that it does inside of our body, etc. So the same thing that the mother's placenta or ship, saltwater ship that the baby is inside of, it's also, by the way, it's the most filtered, distilled, healthiest water in our bodies. Our bodies actually make distilled water. I don't know if you knew that, but that's what the baby is inside of, is salt, ether, and distillation, because it's a filtration system. Okay, so it actually is designed to keep the toxins out of the baby. Why do you think I was born on heroin? Why do you think when I was born, I was seeing lots of colors, rainbows, and I wanted everybody to get on my love boat since the day I was born? Because I was born with all the highest photosynthesizing colors, frequencies, and magic that people see when they actually do go off into that la la land for a minute. The reason heroin addicts, in my opinion, come way, way down and get really, really unhealthy is, unfortunately, it's because they actually, when they come back, they see this world and they see it in actually 1D and black and white and sharp edges like we've seen in the movies. They actually see this world as hell, the actual energies that we don't really see. Some of the animals do, but we don't, because otherwise we would just it would just kill us if we actually saw all of this cheating, lying, stealing, satanic, evil principalities and all their schemes and what they're planning for us, right? So, so when you actually pierce through, like if any of you have done DMT, you understand what I'm saying. Once I went
breakthrough.
Okay, hello. I had a meeting with my father, okay, because I fully intended that to happen. If they said I'm going to die, I'm like, well, I'm going to have a meeting with my dad before I die then, if that's the case. But it's a near-death experience, right? It's like, and people...
You're no longer here, yeah.
So you're able to kind of go up there and have a little meeting like I did, and I got licked by the nebula because I got my answer. I went up there to ask my boss two questions. Who am I and why am I here? Because this place sucked, right? So I called in the Holy Guardian Angels, and I went in, and very shortly after, I bursted through like Superwoman. I saw my hands in front of me, and I bursted through the double doors, and I flew right into the nebula. You guys know what a nebula is, right? It's that real pretty, sparkly kind of film that's out in the astro field. It's where stars are born, right?
It's kind of like a aurora or something.
Yeah, an aurora.
A nebula is an exploding star, is it not? Or it's a giant, like, cloudy galaxy mass.
Yeah.
It looks like this, which is, of course, on my where's my camera here? So, okay, this is my mouse pad, okay? So this is where I went, but normally a nebula, see this right here, this is a nebula.
You gotta click your camera again, friend.
Okay, click it on?
Click it on, yeah. Is it not letting you?
I see me. You don't see me? Oh, hold on. Let me share again. Maybe, hold on. I did entire screen. Oh, I see.
You're
now.
sharing screen. Are you trying to share screen or turn your camera on?
My camera on. You see my camera?
Like a galaxy or something.
Do you see it?
No. So click not the share
black.
screen, but the camera next to it. There you go. It's turning on now. Give it a second.
Okay.
Oh, it says it's trying to save bandwidth. It won't let you.
Okay, so let me turn the screen share off. Is it off?
I do not see your screen share. People were saying you had it on. Maybe I just couldn't see your camera, but go ahead and try your camera again.
Okay, I tried the camera again. Can you see me?
Chat, can you see her? Because I can't.
I'm just holding up my mouse pad so you can see the nebula.
There we go. I could see it
Okay.
now.
Okay, so this is a nebula right here. It's like a really like a dense area where the stars come out of. This nebula that I flew into, my question was, who am I and where am I? What am I here for? Okay, so I flew into this. It turned into a giant tongue, almost like a big mama bear, and this thing licked me from toe to head. What do you think my answer was? If a mama
What
bear
was
is
it?
licking you, what is the mama bear telling you?
She's cleaning you. She loves
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So if I asked, who am I and why am I here? And I got a giant tongue licking me from toe to head that gave me a full body cellular orgasm.
It's to love everybody.
Who am
Spread the
I?
love.
Love. And why am I here? Love.
Yeah.
The answer to every question I could ever ask again in my lifetime, I got it in one lick. You feel me? Just saying.
I love that.
Just
That's
saying.
awesome.
Okay. All right.
I'll see you at Burning Man.
I know. It's crazy. Oh. Okay. So all right. So back to the placenta and me being a civil union, a marriage, a twin, a relative. That placenta, even though it's in the DNA vault, is it not? Aren't I still related to the lineage that came before that placenta that ever made me?
Do you want to turn your share screen back on so people can look at the 1040 again, or wherever you were highlighting, friend?
Yep.
Or 1040, what was it, the ES?
Yes. Let's see. Yep, right here. Sybil.
Y'all, I know you guys are impatient. I understand that. I understand everybody just wants the answer. I've repeated this 5 times. Okay?
Well, everybody could go and do it right now. Just go do the ES.
They want to know
done.
they want to know the endorsement on the back. That's what they keep asking in the chat.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, so let's see here.
Uh-oh, I can't see your screen. I hope it.
Yeah, I can't see her screen either.
Okay,
I hope it doesn't glitch out. It's not her fault either. I think it's just a bandwidth issue.
Let me go ahead and go over here and let me search my ESs real quick. I'm going to show you one of mine. ES payment.
We're running 4.5 hours. You're a trooper, Kim.
Oh,
you are a trooper.
This is just the beginning. Oh, I could go for hours.
No, we can. I mean, I'm gonna once I get off here, I'm gonna try to get the paperwork together, and we can kind of all try to meet back up in a week or something and see.
No, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I thought.
Are you down? I didn't want to impose. I'm there, girl. I'm there. Yeah, I'll set it up.
We have to. We have to.
Let's do this thing. You hear that, guys? Don't trip. Don't worry. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We'll try for the same time, or maybe later on in the day, since we go on a little longer. I don't know. We can see what works with everybody. It seems like this time worked today. We had 300 people, so I'm down for that. Yeah. Were you able to share?
If this endorsement is not on your check, please enter all the numbers stamped by the IRS on the front and back of this. Oh, this is so key. Okay, let me get this. This is a little bit. This is a really good endorsement. This was okay. Gosh, what do I do? Let me do this. Hold on one second. Let me just forward it real quick to my saved.
You guys, she's not sharing screen yet, chat. Relax, guys. Please relax.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm grabbing the copies so that you can see the endorsement done a couple different ways that procured The
It's interesting because that marine photoplankton that gives the Earth over 90% of its oxygen.
Oh wow, that's huge. Yep.
And for those of you asking too, yes, it will be the same link. This is a room I've created where, people like this is the name of the link moving forward. It's ours from today on. So yes, and then on top of that, try not to. Today we had an issue where there was a bunch of people in before I was here. If you guys can try to come a little more like towards the start time, I need to be the first person in here so I can have moderator privileges. Otherwise, I won't have that. I couldn't even get in earlier today. So I appreciate the early birds, but just throwing that out there too. Okay. Like 15 minutes prior, cool. But I need to be in. I'm going to start the room like 30 minutes before we go on typically. And I need to be the first one in here. Sorry, continue.
I'm looking for mine because I'm fine with showing my social security number. I'm just looking for my own ESs real quick. Give me 1 second.
Are you sure I can like type it out as you go if you'd like to. You don't have to show your personal information.
Well,
like we can do one together, you know what I mean?
Because all of ours were hijacked.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Nobody can really do anything except make a claim against the social now. That's the cosmic justice. I'm telling you, it's amazing. Okay, hold on. ES payment. Hold on. Okay. I just want someone to actually do it like now here's my transcript. ES payments are logged. Okay, good. That's showing the ES payments are logged. Yes. Okay. Crap. Okay. So you're not seeing my screen, right? Because I don't.
Not yet, friend. No.
All right. Okay.
You're good.
Okay. Hold on. I'm on it. Give me 2 seconds. ES payments. What I'll do. Let me print out an ES payment and do mine for myself right now, and that way I'm just doing. Let's see. Let's do ES payment. Let's do the print it out real quick. That way everybody can do it together as if we had an overhead projector. Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, let's do that. I'm going to print out page 11.
If y'all need to go pee or something, I suggest you do it right now. I know we've been here for a while. Let her get her stuff together and,
Page
just
11.
call recording if you miss something.
Well, then I'm going to have to open up my camera. So either screen share or camera is what we're saying, right?
Well, yes. I mean, do you need to do both? You can try.
No. I'm just trying to figure out how we want to. I'm gonna just hold it up. I'll just hold it up to the camera. Okay. All right. So I just did mine. Okay. I just printed it out. Let me go ahead and turn my camera on so everybody can see how fast this is. Let me get my camera back on over here. Okay. All right. So here's the page with 1, 2, and 3 on it. I'm going to just turn it over like a check. Okay. And I'm going to start writing at the top. Okay.
Wait, did you share?
I'm at my camera open. You can't see me?
No, why is it doing? Oh, it's saying you have a bad internet connection. Yours is red for some reason. Hold on. Kim, okay, stop sharing your screen, Kimmery, and then do your camera instead.
I thought I did.
Your screen is still sharing, so
you know
there
what?
You go. You made it go away.
Oh, I did? Okay.
Yeah. Now try your camera.
All right, there we go. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Your
1, 2, 3.
camera.
Is it showing for you?
No, her camera isn't up yet.
Oh.
What? Okay. You guys just print out page 11. It just has the 1, 2, 3 estimated tax payments on it.
You know what, Kim? Stop sharing. I'm gonna put it up on my screen, and you're gonna guide us through it. Is that okay?
Perf.
All right, stop sharing your screen and turn off your camera, and then I'll go ahead and do that. And we're doing the 1040 ES right now?
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3, the coupons that are on one page. Just go ahead and print out page 11.
All right, so I'm going to do this. Window. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. All right, so we're going to go to the, this is the 1040 ES, guys. If you can't see the screen, pull it up on a separate screen and follow along, okay? We're going to the coupon pages, which is...
But you were going to print it out because I'm going to basically handwrite the endorsement on the back.
Okay. I can do that. All right, one second.
And this is just based on the instructions. So all of you are able to read the instructions and do your ESs on the back, however you see fit. But I'm just sharing with you how I did mine. And it didn't hurt anything. It gave me credits on my transcript. So evidently I read the instructions and did it right.
Love that.
Will you show the endorsement and the CAF stamp?
I sure will. I have my other 2 cabs are in my.
Okay, so I'm going to want to show with my camera then what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. My calf goes on everything from now on. Whether I endorse or not, I always put it at the bottom or the side or the front. Anywhere I have room, I'm always stamping it. Just FYI.
Is this required for the CAF?
No.
Okay, this is if you're acting as POA over another entity that you're doing the 1044, correct?
Yeah, because technically, even my own 1040 ES, I'm the designee for that entity.
Right.
I'm capping it for every taxpayer that I perform for. So when I stamp it, I'm performing a endorsement, but it's also like I'm the designee responsible to get this tax return sent in, and they just want to make sure that I'm the designee for that person on their records, right? If they haven't heard from my 18-year-old niece all these years because she's never filed a tax return, if I go to file an ES and a V and a 1040 for her for the first time, they need to make it make sense in their system. Who are you, right? Who are you? Who like in the Cheshire Cat. Who are you? Okay, are you? What are you doing? Showing us? What are you showing us?
You wanted me to print it out and then use my camera, correct?
Perfect.
All right, I denied my camera permission, so give it a sec here. Settings. Video. Permission not granted. Hell yeah. You know what I can do? I could just do this. I would be able to type this out, right? Is that even on the back side? Is that something I could do?
I find it interesting that we're not able to share our cameras right now. Can we take a moment? Can we take a pause? I'm wondering. Are you able to see me?
Hold on, let me come back.
No, Marduk, if it's fillable, maybe we could do it like that.
Well, we have to do the back side, which is why I
just want to hold it up. I just want to hold it up to my camera, and I find it interesting that we're not able to.
I know what you mean.
Okay, Godly is able to.
Is my screen still sharing, guys, or no? Yeah, Godly got it.
No.
All right, Godly. You're gonna be our assistant here, or Kim Marie's assistant here.
Okay, perfect. Okay, turn that on the back side now so everybody can see how simple and easy and fast it is to endorse it. Okay. So, okay, perfect. We're giving a directive. Okay, now hold on. You're not going to be able to write on your desk. Is that
It's carpet. It's carpet.
Okay, you need to. Oh, he's going to write on his little Bible. Okay, awesome. Okay, so across the top of the back side of it, you're going to put "Pay to the U.S. Treasury." Make sure it's that you fold it so you know that you're not going across onto the other one. You want to make room for.
This is on page 10, correct?
11.
Page 11. Oh.
Page 11 has.
Oh,
one, yeah. There's one other one that we can do all three because we're late in paying. Yeah, perfect. Okay, perfect. Pay to the U.S. Treasury. Okay, what was the amount?
250 or 62,500 for each coupon, correct?
Yeah, go ahead and put the next line can be negative $62,500. You're just going to put the number amount with a negative sign in front of it. Okay. Yep. And then below that, you can, if you have small handwriting, so you're able to do this, go ahead and in cursive write 62,000 and 62,500. Sorry, $62,500. Okay, I have to do 3 lines because I write really big. $62,500. Yeah. $500.
Damn, I need to practice my cursive, I guess.
I know. Do you see why they stopped teaching this to us in school? Hello. On my Love Boat, we're going to teach people how to write really big checks. Okay. Perfect. Okay. All right. Next line. For credit to. Okay. And then you can put your social. And since it's on a recording, you can do XX dash, XXX dash XX dash the last 4 digits. Okay. Perfect. Okay. For credit to. And then the instructions, they want us to put the form number. So we're going to put, I like to start with the tax year first. So TY 2023. We're asking them to credit that account for the tax year 2023. And then the form, just put the word form, FORM. You're going to put form 1040 ES. And because these were not paid in advance to create our cookies in our cookie jar, and we're filing late, we're making sure that they know that this is, full year 2023. Normally on the ESs, you would just put the quarter. Okay. So now after you put tax year 2023 form 1040 ES, you're going to look at the front of that voucher and you're going to put payment for September 15th, 2023 is what my top one says. Okay. Payment for September 15th, as if we're paying it on time, 2023. Because they have to know where to put the credit on your
I'm writing
ledger.
that up here in the left-hand corner. I mean, the right-hand corner.
No, just look at what the due date says on the front. Does it say September? Yeah. So on the back side, you're going to take that coupon due date and you're going to put payment for September 15th, 2023.
I put that up under the next
Yep,
line.
right there. Yep, next line. Yeah, wherever you have room for it, it doesn't matter. They are gonna quick like a whip get this on your ledgered on your account because they're getting paid and we're getting paid in credits. As long as it's it's understandable. Okay. September 16th, is it 2023? It should be 2023. Make sure because they'll credit 2024 instead of 2023. Okay. Oh. Okay, wait. Why does mine say 2023? Oh, you have 2024s. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. Okay, so mine says 2023. It's okay if you guys get a whole sheet of these done for 2023 and you can actually put 2024s in the same envelope because you're sending it to the same spot. Okay?
So we could send 2024 in one pack. We could send 2023 in one pack, and each year is its own individual account and mailing.
You can separate both packets with a paper clip, but you can send them both in one envelope to save on postage.
And then you can use that same number for where we're supposed to put the where it asks for the debit number, right? Or whatever that was on the front. Where were we looking at that?
Yeah, that's on the worksheet.
What are you doing, bro?
On the worksheet. What?
That's on the worksheet. Yeah, we can do the worksheet in a minute.
Sure.
Okay,
so that's the endorsement. Take a screenshot, y'all.
Okay, now you got to put. Now you're going to actually put BYE. Yeah, we're not done yet. We just followed the instructions and gave them everything they need on the money order / check, right? So now we're going to put our signature. So BYE, because that's for the living, BYE. And then you don't need to put a line, just put your autograph, however you sign. Scribble, 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 however you sign, okay? And then I would put the date. Yep. Perfect. Excellent. Yep. Okay. And then, so the date you're going to put, though, is going to be the last day of the last hour of the fiscal year for the year that you're doing. Okay. So, hold on one second. You're doing 2024, though. I don't want to confuse anybody.
I don't mean to interrupt, but Marmaduke, it appears that we're not currently recording.
Yes, guys, Magic got kicked out and she was recording. I'm on the phone with her trying to figure it out right now, but we're going to have these meetings 3 times a week. So take your notes for right now and we're working with what we have, so I think I appreciate you bringing it up. I'm working on it. But please, just take some notes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Recording is on.
Awesome, everybody. Okay, teamwork makes the dream work. Okay, so if So let's just talk specifically to the 2023 people right now that are filling out for last year, okay? Since we're paying a year later, prepaying into our cookie jar, we're paying a year later, I want you to use the date on each one of these underneath your signature. You're going to use 12/31 2023. Okay, that's the last day of the fiscal year that you're dating all of these prepayments, but you're back paying because you didn't know this information last year, but you know now. So you're telling them, I got it in at the last hour of the last day. For their accounting purposes, it's going to allow them to close out the year 2023 with a new set of units, charges, credits, numerations, new statement of accounting. There was an error. You made an error. We didn't know we could pay ourselves $62,000 a quarter last year. So we're coming in now to help them update our records. Make sense? And this is our prepayment to set up the basis for why we're going to file an amended for 2023. Capiche? Okay.
Do I put 23.59 for the hour and minute?
You can if you want. I've seen them do it. I've seen them do it on different things. I mean, for real. Like this is military script. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like it's the way. They can't do a class action suit with 3 billion people who lost their Social Security cards, folks. So can you say problem, reaction, solution?
I'm all about this right now. Oh, question.
Are you picking up what I'm putting on the table?
Yes. Question, Kim Marie. Do we need to put the 62,500 in parentheses? Doesn't that usually infer
Either or. So either
Okay.
the negative sign or parentheses is fine.
Okay. And then we are doing this for each coupon, correct? I want to clarify for everybody.
Yes, but you got to make sure the front of the coupon, since it's quarterly, when you say payment for, you got to make sure you put the date that the quarter that was that payment was due.
And that's found on that table that we were looking at earlier.
No, on the front. Just as you're endorsing the back, you just look at the front at the, when it's time to put your date down.
Okay. And then a lot of people are asking, just to reiterate, if they filed a 1040 already for 2023,
yes.
Do they need to do an amended to include all this in that, or is this a separate thing?
If they want to get a return.
Right. So, and then you would claim this as, what would you claim this as expenses on the 1040?
You're going to see it. There's actually a column for it. It's called estimated tax payments.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful.
Yes. It's its own return. This is like, it's called a withholding only return. Because when you guys got to back up and picture, if we had known this information December of 2022, and we all got all of our 2023 ESs in by January 1st, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then it comes time for us to file our tax return, and we put $250,000 in estimated tax payments I deposited in this box at this location at this time. As far as my records show this, right? Let the record show. And then it will have already been ledgered on your transcript that those tax payments got issued to you on your transcript, which is a document of title. And then when you do the tax return and you put ES payments, that's it. So if we would have known, so all we're doing is learning how to back or I call this recoupment. If you can learn how to go back in time, resurrect yourself from the dead, pay yourself for things you didn't know you could pay yourself for, we're only getting it out of our Mortmain account. Okay,
I love
makes sense?
this. I love this.
Okay. All right, now on the voucher, if our fine gentleman will get his camera ready, we'll do the voucher is no different than what we just did, except the form number is going to be 1040V. Okay, still pay to the so.
Let me put that up, or I could just write it down here and pretend this is the 1040V.
Okay, all right, so perfect. So then it's going to be the same thing, pay to the United States Treasury, but it's going to be the total of all four with a negative sign in front of it. Put your camera up just a little bit so we can see. There you go. Yep. Pay to myself in the future, 250,000 credits. So now negative 250,000. Yep. Okay. And then write it out now, $250,000. A BYE, they're saying in there. So I've learned that BYE, if you're going to do a colon and a BYE, that means the living.
Okay.
You don't even have to put by if you don't want to, but usually when we're signing for a disabled person, we are the designated person tasked with the compliance of the reporting so that we can get the refunds. And when we say by, it's because we're an office, we're a guardian, we're a parent, we're an authorized party to be able to do this on behalf of our offspring or our elderly person in our home, right? Okay. So perfect, beautiful handwriting there. Okay, now for credit two.
For credit two.
And you guys, just to reiterate, this is going on the voucher, the 1040V voucher on the back. It's going to have just one coupon on there towards the bottom. So when you flip that page over, that's where we're signing on the back of the coupon portion. Okay.
Okay, Jenny, good question. Can we do this for a disabled person if they're receiving Medicare or Medicaid? I suggest not right now. I suggest you put the oxygen mask on yourself first. And when you finally put yourself in a position where you're able to take care of that person and they don't need the state nanny anymore, then it's game on, right? I don't really want anybody messing around with the benefits right now. Everything's too in transition. You know what I mean? I would not want to mess up anybody's books right now at the moment. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, for credit two, and then you're going to put the social again, truncate it, XXX dash XX. And we're doing the two dashes because this is the public. We're wanting the public person, the public marketplace person, social security person to get these credits into the public marketplace. That's why it's going to go on your transcript for the social security person. So public is two dashes. Private is no dashes. That's what the CAF number begins. That's like me coming in to be the surety. I would just put my CAF number, stamp it right underneath the date, basically. Okay. So credit to social security number. Okay. And then you're going to put tax year 2023 form 1040V and payment for And this is going to be, again, the last day of the fiscal year because we're doing it for a back year, back in time. Let's say you have a bill due from 2006 that you never paid. Boy, they will cough that stuff up before they send you a tax return. You owe us $4,000 from 2006. So you get to go online and you get to download a 1040 ES and a 1040B for 2006 or the latest one you can find, and you send that in and you tell them to credit the amount that you owe or that you want to get paid on the ESs, because what they're going to do is anything you owe, they're going to just take it out of what the return is that you're due. Okay. They're going to balance the books. We can count on them to do that. That's what we pay them for. So
payment 4 up under that.
So now it's going to be payment for December 31st, 2023.
So if you owe attorney general or child support, this won't get taken.
Yeah, if you owe child support, and they haven't sent you a notice of levy or garnishment yet, if you have been garnished or had a notice of levy sent, you can actually reply to that bill with an ES and a voucher and pay whatever they're saying you owe times 2, times 3, times 4, if you want.
To trigger a return.
Yeah, to trigger
So
a
like
return.
you cover the bill and then you would trigger the whatever excess
Overpayment.
back to you. Yeah.
Overpayment. Yep. So if that makes sense. So when you ask the question, there's a little bit more that I would need to know to go into detail, but it depends on where you're at in the collection of the child support services process, in the collection process, where you're at in that process. Okay. I'm not making light of it. It's a big deal. In my opinion, they have weaponized their debt collection policy to such a degree that they make up shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think because they make up stuff, because they've been trying to get us off the couch to do this, but I think we just didn't figure it out until
Pressure creates diamonds, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. So now you're going to put your signature and the date again, because you're giving them authorization to close the books for that year, since this is a past year.
So you just put BYE again?
Mm-hmm. And then your signature. That's your endorsement, your authorization. You're basically not going to hold them harmless because you're asking them to do some accounting for you. But in this case, for the first time, it's finally in our favor. Right? Have you guys seen that Monopoly TikTok going around? Bank error in your favor.
Jeez.
Yeah. Okay. Buy BYE, you guys. Don't get tripped up. You can do it without the buy. You can do it with the buy. You can do it with the E if you want. I just understand BYE means the living is signing. Okay. You can do it however you want. You don't even have to put buy. You don't even have to put a line, but you do need to put your, even if you wanted to make your mark, because you're signing so many of these, if you wanted to make your mark like a heart, you could do that. Whatever your sign of nature is, it separates you from a robot or a bot or a glitch in the system when we use our pen. Okay, and they really do like these forms filled out by hand as much as possible. FYI, especially the 8821 and the 2848s. I heard because there's been so many robo trustee banking gatekeepers that have been getting away with this for so long that it makes it easy for them to tell they're dealing with the actual heirs, the living people on this planet, as long as it's legible, of course.
Kim Marie, does this apply to like mortgages? I know someone in the chat's asking, and I know a lot of people deal with that. Would that be more of like a 1099 MISC or something along the lines of that, reporting it and doing this? Or is this solely for just trying to pay yourself for past dues? Or do you get what I'm asking?
It's so I guess the let me address this. The reason the question is in the space is because we're kind of starting to connect the dots of had I known the year that I signed the mortgage that I could have done ESs and Vs to set myself up with a nice
chunk of money, yeah.
Right, a little bit in escrow, all right? Then I wouldn't have had to go get a loan or borrow money from somebody and be an indentured debtor and a slave, right? At the same time.
Right.
So had we known, this is why the bankers and the Social Security Administration are all going out of business, because once this knowledge gets out and it spreads around, who's going to need to ask any money for number one, a paycheck, or number two, a loan ever again? Because there's so much credit waiting for us in our mortgage account to collect, right? So to answer your question, yes, 500,000 is what a joint return is going to procure back the minute you put how many estimated tax payments did you pay this year? Son, right? You just tell the truth. You put the amount that you put in the post office mailbox. How much is this young fine sir creating right now with his energy and his pen?
250,000.
Okay. Who is he harming or injuring?
The banks. I'm kidding.
Who's he actually making an offer? Yeah, no, he is. You're right. The banks are going to be the losers in this monopoly game. Oh yeah. Okay, so who is he sending an offer to?
The Treasury.
That's right. And isn't he in a relationship with the Treasury by nature?
Yeah, there's an account with his name on it there too. We are the Treasury.
Exactly. Okay, so all he's doing, remember I said you can never hurt anybody or anything by sending in an inquiry, an offer, a payment, or a let's see, an inquiry, a question, a payment, an inquiry, a payment. I can't remember what the other one was, but anyway.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You used a lot of brain power on us today. You did.
Okay. I actually haven't eaten anything. I'm literally living on the spirit of and I have not eaten anything, and it's already 5:00, and I don't want to eat anything, and I want to keep going. So here we go.
So, Marie, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did I hear you say this? You applied. Did I hear you mention earlier something about your business and it has some debt to the Attorney General?
Yes.
Okay, so how do I apply this to my businesses?
Okay. So the work that I'm doing right now with the Attorney General. So, oh boy, this is a recorded call. Let me just give a scenario, Marduk, because this is important. Kind of the reason why I hadn't shared yet, because what success looked like to me, I thought my process needed to be over before I could share the successes I was having on the way on my path, right? So I want to share with all the business people right now what I innocently did. And for me, what I learned from that lesson is that the trust tax return that I got needed to go into a trust account because it was for the benefit of another, even if that another is me.
Sure.
Okay. So while we're in this transition, so what I did was I deposited the check into my designee, a fiduciary, trustee. I'm the everything for myself. There's no one else to do it for me but me. So I deposited it in my bank account. And I went to work investing in my bookkeeping business that I have here in Texas. It's a registered business. It's an LLC. And I went to work and I opened up 5 accounts. I opened up a tax account. I opened up a savings account. I opened up a investment account, a hub account that all the bills get paid out of. And I opened up a CD for $250,000. Okay. 5 accounts. I'm a single member in the LLC. So here I am, 7 accounts at this bank that I just deposited 1.8 in. Okay. Out of the blue, that same guy that interviewed me last year was questioning my bill for that same LLC I was talking about. And out of the blue, I went to go online and check my bank balance, and I was going to transfer some money over, and I had no access to my online banking. I had no idea that there was this conversation going on between the security and fraud
Recording
division.
has stopped.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's keep it off for a minute. I had no idea.
Hey, can everybody mute, please? Jerome, can you mute? There's somebody else who has their mic on. That there's some feedback. Let's just hear what she has to say.
It was me. I was just letting it be known that that's the reason why I stopped it, so that she could speak.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. I'm not going to give any names anyway. I'm just going to give the scenario so you guys have my testimony, full disclosure. Okay. So all of a sudden, I don't have access to my online banking, and I've got, let's see, I had 1.8 plus 70,000 in the account at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But it was in the same bank. I didn't move the money really out of the banks at all. I was just investing in my business, and all my accounts were there. So all of a sudden, I'm on hold for a while, and the fraud and security division, they put me on the phone with this gentleman. Well, this gentleman happened to be the same person that asked me for me to identify myself at a notary, and he wanted my trust certificate, and he wanted any other documents or paperwork that might be different than the account holder had on file. So I immediately went and got all that to them. He gave me like 4 or 5 days to get that information to him. So I got that in. Well, he wanted more than the trust certificate. So I thought that was interesting, but I went ahead and complied because here I am getting ready to hire the wealth management division to help me wrap up all my trusts and stuff from California and move them, whatever, here to Texas, what have you. I was getting ready to hire them, and they only will take a customer if they have $1 million or more in wealth. So I'm thinking this is just protocol because I'm getting ready to move in. I was getting payroll accounts set up, and then I was getting interviewed. I had already had a meeting with the wealth manager to start having him help me with my other trusts. And so I thought this is just how their bank does it. No problem. So I went and got the notary, went and got the certificate of trust, gave them all that. Then he wanted the whole trust res. Now,
that's illegal.
Yeah, it's illegal. Anybody that knows this in trust law, what you need to know is if a trustee gives over private, confidential, anything from a trust without the prior written consent of the other trustee or the principal trustee or even the Benny, depending on how it's set up, that I can be fined $100,000 and fired on the spot.
Yeah, breach of trust.
It's a breach, okay? But me, because I'm wearing 2 hats, I'm the Benny and I'm the trustee. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm trying to enlist their services to help me wealth manage for my Benny, that's the minor, and my adult person, that's the trustee. And I want to vet them first and see what kind of services they can provide for me. So I thought and he did actually even say, don't worry, your information is safe with us and blah, 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 blah. So I'm thinking, okay, I am kind of already a customer. I do have some rights. This is interesting. Maybe because he's a wealth manager, he needs to see how my trust is set up, maybe. So I went ahead and sent him all 18 articles, right? It was my living trust. Kimberly Ann Daniels, which is my birth certificate person, and Kimberly A. Teeter is the one that had bank accounts there. Both names were on the trust return, but Kimberly A. Teeter is the trustee. So they're relating to the all caps person who opened up a public bank account as the transfer on death person. So the minute I turned in a validation of identity, they killed off my all caps person so that they could have access and justification for why they could touch and move my money when an IRS agent came calling. That's the only thing I could really figure out as to why and how they were able to do what they did without breaking their own terms and conditions, right? Because I studied all those. So okay, all right. So I had to do a qualified written request and ask for a lot of information. I need to know who at the IRS what actors at the IRS talked to the actors here, at this location, at this bank. And I need to know who at this bank reached out and talked to actors at the IRS, and what location. And I need a contact information. I need to know who contacted you and when. So the qualified written request was done, notarized, and I needed them to answer me back. Well, they had to lawyer up because a corporation, an exempt entity, can't deal with a living person. Okay? Especially if they're a customer and they were supposed to be a wealth managed customer that they had interest in. So anyway, long story short, the accounts got frozen. I didn't get any notice ahead of time. It was so I had to report the agent and the division that I sent all of my personal private documentation to, because when I called the few days later, they put me on the phone with a gentleman who I just sent all my trust documents to, all my private information to. And he says, "Hello, Miss Teeter." And I said, "Hello, Mr. So-and-so." And he said, "Did you have a question?" Because of course I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to be, I'm
combatant
investigator here. I'm investigating this suspicious activity and I have to make a report, right? So he said, "Did you have a question?" And I said, "I attempted to sign in to both of my accounts and access has been denied." I know it's a recorded call, so I made a statement for the record. And I had a witness there listening. And he said, you're going to need to get a stapler." No, I'm just kidding. You're gonna need to talk to the IRS. And I'm like, "Say what?" Now, mind you, I've been processing credits and I've been getting tax returns. I've been being a badass, right? So if I would have had a bill sent to me, I actually know how to pay the bill, right? You all saw how to do it. So if I would have gotten a bill, I would have known about it, right? Because I'm handling my affairs. Well, I needed more information because that was a little too vague. And I said, "So are you going to tell me who I need to contact at the IRS?" And he said, it was like he was getting coached from someone else. Like he didn't know how to answer my questions because he didn't want to make himself liable or the bank, right? So he said, "You're going to need to contact the IRS about the matter." And I said, "So let me ask you this. Am I able to come in and close all 7 of my accounts right now?" He did the same thing. He did not know how to answer. And he got some advice from someone and he said, "Not at this time." Now,
really?
I don't know. Okay.
Oh, really?
Exactly. I didn't say a word after that, Marduk, because I knew in that moment they had just injured me, my property, and violated my Hobbs Act violation. I had caught him in that moment the minute he answered the question no.
That's crazy, dude.
Okay. So now I got a quorum together of my business associates who I had a payroll account created for. Their future payroll was in there that has been blocked and frozen without notice to me, right? So 12 of us, not just me, 12 of us. So we did a quorum. We got everything down in writing and timeline event. This happened, this happened, this happened. This is what we said on the call back and forth. This is, everything done. And we did it in affidavit form. Affidavit of facts. And we immediately sent it to that person, but I also CC'd the Attorney General. I CC'd the consumer advocates for the business division. I CC'd the comptroller. I CC'd Ted Cruz, all of them in an email. The complaint email that you send in when you have a complaint about something going on with that businesses or that you're being dealt with in a particular way, okay? They all got sent notice that this affidavit went by certified mail to the fraud and division, security division. Listen, I had just given all my private information. Who's to say that my private information hadn't been hijacked?
Right. That's your non-public personal information. Yeah. There's plenty of codes about that.
Correct. And TIGTA even says it that if your private taxpayer information is ever used without your consent, you need to report it to us at this email. So who else do you think got a little TIGTA report from me? So anyway, I immediately put the report in to Ogden, which is the legal department of the IRS. And I did a 3949A, write that down. 3949A is suspicious activity or potential identity theft. And then I did an 83 form 8300, IRS form 8300, where you get to allocate exactly the cash amounts that came to you and who you gave them to, and what the situation or the issue was. And so, of course, I put Hobbs Act violations, and I also put entrapment, because them asking for my private information and then 3 days later freezing my accounts because some IRS officer said I owe a bill is literally theft and trespass and injury and tort. Like, it's just, but most people don't have the money to hire an attorney to go sue a corporation as big as a bank, right?
Right.
So what they did with me is business as usual for them.
And you guys, for those of you who don't know what the 3949A is, that's an information referral form. It's basically a snitch form, not you're tattletaling on whoever wronged you. And
that's right.
That's basically all these things are a taxable event as well. And the reason,
correct.
And you're wanting to do that to kind of put them on the burner, not you, and you're letting the IRS know, like, these people wronged me. This has to do with money and taxes. So you're sending it there. And TIGTA is the Attorney General's office.
Tax Inspector General. Yep.
Yeah, Inspector General. My apologies. Yeah.
And remember, where did my tax return come from? The tax return was from a withholding tax return, and it came out of the Bureau of Fiscal Services. Tax returns are not leviable. He sent a erroneous notice of levy to the bank, conspired against me, and I never got a notice. And you know what? When I finally got something from that person, the IRS agent, it was dated May 26th. Do you know that I hadn't even deposited my tax return until May 28th?
Wow.
So I'm just saying there's a little bit of stuff going on here, and we're learning how to stand on our square and make our proper reports to keep ourselves safe. Why wouldn't I go to a sheriff or a policeman officer to tattle? Because they're all racketeering together, bro.
They're getting securities from you left and right, having you sign stuff.
Left and right.
Yeah.
So of course,
and not reporting the taxes.
Yeah, and not reporting the taxes. Okay. So all right. So now, to answer the person's question about the business, Now so why I was working with the Attorney General at this time is because I took on the role of creating an ag lien to try to protect all my property that had been frozen at the bank until this matter could be properly adjudicated, right? And so I was doing an ag lien, and I was back and forth with the Secretary of State a couple times. And the last time, because I had inserted my 3949A that you just saw, because I wanted the Attorney General to know what IRS agent and what bank injured me. So I put 50 pages of prima facie evidence, my affidavits and my 3949As and everything, because, by the way, I had not heard from anybody yet. And I'm out here on a limb as a whistleblower, and, my stuff is still frozen, and I got no relief, and I got no settlement yet. So I did the lien, and I made Jefferson bank account, my bank account, the property that was liened, and then Dallas, the Federal Reserve of Dallas, as the second debtor. Now, I gave them a deadline of July 31st. If the accounts aren't unfrozen by July 31st, I would put my claim in with with whoever I needed to put my claim in with, if they don't unfreeze the accounts. Okay. So that date came and went. So I went on EFTPS, and I took all that money that they seized, all those units and all that credit, and I made a federal tax deposit through that same bank account that they froze, but on the private credit side. Because remember, closed banks are for setting off a debt you purportedly owe. If the IRS agent was saying that I owe more than I had in my bank accounts at the time, why not just double pay it? That's what I did. I took that because I had the lady notarize my EFTPS to prove that my social was connected to that bank account number. And I went and swiped all of those credits off the backside and made a federal tax deposit of ES payment. It's an ES payment. It's no different for the full amount that they plundered. Okay.
Kim Marie, do you know what's hilarious that I just realized too?
What?
They leave the backside of the coupon intentionally blank. If you print this out double-sided, both of the pages of the coupon are left intentionally blank, meaning they want you to endorse the back. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. Because if you print this double-sided, guys, this is the page after.
Yep.
And it's left intentionally blank. And then this left intentionally blank. Okay. There's on the regular 1040 when you print it out double-sided, they don't I don't remember seeing this, but this is hilarious. I've never noticed. Yeah, that's just more confirmation for me. I'm sorry. I needed to share that real quick.
I'm so glad that you shared that with everybody.
Yeah, that's awesome. Man, you've been through the ringer, girl.
Oh, you guys. Oh, I'm talking warrior. Iron sharpens iron, and we are rocking and rolling. Okay. So really, there's the endorsement you saw. Really, there's nothing really else to go over except for how to, then, basically you look at the instructions on the back of the or look at the state where you live, and you just follow the instructions on where to put your envelope in the mailbox.
I'm going to ask you a couple things because I've been watching the comments. So, first and foremost,
recording is on.
Thank you for stopping the recording while she asked too, guys.
Marta, did she finish the story?
Oh, she started going off about.
Okay. So Attorney General. So where I'm at right now in the process, just to kind of wrap that up real quick, just to finish that, is that the last time my ag lien came back, they needed to get some advice from the Attorney General side on why I was not able to be acknowledged or issued an ag lien. And basically what he told me in no uncertain terms, which was so awesome because he showed me exactly what I needed to do in black and white ink, that the debtor is the one that's owed that money that someone else took. Well, who created that credit in the first place, and who's the Benny on the tax return in the first place? The mortmain. The private Benny. Remember, the Benny is always private. The minors never go out in public. No one ever knows the name of your offspring, or shouldn't, because they're underage. They don't have the competence. They're not an adult, so they can't be making contracts in the marketplace. Do you know what I mean? So
They have a guardian.
On us. That's right. They all have a guardian. So essentially, who's owed the funds back is the Benny, or the estate is another way of saying Benny, estate, mortmain, private account, right? So that's who I needed to put on there, not Jefferson Bank account number belonging to Kimberly Teeter, but Kimberly Daniels, my birth certificate CAF person, is who's owed all that money back. That's the tax return that was erroneously levied and taken from me. How do I know if they didn't launder that money? So I had to report it to do my duty, right? I don't want to be involved in any kind of cartel crap. I had to report it to protect myself and my minor and my, and my credits. It's not just about the money, you guys. I think if nothing else, I learned a really big lesson that makes sure that your tax return, when it's a trust filing, goes into a tax bank account, number one. And number two, you can't necessarily trust the banks all the time, because they're all having a liquidity crisis right now. So just to complete that now, I know exactly what I need to do. I was going to put that package in the mail with the proper okay, so there's the birth certificate person is the debtor, and the second one is that business I told you about that I invested in. That's the other debtor, because all of those future payroll people that I was going to be bringing into my bookkeeping service their payments have been stalled because of this activity that's happened with my tax return, right? So my second debtor is my LLC. And so I gathered all my receipts, all my statements, everything I would need, including blank 1099 OID and a 1096 for 2024, because this thing happened in 2024. Okay. The tax return was for tax year 2023, but the theft happened in 2024. So I'm sending him in, and I'm giving him permission as a special power of attorney to collect to IRS Treasury checks on my behalf, because what they did was sent a cashier's check of all the money that I had in my accounts, and they said they sent it back to the Treasury. Well, if they did, then their hands are clean. If they didn't, then they're getting a free audit. And at the end of the day, I got a lien.
Courtesy
so
of
I'm
Kim
good.
Murray.
Right? I'm just saying, I'm willing to look at myself and see if I made a mistake and where my error was. I'm willing to forgive myself. I'm willing to forgive their trespass. I understand that's the way they've been doing business forever. And maybe they didn't do anything wrong. Maybe they were held at gunpoint. Maybe they needed to pay the cartel in order to stay in business and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. We just don't know. Until the facts come forward, we can't assume or presume. Okay. So all I know is I didn't get notice before I got locked out of my accounts, and that's a violation of my rights, period. So instead of working with my paperwork today, I chose to be on this call today because I'm more excited about teaching everybody how to do ESs, so you all can be on the same train as I am, which is, this is the redemption train, you guys. This is what I'm talking about. So to answer your question of why I'm dealing with the Attorney General is because he and the Comptroller and the Secretary of State all work together as the mini Treasury at the state level. I got my tax return from Philadelphia, which is the new federal
Recording has
Article
stopped.
3 court, right? Article 3 court is Philadelphia and Fiscal Services. Been absorbed. Fiscal Services pays the claims that come in. Okay. Now,
Recording is on.
So Philadelphia issued me the return, but the IRS agent here in my locale sequestered those funds with some kind of erroneous bill that I didn't know I had. And so I went ahead and at this point, I've paid it several times on an OID, and paid to the United States Treasury for the benefit of Kimberly A. Teeter. In the property description, it's the account number at the bank that it was at, and it's for a 1040B is attached. I put in there as the description because why? 1040B is a payment.
Mm.
So okay, so I'm like real savvy at all this stuff. I know how to pay off debt so well. What I don't know how to do is keep my money safe.
Buy gold, girl. Buy gold.
I know. Well, but I know. So I should have taken my tax return and gone to Goldco with it.
Well, you gotta cash it. I guess you're right. Yeah.
See what I mean? Like so anyway, so that to answer that gentleman's question, that's what I'm getting ready to do is perfect my ag lien. All that is enforcement. If in fact when I send in my tax return, some of you may or may not know this, but if you're a business, not a private trust, but if you're a business that is registered in the state that you work in, that you live in, you actually can send your bank statements and your receipts in, and the attorney general will issue those to the comptroller, and the comptroller will actually pay your fill out your forms and do your bookkeeping for you and get you your return. Yes. I didn't know if you guys knew that. We actually
have to like appoint them fiduciary or something, or no? You have
they
to
already
do 56
are.
or something.
The comptroller already is. If the minute you, let's just say, deliver your business records, you're putting them forward for investigation, aren't you?
Beautiful.
I got nothing to hide here. Go ahead and fish through this. See what I've already sent in by way of ES payments or whatever. Just see what I've done. And then if you feel, if you can see clearly based on what I would see, I'm not an accountant. I'm not an IRS professional. I'm not any of that. He's actually responsible for the businesses in the state. The comptroller works with the attorney general. Remember, that's the head of the treasury. The attorney general holds the purse. Think of it like the Bailey in the courtroom. The attorney general holds the equity and securities and the labor and the contracts and the claims and the whatever in the safety deposit box at the treasury located in your country, in your state. Okay?
Sure.
That's the nanny. Okay? So the businesses, they have a right, title, and interest to control and run and service the businesses, especially new budding businesses like mine, if you are working in any way with the public. Because
So
they have to insure your business. They have to bond your business in case someone says, "Hey, I went to this taco stand and my, and I literally got so sick I was out of work for 30 days."
It's insurance,
Does that tie into our UCC contract trust sole proprietor? Is that a business in a sense?
It is if you choose to use that as your
monopoly piece.
Yeah.
Your little monopoly piece to go around the board.
Yeah, you get to if you want people to let's say you want to open up a business account at PayPal, you'd have to have an EIN that's not your social, because it has to be a business EIN. So some people can just get along and go along and just be Social Security and sole prop all day long, paying each other back and forth. So when you graduate into the business realm, that's when you have to have two or more gather for God to enter in. That's when you have like a trust, basically. So your sole prop and your social are in a contract. Your trust, your living trust, and your social are in a contract. Your estate and your offspring, you're in a contract until they're out of college or out of school.
Okay, see, I already got my trust, so I'm going to operate in my trust from now on after I do this ES.
If you have a trust bank account.
I'm opening that tomorrow.
Okay, so, and then they'll call it a business bank account, even though it's a trust. So if it's a living trust and it's revocable, it's considered a business transacting pass-through entity.
Yeah, it's a revocable living trust.
Correct. Correct. So it can't be sued, and it can't be garnished, but it does have a duty to take care of and protect those that it's generating currency on behalf of. There's holding trusts that just hold your equity. That's like an estate or a holding bank account where you don't have a checkbook. There's no business expenses coming out of it. That's a different kind of trust. That's going to hold your equity, hold your assets, hold your investments. You only distribute that out maybe once a quarter. Maybe it's a trust certificate. Maybe you have to cash one in because times are hard. It's not a business, like a debit credit entity.
So that's just simple record accounting, bookkeeping, and as a trustee.
Mm-hmm. So we can get into all that. If you're going to fund your trust, you guys just learned how to fund your trust doing a 1041 ES and a 1041B.
I do want to ask in regards to that real quick. People are still popping off with questions, and I understand. So you don't need to have like a Form 56 or a 2848 over your social person or anything like that in order to pay yourself a salary with the 1040, correct? Just the 1040 route.
1040, if you're filing a 1040 or a 1040X, which is amended,
right,
you are already the entitlement holder in due course of all credits due back to you. People that have tried to do people that have tried to make themselves a designee or a power of attorney and all that stuff, you're already power of attorney over your IRS ID Me account, right? So the owner's home and the owner has already been verified. The only time the IRS needs to question anybody is when you give someone else authority for a time, a season, or a year, or maybe a decade.
Mm.
You feel me? So while we're operating with just our social, we're there by default. They're already our back office secretary fiduciary. That's job it is to record any claims that come against the main account where you're the entitled holder of it's like a settlement claim. It's like, oh man, I didn't know I could pay myself all these years. Okay. So if you're going to amend and you're going to go back and refile and you're just going to put 250,000, go to the I'm glad someone pulled this up. Go to the line that says estimated payments, please.
Yep. Oh wait, this is the 1040 ES. You want to pull up the regular 1040?
Yes, regular 1040. Oh no, X 1040X. You can usually print one of those out. Yep, it's amended. Because a lot of people are going to amend because they're going to go back and recollect, right?
That's what I got to do. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I saw it earlier. Hold on. It says federal estimated line 13.
Okay, perfect. Line 13. Okay. Now, there it is. Okay, so let's say, so look, including the amount applied from prior year's return. So people in the witness protection program have had to do their, it's called a withholding tax return. It's their FIDE commissary account. They're asking the secretaries in the back office to hold their credits until such time they're available to come and recoup or collect. Because they're offshore, they're gone, they're deployed, they're out here, they're out there, whatever, and someone's at home taking care of the taxes for the family, right? When you do an estimated tax payment amended, you will have had to have deposited your ES payments and your voucher in at least 3 weeks before you file your tax return, unless you're filing an amended for 2023, then you can go ahead and just add your X with your ESs and your voucher so that they can close out and give you a return for 2023.
So if people already received a return or paid because they owed, right? You're gonna have to offset that here. Like, right? Is that correct? Am I reading this correctly? Estimated tax payments, including amount applied from prior year's return. So if you paid them taxes in 2023, like they took taxes out, wouldn't you add that to the 250 here? Or am I mistaken?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't leave any credits on the table if you can manage it at all. So so in order for them to close out 2023, especially when we send an amended, they have to do a look back at 2022 to make sure that that year was settled and you are fully paid up and everything is up to date. They're just asking, because some people ask for part of their return to be moved to the next year.
Right.
Okay.
Applied to the future, like the
Correct.
So she's saying the refund that you guys would get.
Yeah.
A lot of people do ask to apply it to their tax liability for the next tax season, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're gonna basically put what you had on that line in the beginning when you
Right
first
here,
filed,
too.
which was 0.
Original amount, first
Yep.
column, net change, which is the difference between
Yep.
then and now, and the correct amount. So right here, let's say original amount I paid, was there like 22,000 in taxes?
Yep.
22,000. We are now adding, wait, no, tax you paid. Yeah, we're going to be sending them 250,000.
Yes.
Right?
Where's that 22,000 coming from?
My taxes that I paid already out of 20. This is an amended return. Okay.
Yeah, so he
This is
gets back
corrected.
the 22. He gets that back.
Plus, so listen, guys, I filed taxes in 2023. I already got my refund check. Okay. They took out $22,000 from my tax return. I actually need to balance this 22,000 with the refund check I got. So say that I got a $3,000 refund check. That was the excess from what I already paid them in 2023. So I paid 22,000. They gave me 3,000 back, right? So that would have been what I paid in was actually 19,000 true value. Does that make sense so far? I hope. So
Okay.
That's about to ask her. You remember she asked us to look on the wages and transcript yesterday and look at the negative value under the 1099, and she said we get that 10 times back. This sound like this the same thing she was talking about.
Or
You can do the 10 times back if you make a ledger on a B.
So let's keep this really simple, brother, for everybody right now, because there's people hurting, and I know we have all this extra stuff we can do, but this is just to get your salary that you are owed. That's it. We're not talking about Bs. We're not talking about OID. None of that. This is just to get your salary back. For everybody, again, this is a 1040X. This is to amend a return you already filed. Okay. So the first row, original amount of tax payments that I made. 2023's gone. I already paid my taxes for the tax year, and I already got my refund, which is the offset of how much more I paid them than I needed to. It was the overpayment that they gave me my refund check. People get excited about their tax return, like, hell yeah, I'm getting money. They already took that money from you. You were just over the bracket that you needed to pay.
Right.
So what we're gonna do is, if you got a refund check, look at your tax liability, what you paid out of your payroll, however you want to look at it. That's the number that goes there, the tax liability for 2023. Because if you already got a refund check, it's balanced. They balance the books. You don't need to add, subtract, nothing. Just look at what your tax liability for 2023 was. That's what goes there. This is the original amount you paid. Next is the net change. Okay. Do I add both actually? Oh yeah, because I'm going to add the 250 there too. Net change amount decrease or increase, reported as or previously adjusted. Yeah, how would that work, Kimmery? Do I total those here, or do I put the net change with the 250 here? Because we're paying them a payment for 2023, so I would assume
it's not going to hurt to overclaim, because they will adjust and give you what settled their books.
Okay, so that'd be 269,000 because I'm gonna send them a payment for my 2023 tax liability for 250K. That's what we're doing. Okay. The net change from what I paid last year to this number is gonna be 250,000.
Yep.
Is that too many? There you go. Okay. Correct amount. Wait, what? Correct amount. Amount increase or decrease reported. Original amount reported or as previously adjusted. Okay. So that's going to be
So the correct amount's going to be what you already paid in taxes that you didn't get back, plus your 250,000.
Yes, so 269,000.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Right here, what we did pay original reported amount in your tax liability. The net change is what we're sending them a payment for 250. That's the net change. $250,000. Correct amount, I paid them 19,000 in taxes already, and then I just paid them 250,000. So it's 269,000. Done.
And who did you actually pay? Now that you know that everything comes back dollar for dollar, you paid yourself in the future.
Yeah. And it's coming back to me in 2 weeks, hopefully. So we'll see.
Well, I have to tell you, because let's see. If you drop it in the mail, it's hopeful. If you attach an 8888 to it and you drop it in the mail, because everything's changing so fast. But the problem that we found in the last 2.5 years is that amendeds take 5 to 8 weeks.
Even if you do it online?
Yeah, because I don't know why, you guys, I think there's nobody home. I think the staff is I think they're all complicit, honestly.
Oh, I was talking to the group or like on TikTok about this earlier. Because I've been looking for jobs, so I haven't been able to get one. And I've worked all my life since I was like 14 nonstop, lost my job last year. But I was looking in Indeed and they were hiring in my area 350 IRS agents. Like they had an ad up for it, and it wasn't just regular agents. It said CID agents, like the Criminal Investigation Division agents.
I'm telling you, I think that we're going to have so many claims going in that they're going to leave it to the CID to make sure and vet that it's not money laundering. If it's a bona fide claim from a real sovereign, then it'll get escalated. But I think there's been so much laundering from these bad guys. It makes sense it would have to be CID.
Yeah, that's what it said. Okay, right here, we're going to have to. Do I have to fill out everything again or just what's changing? Well, this would all change. Adjusted gross income, itemized deductions, or standard deductions?
What I would do is I would go on Free Tax USA, get an account, it's free, and I would add your estimated tax payments in there so that the algorithm helps you. Oh, you're already with it? Oh,
I just pulled it up right now. I'll sign up real quick though. Yeah.
Okay, do it.
I don't mind. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is so awesome. So this is for anybody. So it's free for federal, and it's $14 if you live in one of those states where they have a state tax return that you need to file. And the difference between the state and federal filing is
wait, I don't want to show my screen with the password.
Yeah.
I'm going to
There you go. Perfect. Okay, perfect. So you have to do a local ES form in California. Ours is called a 541. And so I'm now not in California, but I still have a lot of stuff that I'm tying up from California. So I had to file a few fiduciary or local tax returns. And all of my amendeds are all stuck right now. My whole account and everything is all just stuck now, mostly because I filed, I was changing and filing and whatever so much. And it's all of it's been delayed on all of us. So all of the people in my study group. So where we're at right now, is there. I just, what was I trying to say? I lost my train of thought actually.
Backed up, 1040 amended.
State. So if you go to amend and you just do, and you just do a 1040 federal and you don't include the state, I'm not so sure it won't get hung up, because in the states that where you're required, like we did a couple people from Louisville, it's like Kentucky area. Was it? Yeah. Anyway, she ended up getting tax returns for her brother and her sister and her son because she did the ESs, but she did state and federal. Because she's the only one competent in her family to file for them, she took this on, the ESs, because I told her she could look on the transcripts and see the credits issued. So she was so excited to try it out because of the credits showing up on the transcript that she did it, and she actually affected it. But she's one of those that had to file state ESs and federal ESs. So I'm just putting that out there, full disclosure, that part of our job and getting to where I've come to is that there was a lot of people who were willing to experiment with us in the last couple of years. And so I'm just letting you all know.
I just want to make a clarification, Kim Marie, from the 1040X on line 13, estimated tax payments. Are we getting that from taxable income from the transcript, record of account?
You're asking if the credit that's showing with a negative sign in front of it is considered income?
No. The what Murdoch was saying, Maduk was saying, he got back 19. What he paid in taxes was 19,000. Is that the taxable income that he was putting on 13?
No, tax returns are always exempt. They are never it's a gift for a gift.
Wait, I actually did direct file. I'm wondering if I can do this through the IRS online. Because I did direct file this year with the IRS this last year. Like on the irs.gov.
Yeah.
Let's see if they'd offer it. IRS amended return.
You said it's a gift for a gift. What do you mean by that? Or where is it coming from?
Well, class 5 is gift and estate. So all 1099s, all vouchers, all ESs, every response we make where they say you owe this and you pay it, those are all considered gifts because taxes are voluntary.
They sure are.
But since the 1966 Tax Lien Act, so is their ability to lien us and break all the rules and violate us and turn us over and rape us all day long. So we're just coming back now with the benefit of discovery, or the doctrine of discovery, and realizing, so we didn't know this before, but we know it now. So now we're going to go forward with the knowledge that we have now.
So you're saying taxable income is the gift?
No, sorry. So tax returns are not considered income. They're considered taxes paid and returned as an overpayment. So technically, a tax return is considered a federal tax deposit paid back to you. It's like a circulating credit, if you want to think about it that way.
Right. I know that it's owed to us, but I'm just trying to find out where is we getting the number from. Like if you,
it's an estimated tax payment, or it's considered an overpayment. So every time we transact in commerce for $1 or more, it's considered a trust transaction. Why? We're trusting that we're going to get back everything we circulate in commerce. If we report it and we record it, we're trusting that we're going to get it back. What they didn't tell us was only some of what we report we get back. They didn't tell us every transaction dollar for dollar is actually reportable and returnable.
Right, but I would still have to know where that's coming from. Where like where did the 19,000 come from that Maduke said? Did he get that from his tax return? What
Yeah. So yes. Okay. They take out a percentage of your taxes from your paycheck, correct? If you add all those up, you'll get a number. Okay. When
and
you
that would
file
be
your
from the
taxes,
taxable income, right?
no, yes, your taxable income, but when you get a check from the Treasury during your refund season, when you file your taxes, they're paying you back what you overpaid them. What they took out of your check as an overpayment is the check that you get at the end of the year. So I actually paid in 22,000 in taxes last year, but they sent me a $3,000 check when I filed my taxes because I overpaid. My tax liability was 19,000. So they balanced their books by sending me a $3,000 check. Does that make sense?
Where you see tax liability at? I don't see that.
Right. So when
I'm not looking. I'm just using the word. I'm not even. I'm
Oh,
going off
okay,
my
okay,
head.
okay.
Yeah, and I'm using
Yeah,
round
I'm
numbers.
looking.
No,
I'm looking at my transcript right
can I
now.
just answer that question? Line 24 tells you what your tax liability is. If that line is 0, then you have no tax liability, and that's why you're able to be tax exempt if you get a job. The only reason
it's not broken.
the only reason I know that is because I filled out my daughter's tax papers, and she did not have a tax liability, so she was able to be tax exempt both federal and state.
Right. I'm looking on my transcript right now. There is no line 24 or anything. It's just
No, you have to look at not your transcript. It has to be on your. Did you file 1040 last year?
yeah. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. I'm looking at the transcript from what I filed from last year.
Okay, you have
and
to.
It has adjusted gross income. It has taxable income, and it
Did
has
you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it online?
Hold on. So just 1 second. This is a really great a lesson for everybody on their transcript, how to actually read the transcript. This is really great. Sorry to interrupt. You're looking for the credits that you can justify to file to get returned to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So at the very top of the transcript, do you see the word taxpayer account?
I'm gonna pull up mine right now too. Hold on.
I see taxpayer identification number. I see
to the left.
To the left.
Everything you own in the box. Sorry. Sorry.
Accrued interest and then accrued penalty.
This is really great. You know what? The kind lady that was talking earlier, I'm so sorry to cut you off, but this was such a great opportunity for learning. And then I definitely want to hear what you were guiding him to look for. But he had brought this question up earlier and we didn't get to it. So I felt compelled to make sure that he could find his credits that he's looking for.
I'm gonna pull up my transcripts right now. So there's account transcript, return transcript, record of account transcript, or wage and income transcript. I'm guessing I want to do the whole account transcript, correct?
If you want to see all the withholding that you're owed back, do the wage and income transcript real quick and show that.
Okay.
Let's spotlight that real quick. Go ahead and share your screen. The account, the tax account is going to show where you've accumulated credits or where you owe or you have a deficit. That's going to show up in a positive number, not a negative. A negative is a credit you're owed. And so the withholding and wage and withholding statement is going to show how many withholding units they took out. So when I was gifting people on a 1099 B or a G or a NEC, when I was gifting my study buddies, I was gifting them what's in the withholding box on the NEC. And it was showing up on their transcript that they could put that on now, collate all those 1099s together, all that withholding, add it all up, add your ES payments, and put all of that on the OID.
So I don't want to show this on the screen right now. People are recording. So on line 3, so it says submission type original document, wages, tips, and other compensation, and right below it, it tells you federal income tax withheld. Okay.
Yep.
That's how much tax they withheld from your check.
Correct.
Okay. Right
the
there.
negative sign. The
Correct.
negative is the withholding actually means a credit due back to you. It's like, think of it like a safety deposit box.
You
And
said
they
federal income
withheld
tax
for you.
withheld?
Correct. Federal income tax withheld is the income tax they withheld from your paycheck. That's not including Social Security. That's not including Medicare, just income tax. Okay.
But all those negatives you're actually due back if you add all that into your ES payment on your X.
Even Social Security and Medicare?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Well, I mean, I want to do it. I'm down. Well, the worst thing that could happen is they reject it. It's not like
let me tell you what happened to mine. I had went 10 years as an independent contractor and had not paid into my Social Security because I had not filed taxes for so long. And guess what? When I caught up all my last 3 years, I did it on a W-2, having my trust pay me on a W-2, and my Social Security went up by like 10 times the amount that I would be due if I retired, and my retirement amount went up because I paid into my Social Security.
Oh, I see the negatives at the, okay. So the negatives at the bottom too, it even shows you like refund that you got, refund amount due, total payments. If you scroll all the way down.
Yep.
All the way down to the last page. Well, it might be different for you because, you know, some people have, I don't know, but it says total payments and then total payments per computer. And then it says refund amount. So the total payments you made, the money you got refunded via check is below that. I'm guessing you do have to balance the two because I don't think they're showing that deduction in the total payments. That's just how much they actually withheld or took from my check. You know what I mean? Yeah, because it says federal tax withheld and it's the same as total payments. And then refund amount, it's that negative number at the bottom that they did pay me. If that makes sense.
And to make it easy for every single buddy, though, if you are just filing a withholding tax return, that's actually a thing. It's a withholding. An ES is considered a withholding tax return. So you don't have to file all that other stuff. You're just filing ES payments that you made. You know how we've been able to gift the Treasury if we want? Military got taught this a while ago. You can go in and make an EFTPS payment of $250,000 at the beginning of the year, so that $250,000 gift withholding amount, voluntary withholding, it's a BWF, BW4, I think, voluntary withholding, that will actually earn really amazing because it's a gift to the Treasury. While you're not able to utilize it, it's growing, and you get to literally count that receipt as funds that you loaned the government for a year. So it's just crazy how we've been taught to think about this. Everything's just, think about it the opposite way that we were taught, and then you'll be a little bit clearer about how things really are supposed to be.
So, like you were mentioning in California, there's another ES that you would have to do besides
a state ES form. Yeah.
So I would have to do
you'd get 2 tax returns though. You'd get one from the state and you'd get one from the federal.
Okay. So I would have to do 2 amendeds, one for California and one for the federal. If
you're amending, and if you send payment in. You can do a federal only. You can do a federal only on the amended.
Okay.
If you pay on an ES for California, see, because I had bills and stuff that I was trying to tie up. So if I paid a bill using script, the way that we just learned how to do, I felt like my job was to get a tax return back from California because I paid them, and I'm abandoning the credits if I don't file a return to collect them. Does that make sense?
Of course. Yeah.
We don't need to complicate this. If we want to just experiment with just doing 2023 federal only 1040X, and then just like, just have that one effort put into one process. And, I'm teaching you guys how to do ESs rather than teaching you how to go back and amend and grab all your credits. Why not just do an ESX? Then there's one reason why you amended. Then you don't have to change any other numbers except that one line item that you just did. And you have to tell them why you're amending. And you're just simply going to put added the ESs deposited on this day with certified mail receipt number, ESs in this amount paid by this date. That's why I'm amending. I'm collecting.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Then we don't have to nickel and dime everything.
No, I'm with you, girl. I'm with you. Yeah. I want to make it simple for everybody who's, there's a lot of people frantically trying to figure out what their next move is. So
scroll down, Marduk, scroll down on your transcript real quick if you didn't sign out.
I did, but you want me to open it back up?
Scroll down, and I want you to show them the line item that says estimated tax payments.
I got mine open.
You'll see 0 because you never paid them any. You didn't know you could.
Let me sign in real quick again.
Hey, I got mine open if you want me to pull it up.
Yeah, please pull it up for us. Yep. Take us. Yeah, just show everybody so they can see it's actually a line item on the transcript. ES payment.
Which transcript do you want again? The wages and income, or which one?
I think estimated payments is a line item on almost all of them, actually.
Okay, let's see.
I see a QSIP number on this one.
Find it.
Yeah, do you see it? Did
y'all see mine?
Yes, sir. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the line he was talking about right there.
Oh, can you see my screen right now?
Josh's. We're seeing Josh's.
Oh God, that scared me. My social was up and everything.
No, okay. I got mine pulled up on the bottom here. It shows, like you were saying, the total payment, the total refund. And if you scroll up just a tad, it'll tell you right here the difference is the total tax liability right here, the $38.83.
Right.
That's the difference between what you paid and what you refunded. But what were you trying to show on the bottom?
Tax payments.
See, look, so real quick while he's there, don't scroll away. See how it says Form 8888? You're going to want to attach that to your amended. And you're going to tell them how you want your funds to come to you. Do you want it in, do you want to put it in a couple different accounts and then have them send you the check, for the balance? But there's the 88 right there. That's a very key point right there. That's a form, actually. And then estimated tax. Where is... Oh, you have to go to the category that says taxes, and then it'll show estimated that you paid, if any. There it is. Estimated, right there. Line 3.
Estimated tax payments.
There's your coupons, and that's where your credits are going to show up. As soon as they ledger it, it's in the books.
Wow. So if we do like a
zero,
because you didn't make any estimated tax payments, did you?
No, I did not. Okay, I got you now.
Yes,
you're learning how to do it right now, right?
Yeah.
So employee, what did you call it, Marduk? ESs?
Employee statements.
Employee statements. If they would just change the word tax to credit, And if they would change estimated to employees document of title or statement of account, which is what it actually is, this is how much I need to live on. Pull this from my Mortmain account. I need to live on this much a year. Thank you very much for your service. And here's a little $10,000 tithing tip for you. You can even tip them, you guys. I mean, they're a business. So just saying.
And you said we add 250 to that? Where did the 250 come from?
I didn't say nothing.
No, that's how much she estimated. The 250K is the wages, bro, from the ES that she would send in herself and is not recommending anybody else do unless they, it's all up to you. It's all up to you what you think, you deserve to get paid for the year. That's what the ES is. It's the payment voucher.
It's the drawdown. Yep. It's a draw. They have to go sell the bond to get the proceeds from the sale in order to have that liquidity ready when you put your claim in. Everything's insurance, bonds, and contracts. Life insurance, accident insurance, salvage insurance, everything comes back to liability.
So just to clarify what he was talking about on line 13 on the 1040X, it would be the difference between the total payment and the refund, which would be this number here.
Tax liability is what that number, bro, because they would have sent you your refund already. So tax liability is going to be the original tax.
The federal income tax withheld.
So then this one is total payments?
Right up under that. Go to the next line. You see where it say federal income tax withheld? Go up a little bit. Just a little, right there at the top. Federal income tax withheld. That's what you're talking about, my dude?
I'm filling out my amended right now. I'm sorry. Let me see. So federal income tax withheld is how much they withheld from your check. Okay. Does everybody know how income tax works? Income tax is done in brackets. Okay. It's not just a flat out percentage of your money. It's done in brackets. If you make 20,000 to 50,000, you're going to pay $1,000. If you make 51,000 to 80,000, you're going to pay $2,000. Okay. You're in brackets. They withhold a percentage of your paycheck. Now, if you paid your brackets tax liability and they withheld more throughout the year than you owed, that's what your refund check is. It's money that when they took out too much money to cover your tax liability at the end of the year, they're giving it back to you. So the tax liability is the number that you end up with after they send you your refund, if that makes sense, because they withheld 20,000, but your tax liability was only 17,000, and you got a $3,000.
When you subtract it, it adds up to exactly what it would be if you take away what you was refunded from the withheld.
Exactly.
The liability would be the leftover.
Exactly.
So are you saying? So what do we do with that?
That is, look at the 1040 ES form, brother. Look at the form. When you look at the 1040 ES and it's asking you, the 1040X, the amended return, it's asking you a couple things. I'm doing it online. Hold up. Let me pull up the form.
I'm looking at it right now.
So there's the 3 columns, right? 1040X. Now, what's the first column say?
Original amount reported or as previously adjusted.
Okay. Original amount reported or as previously adjusted. See instructions. Okay, let's see the instructions. That's the best thing we can do in this instance.
Estimated tax payment.
IRS 1040X instructions.
So it's 3883.
I want to come up. Instructions for the 1040X. So it's going to tell you line by line what it wants. Where are we at? What line number is that?
13.
13. So right here, 13, estimated tax payments. In column A, enter the estimated tax payments you claimed on your original return. If you filed a 1040C, no, we didn't do that. Oh, no. Oh. So it would be 0. We're on line 13 there. Line 12. No, line 12 is what we're talking about, brother, right? Federal income tax withheld is what we're. Hold up, I'm confusing myself. Estimated
we were
tax
trying to
payments,
get
including, yeah, okay. But we're going to have to fill out the others too, I'm assuming, no? Anyways, original amount would be 0 because your transcript says 0. That dude's transcript said 0 for estimated tax payments. We've never made an estimated tax payment, so 0. Net change, 200, let's say $10,000 for being humble over here, or 250,000, whatever y'all decide to do with your lives. Net change, correct amount on the next part is going to be 250,000. I hella overcomplicated that. I was thinking about federal withheld, but the estimated tax payments, the original amount reported on your tax transcript is 0. That was reported on your tax return was 0.
Okay.
The net change is the new one we're adding, which would be 250. And then the correct amount would be 250. But I'm gonna read through the instructions of the amended myself and see if nothing else changed. I don't know if, like, since nothing else is changing, really, do we need to change that, or you know what I mean, or can we just do the part that we are changing, which is line 13? I don't know.
I think there's one other place where you have to tell them exactly what you're adding or subtracting from your amended. They have to know why, what the purpose or the basis for the change was. I think it's, if you look at the X, it should be in one of the line items.
I'm looking at it, yeah.
It
What's
says
up,
on
brother?
part 2, explain why you're putting in the difference on line 13.
So all you do is you're just going to put estimated tax payments made on this day using this certified mail receipt number, or this tracking number if you overnighted it, whatever, and you mail them to this address. It's just like all we're doing is, we're just being transparent and telling the truth. I deposited ES payments. They may write you a letter and ask to see copies of your whatever. So be it. You're happy to send them the copies. Make sure you make copies.
So estimated tax payments made on this day with registered mail number this day. And then would we wait till they are received to do this, you think?
You want to give it a good 10 business days for them to get the accounting, get the thing done to your records. I would wait. I would look on you. I would check your transcript because maybe they're waiting. This is funding the Republic, you guys. So, remember, you're going to have to cut where it says tear here. We have to cut them. We have to do everything that a robot can't do or a disabled person can't do. You got to get the scissors out. You got to cut everything. You got to turn it over. You got to sign it. You got to put everything together with a paper clip and make sure that, double check, make sure you've got all your accounting right. Because as soon as, you don't want to cause any delays, basically. And then go ahead and attach an 8888 to it. It's not going to hurt for you to give them your direct deposit bank account number that you want, your return split up in. It's just business as usual for them. We just got to realize that it's manna from heaven for us.
No, we pretty much just pulling down the estimated credit payments with the V 1040.
Correct. Correct. But the tax return is actually the claim form that, how do I want to say this? The return is the claim form that causes their performance. See, they have to perform now. You did all the accounting, you did all the gifting, you did all the recording, and you did all the mailing. You feel me?
Yeah.
Now you just simply tell the truth about what you just did using their OMB form, their line item, sign under penalty of perjury that, yes, you did that. Yes, I did draw down credits, and yes, I did deposit them here at this date, whatever. And now when they get the return, they have to perform.
Got you. Now I got a twister for you.
Yeah.
If I use a 1040V and I put that 8888 in with it, the ES, can I file that, send that to a trust account, or I might as well just do a 1041 ES and 1041V?
The payment needs to match your name. So, and it
Well-
has to be connected to the social, I would imagine.
Well, hold on. Actually, we haven't gotten to the 1041 yet, but he's right. A Benny, which is where the source of the credit's coming from in all trust matters, there you can operate as if the trust was funded by the Mort main account by the 1040 ESs and the 1040V. The credits can be conveyed or transferred to fund your trust account to pay the trustee to do your operations for you. Yes. When you go through the 1041, that's actually one of the questions they ask you. Do you want to report any payments that the beneficiary made to the trust? Right? Do you want to report any of the 1041 ESs made to be made by the beneficiary, which would put him in a position to be credited back or gifted back on the K1 on the tax return? He would just simply have an interest in a portion of it. So like for me, I'm operating as a partnership now. My trust, everything I do is like me, myself, and I. So it's my birth certificate person and my adult person.
He's not coming back till tomorrow.
We split everything 50-50, and just to make it easy on me. So
Can you guys mute, please? If you're not speaking. Thank you so much.
what I'm excited about is if we can attract someone who is coming from the accounting, bookkeeping, CPA / auditing side of all of this. We all know how to pay ourselves, but those people are still in other jobs because their paycheck is there only because they haven't realized that they can give themselves a salary and do whatever work they want to do in the world. Make sense? But if we could attract one of those to come in here, listen, I don't know how much more validation we need than the instructions that we just read. You just saw it on the transcript. That guy paid himself nothing. And he just found out that he can.
So I might just do this the paper route because the online route's kind of weird. The estimated. It says filing payments and estimated payments, and then it's saying, did you owe any money on 2022? No. Did you pay state and local taxes for 2021, 22? Did you make any other state or local income tax payments? Is that, for example, state quarterly payments or state withholdings? Okay.
Yeah, because the federal, think about the federal as the father, and the state that you have to file with is the mother, and the federal enforces the mother at the state level to make sure you get paid back every tax return you make a claim for. So if you do an X at the state level, the father's overseeing the Mort Main, the private escrow. The private holding trust is offshore, right? In Puerto Rico. So if you send a tax return into the state and you don't get a tax return, who's the enforcement? The AG, number one. But at the federal level, which is in Congress, it would be your state representative that you call or write or put a complaint in online, and you say, listen, I've been waiting for my tax return from California for longer than 10 weeks. And I've been hearing results when people get a hold of their state representative that's in Congress, they go and green light a tax return if it's been delayed. So I'm just saying that it's mother-father kind of like step-parent relationship going on between the federal and the state. Until this whole shit show is over with, we kind of are having to just kind of feel our way in a dark room.
So I actually befriended a tax attorney who came onto all this information, and he's now doing these sorts of things. He's kind of he knows a lot, and I'm gonna ask him about this.
Yeah, exciting.
Yeah, and like try to maybe he already does like his own group on Telegram, and they're doing like bills of exchange with the IRS where they write out bills of exchanges paid to the order of the to the U.S. Treasury, along with.
Okay, now let me share something about that because of the knowledge that I've meshed together with someone who was in one of those classes that did get a great big fat tax return.
Sure.
What those folks are not teaching people is how to pay an assessment, which is not the same as an IRS tax bill. They're not teaching people how to pay an assessment when the IRS comes knocking after they get their big fat tax return. Because that method does work, absolutely. That is absolutely valid, perfect, perfectamundo. Someone in my group actually got a really nice big tax return using her CUSIP from her authenticated birth certificate and a bill of exchange and all of that. She did everything proper, and she got a really big one. It was the 2021 that they decided to go ahead and assess her before it was time for her to get all of her bookkeeping out and ready. And she's a full-time employed person, and so is her husband, right? So they go ahead and assess her for the big chunk she got last year, the year before. Well, listen, an assessment is our accounting back office telling us, hey, if you don't know how to do ESs and make sure your cookie jar stays full of that big chunky amount that you just got, you better find someone who's going to teach you how to do ESs and a V. Because you now have to pay because she didn't do ESs before she did the bill of exchange. Let this be the point that I was going to try and make, Marduk. So try and hold it there, okay? So if you prepay into your cookie jar and then you do the international bill of exchange way of filing, that's valid because you filled both sides of the ledger. What she didn't know to do was ESs and the V before she did her international bill of exchange. So about 12 months later, they did a bond call. Do you know what that means?
No.
They're checking in on the person who just drew down a line of their credits so that they could purchase a house and not have to go get a loan or whatever. It's the way these whales have been doing it forever and a day. The problem with people who get a big chunk is that they don't know how to handle their affairs after that chunk. So because she didn't prepay for the drawdown, she just sent the claim in and got paid on it. They came back and assessed. All they were looking for, in my humble opinion, is either a mirror payment, a duplicate payment, a duplicate bill of exchange, maybe for the same amount or more, but it needed to go into a withholding safekeeping container because it's almost like she took the credits without funding the account first. Does that make sense?
No, 100%. And what these guys were doing actually is they're not just sending a bill of exchange, they're sending a banker's accepted Jerome, can you mute please, brother? They're sending a banker's accepted statement that they're getting for their bills. Okay. So they're doing what you're doing on the ES, but with the credit from their bills.
Awesome.
And
Okay.
then
All right.
they're offsetting that.
Okay, they're offsetting it. There you go. Okay, so they
with the
are
bill of
actually
exchange.
okay. So what they're doing is they're doing a set off, and then they're creating a receipt. Now, what's a receipt? It's a collectible credit sometime in the future. So by you guys learning to do the ES and the voucher today, what you've done is perfected a claim. You didn't create a
The
receipt.
drawdown.
That's right. You didn't just create a receipt. You actually perfected the claim by filling both sides of the ledger. Now you file your return and you just put the ES pay. Every tax you paid, you get back dollar for dollar. True story. People we're not in the mindset. So we've learned how to set off, like you just shared with me that they're doing. Set off, accept it for value, send it back, set it off, this, that, the other. We just were never really taught the bond portion, the prepaid. How do we live prepaid? If I'm a whistleblower and I can't go into the marketplace, I'm working on a private ship because my life depends on me testifying against these banksters, let's say, and you can't go into the public, you are expected to send all your out-of-pocket expenses, like these gentlemen you told me that they just did. Their out-of-pocket expenses are evidenced by a receipt, and they're attaching a bill of exchange to it, requesting their credits back on their claim. So that's a perfected claim. That's a perfected claim. Okay. She got assessed a year later, which told me that her claim was not perfect yet. And that she now needed to look for help because she sent a payment. She did what she did the first time, but now she created too much credit. Now her ship's lopsided. She didn't know how to actually, she didn't know how to claim on her tax return as a married couple in order for the treasury in the background to balance the books properly.
Sure.
That's all. So yeah.
No, understandable.
I shouldn't have gone around the long story, but that's really the best way to sort of pick my brain and get the testimony out of the knowledge that I've gathered. So I'm glad that you let me kind of talk that out loud.
No, please. Yeah. I'm like everybody's already, I'm getting messages like, she's so awesome. This has been great. So I really appreciate the energy. And, we've been going 7 hours now. I don't know.
Here's my question for you, Marduk. So my question is, have they had inconsistent results? Is that why we're not doing that method?
Well, no, they're going to make it a class and sell it. They just explained what they're doing, but they're not giving the details till they have the class. So I don't know.
I see. Perfect.
Yeah,
okay.
it's not the free knowledge type of thing. And then there has been I don't know if you've heard of Christina Wilson. She does Patrick Devine's sort of studying and stuff too. If you haven't seen her, check her out on YouTube. She's got a lot of cool stuff. But she's doing the bill endorsed, and then that endorsement that you did on the back of the ES on the back of the bill.
Yeah.
And then she 1099 sees it, and I believe she sends a 1040 voucher, if I'm not mistaken, to cancel out the debt, but not so much recoup the credits. So this kind of pre-funding with the ES, doing the draw or doing the it's like you have the credit side, which is the ES, and then 1 second, brother, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm talking. 1 second. Should you do the credit side with the ES, and then you're debiting it with the V, essentially, which balances the book, and then you're claiming those credits that were made from that transaction with the 1040. You're recouping it. That's your return to you, the tax return. So, and yes, she did my group, Magic actually her and I have a fairly large Telegram group where a lot of us. I sent my OID package. When was that, in June? With you basically do Form 56 over your Social Security, and then with your estate EIN over your Social Security number, and then you do uh, a 2848 on over all of your entities. You have a 1099 OID paid to the order of the U.S. Treasury in Box 7, with whatever amount you write withheld, and then the box below it you write the same amount, and then you fill out a 1041 to recoup the credits, saying that all of it's been withheld on the 1041 to get credits that way. So it's essentially, I like what your I like this because it doesn't feel the OID when I read the instructions I understand, but it made me feel like I needed to have some sort of bill or some sort of like negotiable instrument to send along with it, because what OID am I reporting if there was no original issue? You know what I mean? Her idea was she sort of turned that OID into a negotiable instrument itself by writing paid to the order of the U.S. Treasury on there. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, everything is payable to the United States Treasury because we actually are the Treasury.
Right.
And we're setting off, we're withholding, or we're recouping, or we're accounting, ledgering, we're evidencing. So what I've been trying to do is not create more debt. I've been trying to show people how to set off the debt, but then recouping. Otherwise, the opposite will happen for us. We'll end up leaving all kinds of credits on the table, which is all that debt that the corporation owes back to us. If we don't recoup our credits on a tax return, we're abandoning the credits, which is the same as letting our ship sink.
Right.
We have a duty to self-preserve.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of been my come from. But yeah, we can wrap it up because I know it's been a long time for everybody.
I was gonna say we do appreciate you, and there's a lot of people that have a lot of questions. It's been a great session. A lot of people in the chat, if you guys are watching, have not gotten to ask any questions or speak, and it's been 7 hours. So if we can go in alphabetical order, if you guys go into the checkboard version of the screen where you'll see where everybody is on the list, and if everybody can just get 1 minute and let's be respectful to each other. Some of you guys that have a lot of knowledge, y'all picked her brain very well, but there's now come up under and let everybody else who are way not where you are, and I won't speak any names, but let's do it this way as well. So we'll take about 2 minutes. We'll go alphabetical order. Please limit your question. Make it good. Make it one solid question. Miss Kim Marie is here in San Antonio. I'm trying to go get her something to eat. She has served us diligently. So let's take care of her real quickly. So let's get one good question.
Jerome.
Okay. Yes.
She wanted me to finish what I was saying before about the tax liability. We were actually talking about two separate things. And I apologize for that. When you guys were talking about the transcripts, I was talking more about people that go out and get a job, and many people want to know how they can be tax exempt. So that's what I was thinking about, because that's what I did for my daughter. So she they don't take any taxes out of her state or federal. So I confused everything, because what I meant by looking at your form is like if you fill out when you filled out your taxes on line 24, if it's a 0 where it says tax liability, then if you go out and get a job, you don't have to do that 4-8 Ben kind of thing. That means that you are tax exempt for the year. You have to file every year, but they won't take taxes out. But it's not from your transcript. It's from what you filed. Like I file with Tax USA, like she had mentioned, Tax Free USA. You look at the forms that they sent you at the end, what the filing is. You look on number 24. If it says 0, that means that you have no tax liability and you can go into your job, or if you get a job, whatever it is. It's a different form that you have to fill out, and then you will not get any taxes taken out, minus Medicare and Social Security. They'll still remove that, but everything else, they will not take any taxes out. And I yield.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. So today's meeting, she covered today the 1040V, the 1040ES. We're going to be doing this Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So for these questions, so we can wrap up today, as it's been already almost, like I said, 7 hours, please let's try to limit these questions for right now to just what was covered today. And then we can come back Wednesday, and based on Wednesday's agenda, we'll talk about that. And then Friday's agenda, we can talk about that. That way we can kind of stay on track and we don't go off on tangents. Whoever, just in, no specific order. Let's just be, respectful.
Well, you can raise your hands. Everybody can raise their hand, brother. I have a panel where I can see everybody put their hands up. So if you do have a question, go ahead and raise your hand. There are people who have their hands raised already. If you don't have a question anymore, please put your hand down.
Right.
The people in the chat, you should have at the bottom of your screen where you can end the call. In the middle, it just looks like a little hand outline. Please raise your hand if you have a question. And if not, I'm going to start with it's Tony the Wiz. You had your hand up, bro. You got to unmute yourself. Okay. Aldi Global. No. Okay. Steven, Albert, you here, brother?
I am. So
what's up, my man?
What's happening? Thank you very much. So just real quick, I filed a joint return for 2023. So when I amend that with the ES and X, or ESV, X, and 888, do I have to do that all with my spouse, correct? Because we were joint.
Yep. That won't cause any delays, because the minute any of your tax status changes, they have to make all those adjustments at your information master file on down. So the less changes you can make, the better, which is why I love the ES, because it's literally, I'm only changing one thing. I'm paying myself. I didn't know I could.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for today and yesterday. And I'll yield. Thanks, Marduk.
No worries, brother. Talk to you soon. Yender, can you please stop sharing your screen? It takes the bandwidth. Oh, it did it itself. Okay. Tiffany, did you have a question?
Yes. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Well, she brought up business taxes. I also had a small business, but I needed the suffix also to the free tax USA. Is it .com? Oh.
Yes. Is someone there? If you're listen, guys, if you're not speaking right now, can you please mute? Sunshine.
Okay.
Yeah. Ask it one more time. Ask it one more time. Are you talking? So 941s have Bs, 945s have Bs. There's it is assumed that quarterlies will be paid by any business organization.
I'm sorry. I didn't say the whole question. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was wondering, because these taxes are like from 13 years ago. I had a small business, a LLC, but my merchant account processor didn't put it on my LLC. It put it on my Social Security number. So it's a whole bunch of taxes that I owe.
Well, when you're a corporation of any kind and the accident happens, you can call it whatever you want.
I think I got muted before I finished.
Okay, go ahead.
What was the last thing you heard me say? I'm sorry.
I heard you say that your merchant connected all of your income to your Social Security account, and so you were left with the responsibility of paying all the taxes that your LLC was supposed to pay.
Yes. And I did sell products. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah. So here's what I would have. Here's what I would, the way that I could make this the simplest and least burdensome for you is let's get your 2023 salary that you didn't pay yourself, cookie jar full, and then you can go back as many years as you want to fix or amend anything that you've ever done in commerce and claim. But when we're in the tax year 2023, the IRS prioritizes 2023. They put any tax years past 2021 in a whole different pile. So while you're able to, okay, let me ask you this. Are taxes from 13 years ago still haunting you in 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So could you do the ES process with the voucher and submit that based on what state you live in, and make sure you have a tracking number and a green card receipt returned to you and all that good stuff? Could you deposit what you should have been paid last year, and they will take it out of what your credits are that you're giving yourself? So they'll balance out whatever taxes you may owe. They'll just take it out of the return that you're about to get from your amended.
Okay. So I should let them take my money instead of settling that first?
Well, you can settle it first if you know how, absolutely. But I thought you said it's still haunting you from 13 years ago.
It is, but it's way too much. It's like I had the company almost 10 years, so it's like over $1 million.
Okay. All right. So if you want, then you can do a 1040 for the 13 years ago that it was, 1040 ES and a 1040 V, to just go ahead and put a bunch of cookies in that cookie jar for that year so they can close that year out, right? Some people are getting assessed 10 years back because we're all turning into private banks, estates, and escrow companies. They're actually bringing back to us what was originally ours in the first place, but it was used and we never got a royalty for it. It was taxed and we never got a gift back for it. We have been rolled over the coals, okay? So what we get to do now is turnabout is fair play. You're just going to send
do you
in
think
an
I can get
offer
paid
for that year. Now you would do what you could do is 1040 V, and you would do because your social got dinged for the debt. So you're going to do for credit too, okay? For credit too, so they can close out that year, whatever year that is. I think you can go back to 2021, and they actually shouldn't be able to assess you for years prior unless your transcript is showing that you have it filed, and that's kind of that's what kind of gets everybody into it just kind of gets all their boats kind of sort of stuck in the middle like bumper cars, right? So we just have to unwind and close out each year. And since we have unlimited credit, it's not going to hurt to go ahead and do ESs and a V to that address, certified mail, boom, payment made, okay? And then come all the way up to 2021, 2022, and 2023 if you want, because the minute you turn in those ESs and those vouchers, you're basically filling the cookie jar for each of those years, and they can then do their assessment, proper accounting, setting off all the debt that's been following you all these years. Does that make sense? You can do an international bill of exchange and pay it off if you want. You can send in ESs now that you know how to do that. There's a whole bunch of different ways we can do it. You can actually purchase your business for the amount that they're assessing and coming after you with, you can actually convey all that interest into 2023. What do you want to pay for all the hassle and time that you've spent being badgered by your old business debt? What would you like to be paid from the Treasury for your business so you can close that door and bankrupt that thing?
Okay, so I would just, you said put in double the amount?
She didn't say anything, Tiff. You got to do what works for you have to make your own decision. She's giving us the tools, guys. She is not here to, and I'm going to say this for everybody who has their hands up right now. Let's ask questions about what she taught today and apply it to our situations. Okay? Because the moment she tells you to go do $2 million and you do something wrong and something wrong happens, guess who's liable in that situation? You know, she's giving you the tool right now to pre-fund your tax account. Okay? It's a simple way for you to issue credits to the IRS to offset any issues you have with your tax liabilities from the past. So I don't want to sound rude. I want everybody else to understand. I saw a lot of hands go up. Let's make sure we're asking questions on maybe how-tos, or if you have any questions about the forms, or we're going to meet with her Wednesday. We're going to meet with her Friday. This lady's been on here for 7 hours. In 50 seconds, it'll be 7 hours. So,
and you are the boss, and thank you for that, Marduk, but you are the boss, my lady. You are the sovereign, my lady. You have the ink pen, my lady, and you can do whatever you want when you're making a payment. You feel me?
that's what I'm saying too. She just gave us the tools to literally put as much money as your fingers could write in an account. As much money as your fingers can write. That's the only thing holding you back. Your knowledge, and if you got a muscle cramp in your hand or something. Like otherwise, you're good to go with what she taught us today. It can be applied to all sorts of situations. Especially if you've been doing that stuff for 10, 20 years. What's more important right now is to try to figure out I'm sorry, Kamali, can you mute, please?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I got you, actually. I got you.
Okay, thank you.
I think. There we go. Where'd she go? Was that Tiffy? Tiffy Love? Was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. So in this instance, given that you now have basically a way to write yourself checks from your Mortmain account, I know it's $1 million, but there's really, you're the credit. You are the energy, the life force behind all that money. So ultimately, no one's going to give you the get rid of it answer unless the statute of limitations is passed. Actually, I would look into that in your state. Check the statute of limitations for tax debt. It's 10 years in some places, it's 20 in others, but Google it for the state you're in. If it's past that and they have a lien on you, that lien is no longer enforceable after the statute of limitations is up. Okay. So either that or the tool that she's teaching us today, you're gonna have to make a decision if you want to try that out and enforce it. You know, it doesn't seem like you've even got too much pushback, Kim Marie, from the stories that you're telling me. And she had a $1.8 million check coming back to her from recouping credits and doing this. So I just want to protect. This is a very valuable asset we have right here. And the last thing like I want is for people to come back and say something didn't work or like this or that, or have her cater to all of our needs. More so, we have this tool. We need to learn together how to utilize it. And I think that may be your golden ticket. If that's, I don't mean to be rude to you at all. I'm sorry. Unless, yeah, there's something else, Kim Marie, you want to add. I'm not
No,
sure.
that's good. I'll take a couple more questions. Let's do it. I'm going to just do a little screen share while people are coming up with their questions.
We have Fred. Fred, go ahead and unmute. Fred?
Okay, yeah, yeah, that's what I want. I want to talk about. I got can you hear me?
Yep. How you doing, brother?
All right. How y'all doing? I really appreciate this information. However, I got an EIN, and I've been trying to put together the trust like that. But hearing this information, and I do have I need to amend my taxes too now that I know this information. So since I got an EIS, I got a state EIN, and I got a sole prop EIN, and I got an LLC, and I got an LLC. So my LLC is a trucking company. So how do I just leave my trucking company out of it and just go with the state and the LLC? I mean, sole prop.
The question that I'm hearing is if you want to amend.
Right.
We're in a 2023 tax year, fiscal services tax year right now. We're in 2023. So they are prioritizing, if you go to amend your tax return, they request that you get your first tax return before you do an amendment. If you've already gotten your tax return, then you can go ahead and amend, and you can do that with your social. Because remember, everybody, your social is a trust also. They're trying to get people who don't have a stipend or don't have benefits, who aren't collecting disability and all that stuff. They're trying to get back funds for all the people who are filing amendeds as a priority. So everybody for past years and stuff like that, it goes into another bin. So what you're asking is, should you do an amended or should you do a trust return? We're going to get to the trust return later in the week.
Okay, so I just think with
your Benny and your offspring, or your LLC, or your C Corp, or your S Corp, those can all be listed as a Benny.
Okay.
Who get a tranche of funds. The minute your tax return comes in for your trust, you got 15 to 30 days max to get rid of those funds and give them to the people that you said you were going to give them to. When I say people, I'm talking your LLC gets 10%, your daughter gets 10%, your wife gets 10%. You're going to split the booty. You feel me? You got to get rid of the fund. It cannot sit in that trust account. A trust account is only designed to distribute and pay the bills for the Benny when the Benny asks them to pay the bills for them. That's it.
And the government's never paying ours because we're not asking them right, I guess, huh?
All right. My mom is still living. I heard you say something about being like that's the main question I wanted to ask.
Say it one more time. Say it one more time slowly.
I heard you say something last night on the live about my mother. She's disabled. I heard you say something about something you can get that you can do for them if you go on Social Security or something like that.
Yeah, what I would recommend is you first do an ES and get a tax return for yourself so that we don't interfere with her disability benefits that she's getting. It's my understanding that Social Security, SSI, disability, and retirement, supposedly that's getting ready to go up anyway, because they're already having to be paid as the Benny from the trust called the Treasury. You have not been paid any of your out-of-pocket expenses or any time that you've spent providing shelter or meals or all the stuff that you've been doing, bless your heart, to take care of her. We just haven't been paying ourselves. So I feel like we can't break that law any further now that we have the knowledge. We have a duty to get ourselves paid.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Right. You feel me?
I feel you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. There's all kinds of things we can do for people that we're competent in filing for. But I think we show the back office that I'm capable of filing I'm capable of setting off debts, assessments. I can accept everything. We've all learned how to do an acceptance. I can accept it all and turn it into gold. That's what I'm here to do. And once they see that you're able to turn everything into gold instead of being a victim with a dirty diaper who's just crying all the time that you're poor and you're out of money, well, okay, they don't that you're a liability to them. They'd rather you just go apply for, like, maybe a little subsidy or something, because it might be easier to deal with you. But if you want to be someone who takes control and self-governs, and you have a Mortmain account with limitless credit, and all you have to do is read the instructions to find out how to pull that down, and they see you do that 1 or 2 times, you're golden. They literally gave me a brand new trust EIN to help me on my path, because I had so many trust EINs that I was working with that my accounts got messed up. They gifted me a brand new shiny trust EIN and named both of my legal names trustees. Listen, if I hadn't caught the parties conspiring and racketeering, I wouldn't even be on this call right now. Somebody upstairs knows that you best not pay her yet, because she's going to go get on her love boat, and everybody's going to have to get on her boat and learn how to write cursive big fat checks, right? That's my project. Well, and since I did get the funds scooped back, guess what? They know I'm not going to never be of service to my community. I'm just going to move on to bigger projects. Well, look at what happened. Look at what happened yesterday.
Right.
After spending 4 hours of preparing my package to go to the AG, because I'm not worried about getting my money. I already know it's in my lap already. I'm more worried about my brothers and sisters not letting your ship sink than I am getting fucking paid. Sorry, but it's not about me. It's about we. And now that we have this knowledge, listen, blessings to everybody who's survived this long, taking care of all the people you've been taking care of. The state's been taking care of a lot of people on subsidies, but that's all going away. We can't trust them with our Social Security cards even anymore. You feel me? So they're giving them back to the people that they originally belonged to, right? They're giving them back. It's called a writ of replevin. Robin Hood took what the government took from the people and returned it back to the people. Power back to the people, money back to the people, credit back to the people, love back to the people, justice back to the people, republics back to the people, land back to the people, receipts back to the people. What? Everything comes back to source.
Makes sense.
Right? Thank you for the question.
I want to reiterate, well, first and foremost, I made a Telegram group because it seems like a lot of you, like, it'll be good for you guys to connect with each other and talk about this together and work things out. That's what we need to do. Not just rely on, one person for the answers, but dig ourselves and work it out with ourselves. So I made a Telegram group specifically for this. It's the same name as this call. Come out of her, my people, all one word. Here's the link.
Can you add topics to it in Telegram for us? Can you make a specific ES? An endorsement room, an ES room, a 1040X filing room, so that 100%. We can actually start to file all those records in a topic specific room. Okay.
And Magic on here, she's freaking amazing at doing this. So I learned a lot from how to, like, you should see her private banker vault. I mean, it's closed off now because we had some weird people coming in and it just got too big. But we will do the same thing with this for these topics we talk about specifically. If I ever do need to post a new meeting room link in there or something, I can do that. But as of now, the meeting link is the same. If you guys have questions, we'll have a question room where you can just start throwing your questions. And we can take as long as the question right now. We could probably take another one. She's been on here for 7 hours, y'all, and we're gonna have another call Wednesday. This isn't the end of this. It's just the beginning.
I'm good, Marduk. I want to get to the people who actually have a question about how to complete their ES and their V.
That's what I was about to say.
I want everybody to
Yeah.
take off tomorrow and just get your paperwork done and get it in the post office.
Yes. So if you do not have a question about what we talked about regarding paying yourself a salary today, not for any business related, personal trust, none of that. For paying yourself a salary with the ES forms, please keep your hand up. If not, put your hand down. I'm going to call on the next person, which is MP. MP.
I do recommend you keeping it under 250,000 because we know that bonds are created in tranches of gifts, and bonds are created on tranches of 250,000 each. So if your first time around, if you all keep it under 250,000, you should be golden and no delays.
And you can print out these forms, guys. You do not need to order these forms from the IRS. The only forms you ever need to order from the IRS are carbon copy, red cover forms. Anything else you can print out. So I saw that question in the chat. Get that out of the way. Yes. Okay. MP.
Yeah, because most people have been doing nothing but paying debts and paying bills and paying business expenses and paying business taxes. Only the whistleblowers or military deployed military personnel have been taught how to prepay or file only a withholding, because they're dealing with the commissaries and the out-of-pocket expenses like I shared with you earlier. So majority of the planet has been uninformed about how to live a prepaid life.
Yep.
Okay.
And that changes today.
Thank you.
No, thank you. MP, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Thank you. Thanks for waiting patiently, brother.
Thank you, Marduk, for the time for putting all this together. My question is simple regarding what we talked about today, but I haven't filed yet for my taxes for last year. How do I go about the ES and the V since I haven't filed my taxes yet?
I feel like that's better. You don't have to do an amended, right?
Yeah, exactly. So what you're going to do is you're just going to do what you would normally do to prepare for any tax filing at any time. Even though it's late, it doesn't matter. You've taken this long to gather all your receipts. Basically your receipts. Your bank statement is the easiest way to highlight all that went out is all your receipts of an excise tax that you're due back dollar for dollar. So the simplest way that I would break it down, if it was someone like yourself who's filing for the first time for 2023, I would go through and I would add up all that went out of my bank account. And I would times that times 2. And I would make my ESs times 2 the amount. What did you spend in 2023? And you'd like to give yourself a raise. So if I spent 80,000 out of my bank account, I would like to give myself a raise. So I'd like to make 160,000 this year. That's how you can get a basis for what your ESs are going to be. But if you know that you're going to buy a house next year and you prefer not to go get a loan, trust the banks or the mortgage companies, and you know you're going to have a change in your lifestyle, and
Recording
you know that you're going to want to put at least $100,000 down on the home that you're going to qualify for, maybe whatever. Some people want to build their credit, so showing repeat payments can do that. I think the credit system's going away, but whatever. If you want to put $100,000 down on a house that you're buying from a friend, a family, or a neighbor, maybe they're going to let you take over their payments, let's say. And so you want $160,000 back because I spent 80 out of my bank account. I want to raise, so I'm going to double it. And then I'd like to add an extra 100,000 to make sure I set that aside to buy a house, down payment from my neighbor down the street. So that gives you the basis for what you would like your ES pre-filling your cookie jar amount is. Now, do you normally do a Schedule C? Do you have a 1099 side gig, or do you just work as a W-2 wage earner?
I have both. I had, but I mean, I leave my job since last year, so I have a 1099, and I had a job last year.
So 1099 only or W-2 also?
Both.
Okay, both. Okay, really good. Okay. So as soon as you have a side gig where you've got a 1099, okay, side gig person, sole prop, Schedule C. Listen up. Every single thing I just showed that this guy spent out of the bank account, the W-2 person, gets to expense it all on the Schedule C that the 1099 person's filing. The minute you expense everything, it's a deduction, but it's called a business expense. This guy bought toilet paper. The 1099 person gets to expense it because he's got an EIN. The Social Security person, the W-2 person, labored and labored and labored. He had to prepare himself to go to his labor job and go to his side gig job, but he never got paid for any of that in between time. He got a little teeny withholding. Labor person got a little teeny withholding return back, right? But when you have a side gig or an EIN, you're able to take every single thing you spent, expense it on your Schedule C, which is deducted against any taxes you might owe. Now you've done all your reporting and you've done all your expensing. You reported your W-2 on Free Tax USA. You reported your 1099, whatever business that's in the name of. The business gets to expense everything. W-2 gets taxes taken out. Whatever, it's fine. You're reporting the truth of the matter in commerce. Now, because you went to a class and learned how to pre-fund your next year, after you put all this data in, you go down and they ask you how many estimated taxes did you pay this year? And you get to put, what was it? 160, you get to put $260,000. You don't have to tell them, I did it on military script. I did a banker's acceptance. I used credit. I put a credit in front of it. You created credit. You're the king. You own the Mortmain account that has unlimited credit. You just chose to create just $260K. And your mail tracking number, green card receipt, is your evidence admissible in any court of competent jurisdiction that you actually are the maker of that fair market value of that script, that paper, that bond, that note, that security, that whatever. Promise. I promise to pay myself $260,000 and put that in a mailbox. And when it comes time for me to file my return, I'm going to put that whole amount on the ES payments list. Because I now know that I'm supposed to get back every dollar I ever gift. Dollar for dollar. Get it? Does that make sense?
I got you loud and clear.
Did I answer it clear enough for you?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome.
How many more are you feeling, Kim Marie? You want to call it? You want a couple more?
I'm telling you, Spirit is telling me that I'm normally like bored, hungry all the time, and stressed out because I'm not doing my passion. I'm so
glad
listen,
you're able to fulfill your dreams at this moment. We appreciate you.
Listen, I'm aligned. I'm in the zone right now. So let's have some more. I know. Listen, I want to consider you guys though, because a lot of you have been on this call for a long time. I'm happy to end it whenever. But let me.
No, they can leave whenever they want. I'm worried about you. Yeah, everybody can leave whenever they want. So you
okay, perfect. I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. Let's do a couple more.
Okay. Did we do Tango already? Tango, your hand's been up for a while.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, you?
Good.
Good. So I had 3 questions, but the person before me asked my first question. So second question is the endorsement on the back of the 1040V, that date. I know we do payment for 12/31/2023, but then we do our signature with the byline and then the date after that. What is that date?
You can take it or leave it. You don't have to have it on there at all if you don't want.
That's the date you signed it, though. Just like a check. Think of that as
no. I'm not. I would not recommend, because we're paying late. Remember, so I don't want to create them having to do some adjustment and a late filing penalty fee. I would rather her put the date twice to say, I know that this is past the date that I didn't actually prepay for my tax return, but you know that I know I'm not going to hold you liable. You're not going to hold me liable. You're not going to charge me a fee or a fine for being late, because I backdated it, because I know what you know that I know. I'm helping you do your job.
And again, this made me feel better too. Christina Wilson and Pat even put it this way: these are all fictions, and in the fictitious world, time, you can go backwards, you can go forwards. And what's the Latin term? Then for now, what is it? Nuncto prunc.
Nunc pro tunc or void ab initio from the beginning. So because it's called suppression of intelligence, by the way. Okay, not knowledge, but intelligence. Why? Because the banks own the governments that own the people on the plantation. So everybody had a non-disclosure all the way up the fucking tree. Okay? You tell anybody how they can come off the plantation and pay themselves, your ass is grass and your family too. Okay? They call that suppression of intelligence. That's why they can make up that you owe a bill so they can have a justification to go take that 1.8 and use it over here for their little whatever they got going on. So justify, lie, steal, pretend, assume, presume, hide under the table, ditch, leave, disappear whenever it's time to be liable or accountable or transparent about something. Plausible deniability about all of it. That's called intelligence, by the way. And when I'm talking intelligence, I'm not talking about smart people with high IQs. I'm talking literally Bank Privacy Act. Don't fucking tell anybody how to get rich off their own accounts, because we're stealing from them. Does that make sense? So you're now the baton is in your hand. The pipe is in your mouth. The scroll is in your lap. We get to now go, okay, benefit of discovery, huh? I'm going to look at all my files very differently now. In fact, everything is a receipt to me now. Everything. When I order a new birth certificate, the receipt to me is more valuable than the birth certificate I've been hearing all these rumors about, because ain't nobody tell me what to do with this receipt. Now I'm here showing you guys I didn't wait for receipts. I made my own.
Hell yeah, sister.
That's the power that we're all kind of absorbing right now and taking a minute to go, what just happened? Hold on a minute. Hold on. That's just the cognitive dissonance that we're shaking off. We are the sovereign. The sovereign you can't be added into BRICS as a territory or a country unless you have no more debt to anyone. This is why Russia and China, and not CCP, when I say China, I'm talking about the People's Republic of China, not the CCP, okay? Everybody has pirates on their ship, okay? So Russia forgave Latvia's debt, for instance, Russia forgave the contracts for the oil or whatever, and the dinar, whatever, China rather, forgave all of Iraq or whatever's debts. In order for them to lop onto the international cross-border, whether it's Montana and Idaho or Idaho and China, cross-border payment system, in order for them to get onto BRICS, they had to have their debt forgiven or they had to set it off. That's all we're doing right now, settling our ledgers, forgiving our trespassers. I forgave those people that stole that money from me. They stole it from the treasury, they stole it from me, the person, and they stole it from my Benny who generated all those credits and that energy for the last 14 years. But I forgive them, but I also have a duty to report them because we're helping clean the pirates off the ship. We are the civil authority that is a self-governing agency. My home is an agency. I'm an intergovernmental agency. Why? Because I'm a republic. I'm a self-governing sovereign, right? I'm the queen with the pen in my hand. I can make it all happen, right? I'm the authority over my couch. And when I contract with another person, two signatures makes a contract, right? So if I have all the power, those with the gold pay the debts. So if my Mortmain account was if I was invested my weight in gold in 67, aren't I the one with the gold? Isn't the treasury us? Don't I actually have an unlimited ability to script? And can any of my private contracts ever be impeded by any other entity ever? No. In our Constitution, we have the right to private contract. That's the 101, contract law 101. We had a contract coming in here with you know who. I'm breathing because of you know who. My heart beats because of you know who. It's not our parents that made us, folks. It's 369 energy, frequency, color, light, omnipresent thing created our platform, or this vessel, right? A tree can exist for 300 years without an instruction manual. But if we learned this world would be a very different place. The tree can't do this. The tree needs a guardian to protect it and preserve it. We have a consciousness, so we're stuck with the duty of figuring out how to work inside this domain. But now that we're Dominion, we're saying, you know what? I don't want to trade with the enemy anymore. I don't want to touch those filthy notes. I want to create my own gold and my own current and my own future and my own wealth. And I don't want to sit around and wait for nobody. So that's what we're doing here. This is what it looks like to not give your power away and self-govern. You get to determine, as you read the instructions on this stuff and you really, really start to look through the information, you're going to go, it was here all along. They just had us distracted and they had us afraid of the bully. Who is the bully? Worldwide, the IRS. Since 1966. Why? Because they could put a lien on any person, entity, fiction in commerce at any time at will. That's called the CIA. That's called coup d'etat, black ops, FBI. All of them have been pimps and whores, folks. Sorry.
But we are also non-combatant, non-belligerent. Y'all know what America, you know what the prefix Amer means? It's admiralty. Yes, admiralty as in kings. We were all supposed to be kings or princes of this country, and I learned that from Patrick. And it's true. So in order to operate like one, this is the first little step. And I am really grateful for your tools. I can't keep saying it. I can't say it enough. At least I added you to the Telegram too, Kim Marie. So
okay, wonderful.
You should be able. I think I found you. It's Kim Marie Teeter. Running drummer, the same thing, right? Something like that on there.
I think Telegram, I'm just Kimmery Teeter.
Let me double check. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut out. Did you get your answer, brother?
Yeah, did she get her question answered? I just want to double check.
I'm sorry.
I just want to verify. I want to kind of just talk it through to make sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
For the date on the back of the 1040V, we have payment for 12/31/2023 because that's the end of the calendar year, correct? And it's I guess accounting for all of what we put on the ES. And then we don't need the date after our signature, correct?
No.
So yeah, tax year 2023 form, whatever form you use, because we're doing this on both the 1040 ES and the V, right? So we have pay to the treasury, first line. Second line, negative, and then the value of the quarter. If it's for the ES, you're doing the total on the V. But to keep it simple, let's pretend we're talking about the ES. So we're doing a quarter on each ES. Pay to the order of the U.S. Treasury, 62,500 with a negative in front of it, and then we write it out, $62,500 in cursive. Below that is for credit to, and then your Social Security. Below that, we're writing the tax year of the year that we're editing, so tax year 2023, and we're identifying the form right after, so form 1040 ES. Below that, you're writing payment for September 16th, 2024, whatever quarter you are doing on your coupon, because we have 4 coupons for 4 quarters with the ES, right? Do you get that part?
Yeah, I'm good there because I know
Okay.
that is the date on the actual ES.
Right. And then right below that, by your name, we can scratch the date that the day of that we're signing, since we're doing this retroactively. So just by your name, and then below that you'll put the end of the accounting year, which is 31 2023 or whatever year you're doing it for. Yeah, but you can scratch the signature date where you actually, when you sign and date things, you could scratch the date on that part, is what she's saying.
And we're putting 12/31/2023 under the signature, right? I got that. So, and that's for the ES, but I'm making sure that on the back of the 1040V, it's the same situation for the date there, is what I'm asking.
Yeah. So we're scratching the date on both of them because you don't want to have a future payment. These forms go together too. So the 1040 ES is the draw, or the debit or the credit, I should say. And then the voucher, the payment voucher, 1040V, you can think of it like a withdrawal slip. You know what I mean? So the dates are going to match. Yeah, the whole thing's going to match, actually.
Yeah, and feel free to get your 2024s done. They will really enjoy seeing that you're paying for 2023 and forward paying for 2024. But on the 2024 ones, you'll just put the due date that you're paying them by.
So the end of the quarter or whatever.
Quarter date. Yes, the quarter date. Go ahead and get those in too. I would put both of them in the post by Friday if you can.
And then with the 2024 guys, you won't get that until you file your return, which would be during tax season. Is that right, Kimberly?
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
so
yeah, it's with the way things are changing right now. If you put a 2023 package in and you already paid for 2023 and you don't owe anything, it could trigger an automatic check coming to you in the mail.
Right.
I mean, it literally, because if all your books are clean, it's going to cause an overpayment instantly, which is the basis for any return, is an overpayment. Get it?
Because even with the 1040 or the 1041, you can file quarterly, but I believe they hold off on sending the check until the end of the tax year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, to make sure
right?
that you're not going to owe anything, so they can officially close the books. But but I would feel free, because if they see a 2023 fiscal year payment for you, and then they see that you're prepaying for 2024, you're loaning the Treasury of the New Republic a big chunk of your securities, okay? And you're only drawing down a portion. You're only requesting. In fact, this is coming to me right now. This might be amazing, folks. Because of where we're at mid-year, if we get our 2024s in, that helps them close out mid-year, automatically causes an overpayment for that 2023. Wow, this could be genius. I mean,
And everyone, if you don't see right now, this was one of her checks that she's sharing on the screen. I don't know if you can see this, but that was one of her checks. If you need proof, 1041 reference number at the bottom there for the year of 2022, December, came out of Ogden.
It's a
filed at
5.
Ogden.
It says 5 because it's a gift and estate tax. Gift and estate tax.
A class 5, yep.
Class 5, which means
Hold on. Brother, there's people waiting to ask their questions. If you can raise your hand to be fair to
It's something
everybody.
she just mentioned.
Okay.
So if we pay 2024 right now, it's going to cause an overpayment for 23, is what you're saying.
That's what's coming to me right now, brother. Because of where we're at in the fiscal year, we're at the halfway point. Like June, July, August. So I guess we're not halfway. January, February, March, April, May, June. June 30th technically is the halfway point for exempt entities. So our fiscal year, when you're an exempt entity, it's usually a high value asset in the sea of commerce, meaning we're exempt, but we can report. And basically we're exempt from, because how do I say this? So fiscal year for exempt entities starts July 1st. Our end of year is 6/30. So when my trust or my exempt entities do ESs, when I do my 1041s, they actually ask you to put year-end date for your vessel. And so I always put 6/30/2020, whatever the fiscal year is. So I would 6/30/2024 is how I would do my ESs for any of my exempt entities, because that's the final year of my fiscal year being an exempt entity. Now, as we're all starting to realize and learn that we're all banks too, and we're all exempt also, and we're all class 5s, which is gift or estate, every time we pay a tax, we get it back dollar for dollar, because we are all by nature, we are a grantor and an estate, a gifter and a receiver. And the trust is actually the pass-through entity or the middleman, which has been the Treasury this whole time. Okay. So, or the Social Security Administration. So we're kind of turning into the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We're turning into the Trinity. We're turning into the triangle inside the circle that's inside the square. And what that means is, you just got to sit in the chair and wear the hat based on the 9/10 of the law is intent. Everybody knows this by now, right? You guys are schooled in these different processes. So 9/10 of the law is intention. Okay. So that gives us the basis for, are we working in good faith or not? It's a yes or no question. So everything we're doing is to operate. We're operating in good faith. I think that's what I want. I'm sorry. Let's get back to square one. Okay. And be done with this. Okay. Distraction. Okay. Ready? Go.
Okay. Let's move on to the next question. Josh, looks like you've had your hand up for a while, brother. You got to go ahead and unmute if you're still with us.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, everybody?
How's it going, man?
Oh, same old. So my question is relating to either the 1040 or the 1041, no matter which. Is it going to play a role if I have done a 14039?
What's a 14039 again?
It's the identity theft, getting the IRS to audit my account all the way back to 18 years of age.
Okay. Let me ask you this back. when was the last time you filed or reported?
So 2023 was for the individual or for the person, and I did a 1041 for 2021 just recently.
Okay, so trust and social, so 2023. Did you, when you filed, did you get mailed a P10 number? Sorry, it's a P10, I think, for people who've had an identity theft happen.
So I set that up myself on irs.gov. I went in and logged in. I got an IPPIN for that purpose. Yes.
And they ask you to use that whenever you're filing for the current tax year filing, so that they can verify that only you get to use that key because you've had some suspicious activity happen with your identity, but only you get to use that key and only you get to report using that key. And that's how they can verify that you're the one.
Well, I did the IPPIN after I had done any other filings or returns, what have you. So I have not submitted anything with the IPPIN because everything else was already done.
That's fine. You're good. You're golden.
Okay, so to follow up with that, since I have done the 1044 2021, and with my trust and all that set up now, I've done the 1041 for 2021 as well. Is there a recommendation from you on either the 40 or the 41 ES? Being I've done both for 2021 anyway.
It's never going to. The only thing, if you were to do 1041's ESs for the trust returns, it could kick those into gear because you've actually brought liquidity to a dehydrated account or a year. If you sent the ESs in, it especially if it's a past year, it could actually kick those into triggering a payment for you. Did you do an OID?
No, I did not do an OID because, to be honest with you, I was a little hesitant. When I did the 41, I just did the Bs and some local standards on the.
That's
41.
okay. You did a B. Did it show you that you were going to get a return back?
So they did accept everything. I think I may have jumped the gun and done the 1041 a little early. I didn't receive any kind of transcripts or nothing like that from the IRS. So I'm waiting to hear. It's been about 3 or 4 weeks since I submitted the 41 with the Bs and the local standards. So I haven't heard either.
How did you file the 1041? Paper?
No, I did it on taxact.com.
Tax Act. Okay. Did it show that you were due a return on Tax Act when you electronically filed?
Yes.
And you downloaded the FE document and you assigned it and you uploaded it back, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So it said you were due back a return. Okay, that's good. That's very
Except
good.
it's not an IRS, yeah.
Okay. So it's about 3 weeks for those to come in the mail. So you're golden with that. If you don't get a check here in the near future, you could kickstart that return possibly by attaching your 1041 ESs, 1041B, 1040B, 1041B. I think. Is there a 1041B? Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Now I'm
Yes, there is. 100%. Yeah.
like, wait a minute. Okay, so 1041B, kickstart it. Put that, and I would send it registered mail if you know how to do that.
Yes.
Okay, and green card receipt return. Okay. I know it takes a while, but let me tell you guys something about the post office while we're under martial law. Their scanners are able to scan 13-ish 13 pages But think about thick bond paper. So if it's regular paper, it's probably about 50 pages. If it's bond paper, it's about 13 stacks of bond paper. Their scanners can scan through 13 pages of bond paper and pick up every color of ink. And this is where the medallion stamp comes in. Medallion stamp, based on the color, determines the accessible value of the stamp color, the medallion stamp. Okay, it's usually done for bonds and stuff like that. So why did I say that? When you send it registered mail, when you send it through the mail at all, even though it takes longer for the registered mail to get there, they've already scanned the whole document to see the colors of ink that are in there because they're accounting. Post office and bank. Post office is the bank for bonds and securities, right? Think about it. Trusts, estates, banks, governments, courts, agencies, whatever. It's all going through in and out of a post office, you guys. Think about that for a minute. Just blow your mind, right?
So now when you're saying
send it registered, Form 56 attached, so that the authorization that you're the fiduciary, and send that registered mail. You're welcome to even expedite your ESs overnight, like pay $30 to have it overnighted over there, and then send the registered mail. Let it take its time to get there. But if you send in,
Hey guys, who is somebody unmuted that's not speaking? Because we can hear music and kids, and if you can mute, please. It looks like it's Sean. Sean, can you mute?
Please mute your phone.
I muted him. All right. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. All right. So we're almost done with that. He knows how to do that. Perfect. You can do that. That will create a heartbeat around that claim that you have. I would wait until the 3 weeks or the 21 days, business days is passed, because they're pretty good about sending out those trust returns. Because the money belongs to you as the trustee and fiduciary to get it to the Benny whose ship might be sinking. So they try not to delay the trust returns. Does that make sense? Unless there's actually a problem with it. Okay.
Well, so I believe I'm going to get a 6042C for the identification. It seems like that's a big thing that they're doing right now. Everyone else that I've talked to that has done it
for your social.
Yeah, they're getting those in the mail. Yeah.
If it's $3,000 or more that you're owed on a tax return, because they are right now screening for stolen identity. 3 million undocumented people are in this country right now, and how these coyotes have been trafficking people is not just actually women and children and babies and stuff. They've been trafficking Social Security or seasonal worker W-9s, okay, which is basically your person that's only here 6 months out of the year. So think about in the last 3 million have come in to our country, and they have to make sure everybody that this is our discomfort, is that all of our Social Security tax returns are being delayed because we have an influx of undocumented people trying to get tax returns. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I've already did the 56 as well. Do you think I should still attach another one with the 41 ESNV?
If that envelope is going in the mail, electronically it went already. That's an electronic filing department pile. If you don't get your return soon, and I'm just telling you to go ahead and send in ESs maybe for the amount that you were going to be getting, and you send that separately, that's going to land on someone's desk that doesn't know anything about your electronically filed one. So it would help them do their job if you just did a copy of the Form 56 and a copy of your tax return and put copy on it so that they know you've already electronically filed. Here's a little incentive for you to get my return back to me. Here's some ESs for the same amount that you're supposed to be cutting me a check for. Feel me?
Gotcha. And one last thing real quick. I'm trying to hurry, I promise. When you say send registered mail, I know they have two different ways: registered return receipt, and then they have the actual, I think it's called registered, where it does not leave a post office worker's hands until it is actually delivered into the hands of the person that's addressed.
So we have to just look at why you're wanting to figure that out. And when I bring everything back to center and why we're doing what we're doing, if you're owed 80,000 or 280,000 on a tax return for a trust, and you're waiting and your ship can't go anywhere because it has no provisions, and you've just learned how to stuff that cookie jar with 280,000 in paper securities, bonds, and credits that you're due back someday, maybe, but not now, future, right? You're waiting. You're simply using that registration as a taxable event that you're giving it $21 or more. I usually put 21 silver dollars as the value of what's in the package. That makes it international law. That makes me the holder in due course of the value assessed in that envelope. I get to say what that value is worth. The longer they take to pay you, the more your billing keeps going, right? You have to get paid even though they're not paying you your tax return. So who are you billing? You have to bill your estate, which is your main account. So you bill yourself by adding more credits to your ledger. So that registered receipt now becomes a $250,000 base assessable amount.
Gotcha.
Lost wages, lost time that I spent that I could have gone out at sea, but I had no provisions. So it's been delayed. Time I spent in this classroom today. What if you're $250 an hour? Has anyone gotten a receipt out and written a receipt to themselves for today? Because by the way, y'all get to pay yourself for today. $250 an hour. So until you create the receipt, ain't nobody getting paid. Right? Just saying. Okay. So did I answer your question? Hopefully I did.
Well, at first there you were cut out, but I think you did. I just didn't know whether I should pay the extra because you were saying scan it in at the post office. So I didn't know if that's meant that they did it the other way where they don't lose, it stays in someone's hand, or if the regular green return receipt was suffice.
Green card receipt will suffice. It doesn't need to be, it doesn't need to be in custody like the whole way that. So normally we keep the registered receipts in our own records and we don't give over because each one of those registered receipts is actually a bond number. And we get to give it an assessable value now. We didn't know that before. So when I say I turn literally everything into a receipt now, that's what I mean. So if you're going to take the time and energy to send an overpayment to the department that's supposed to receive your 1041 prepayment money order fish, then you may as well secure it and put a tracking number on it and give it value.
Gotcha. I follow.
That way you're not waiting for them to give you a return. You're still creating credits and paying yourself while you're waiting, but it's just another opportunity to create a receipt for yourself. And that's why sign in blue, do your CAF number in bright blue because they're scanning it all. They're looking there, and I think they give priority to securities. Or blue signed documents. A lot of these mortgage papers, you guys, are black and white. They're dead fiction pieces of paper. They're junk and they're fraud. But ours are filled with red and purple and blue and green and all kinds of fun colors, right? So,
All right. One last thing. Would you recommend a specific office? It seems like all of my documents have been pulled and are currently at I think it's the Ogden, Utah, where the treasury is. All of my documents seem to have been pulled to that one location. Would that be the recommended spot for the ESs and the V to be sent?
You got to
No.
look at the form, brother. Look at the 1040V. It tells you exactly where to send it for your state.
So when you're getting audited, Ogden is the legal commissioner, the commission and all of his officers' location. And that's where they do, that's where CID, it's the it's the law division of the paymaster that has breached a trust. And so I can't even confirm for you whether anybody's even there collecting the mail. So no one ever said if you're getting audited, you can't still pay yourself, file, report, and recoup. Business as usual. Keep on trucking. You get to do whatever you want and follow the instructions is my best advice. Wherever you're sending your payment to, send it where the 1041s, I think it's Kentucky, if I'm not mistaken. And I've had JP Morgan stamp my green card receipt out of Kentucky. They're an agent for the Treasury. I think it's because we took over JP Morgan and all of its securities, back in 2021 during the bankruptcy. Just saying. But you're going to be surprised what you get when you get these green cards back, who stamps them. It's going to be exciting. So that's what I would do. Follow the instructions. You're agreeing to prepay. You're agreeing to gift. They're going to make those payments priority. They're going to look at your account. They're going to see if you owe anything. They're going to see where you're at. And they're going to issue a letter of advice or a letter of adjustment or a letter of insufficient, you need to pay this because, we're missing this. Oftentimes they're looking for a responder. Okay. First responder gets the cookies. So, and by the way, normally in courtesy, customary in international law and banking law and securities law, there's a courtesy letter that goes out, if possible, by 3 days. In the third day. If you can't get something out to them, you can backdate it a few days so that you're telling them that you are on time on paper. Okay. So that's what I was going to share about that piece. To be an honor is to try to respond as soon as possible. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yep. Can't wait to hear all the good news from everybody.
And Ross, in the chat, you need to know all three of the forms, brother. 1040 is your tax return, meaning you. So let's start here. The 1040V is your payment voucher it's like your debit. Okay, you want to draw. It's like you take your debit card at the bank. Pretend that's what your 1040V is, because that's what's going to pool the funds that you sent with the 1040ES, your employee statement. You're calculating how much you were supposed to get paid in 2023 for acting in your beneficiary's best interest or the Social Security person. So the 1040ES, you're writing your estimated how much you're supposed to get paid. The 1040V is your debit card to pull those credits that you just issued with the 1040ES. Okay. And then the 1040 tax return returns the taxes to you. It draws them out. Okay. So maybe debit card isn't the best analogy for the 1040V, but the V is the draw. The ES is the credit that you're initially issuing, and then the regular tax return returns those credits to you. Simple as that. You need to learn all three of them, my man. All right, Aldi Global. You still have a question?
Are you able to hear me?
Thank you,
Yeah, how's it
Marduk.
going? Of
I'm
course.
doing all right. I was okay. So I just wanted to make sure. So the amount that you're putting on that for what you should have been paid last year is basically, I'm not gonna say a guesstimate, but you're going to uh put that together based on what you're like at a guesstimation, I guess, because I doubt that. I mean, most people don't have all their receipts from everything they did last year. So and then the bank account portion. I mean, are you having to prove this stuff? Or you have to send in receipts? You have to send in some sort of documentation.
Okay, back it up. How much are you worth hourly?
Um, that's almost an infinite number. Well, let's just go with the 250 that you used earlier.
$2.50 an hour. Okay, so are you willing, if you feel more comfortable having receipts and paying yourself hourly and paying yourself like a daily salary, okay, to do all this stuff? Do you feel comfortable going to Office Depot and getting one of those carbon receipts, or ordering your business name or your sole prop name from Office Depot or Amazon so that you have a carbon? And at the end of every day, you fill out a receipt of the hours that you worked at $2.50 an hour. Then you'll have receipts.
Do you know how much that totals up to in a year for 40-hour work weeks, bro?
Not the top of my head.
$520,000.
Yep.
$520,000 for $2.50 an hour. Now, when Kimmery went over what we are doing, when you think about it, you're a power of attorney, in fact, right? You are agent for your social security person all day, every day. You do the laundry. There's so many hats you wear in a day that you aren't getting paid for. So that's where we're drawing the basis of even the 250. So technically, if you want to be modest, it's $125 an hour would be the $250,000. Just about. It'd be $260,000 a year salary if you're making.
Right, because you don't want to go over the 250.
Correct.
At least
Well, that's
starting
what
off.
she said, but I I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
I guess you'll find less pushback under 250. Or less
What
questions.
you know your records, and only you know what your bank statements say that you've spent, or what your business expenses are, or what your side gig job is, or whatever you're doing, volunteering, whatever. Only you know what's going through your bank accounts. And what we just haven't been doing is prepaying ourselves when we file our taxes, and we're all crying and moaning when it comes time for taxes, and we're all trying to hide the money that we made so we can pay less taxes, because no one ever told us the more you pay, the more you get back. Just saying. So we have to just think about it newly. We get to create the receipts out of thin air. Only you know how much time you spend grocery shopping for yourself and your family and your loved ones.
To verify what she's saying as well, check this out. I don't know if you can see my screen. This was from the commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service in 1985. To all district directors, on March 5th, 1985, a charge of tax evasion was filed in the U.S. District Court of Indianapolis, Indiana by U.S. Attorney George Duncan. The charges were dismissed. The defense attorney Lowell B. Craft of Huntsville, Alabama, represented irrefutable evidence that the 16th Amendment of the Constitution was never properly ratified. The amendment, which established the income tax, was signed into law despite serious defects. In reality, only 2 states ratified the amendment, and the ratification requires 36 to be valid. And the effect of this is such that every tax paid into the Treasury since 1913 is due and refundable to every citizen and business. The official position of services, as it has always been, to aid and assist the citizens of the United States. We will not publish or advertise this finding, as a total immediate refund would cause a serious strain on the resources of the Treasury. For those citizens who become aware of this finding and apply for a total refund, expedite their refund documents as quickly and quietly as possible. A simple 1040X form will suffice until a new form is designed and printed. Advise each of your managers that they are not to discuss the situation with anyone. There will be no written communications, and you are to destroy this memorandum. The Secretary of the Treasury assures me that there will be no reduction in your workforce, as the refunding activity will take a minimum of 5 years to complete. Further directions will be forwarded as the need arises. Roscoe L. Egger Jr., Commission of the IRS. Patrick had this in his files. I've seen this floating around. To the validity of it, I don't know. But everything is a tax, and we have the right to recoup them. And actually, is there some sort of public law we can refer to, Kimmery, to make people to understand this concept, or how? I'm not questioning it because I do understand, but for people who need the proof, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is to read the publication for employers. Because if you're going to start paying yourself, you're now wearing an employer hat, right? And that just happens to be the instructions for all the 1099s. So
Now, that money. Oh, sorry.
yeah, well, M, well, because I've read it so many times, but M kept sticking out to me because it basically gave us all the titles that we are, besides just an employer. We're all these other things. We're winners. We are receivers. We are. Hold on. Let me just look it up real quick. Instructions M. Yeah, go ahead. Someone was going to ask a question while I'm looking for this real quick.
And those funds have to go into the non-interest bearing account, and then they have to be distributed quickly. Is that correct, or is this
if it's from a trust? If you're doing a 1041, is what she said, I believe. Is that right, Kimmery?
Yeah. Am I muted?
No.
Okay. So let me ask you this. What's the concern? And then ask it that way.
To know if the money if the funds requested via this procedure, if they have to go into the trust. I'm not sure if I was mixing things up. If they have to go into a trust account and then be distributed to the beneficiary from the trusted account, or if they just come, or if it's coming direct, or since you're requesting it to yourself, because you're doing a 1040, you are the beneficiary, so you can just put it into any account.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. All right. I yield.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Crystal Paz, you can unmute. Crystal? Yeah, how's it going?
Awesome. My question is that I homeschool my children, and I also run an RV park at the same time. I do everything. I've been homeschooling my kids for about 4 years now. My husband does have a daily job, so I stay home. Would I still only put 250,000 on that? Or I wouldn't say, should I put it? That's not how I should ask that. Is it okay that I value my services at that, since I do everything to keep my household plus the business side running?
If you if you just found out that you have a escrow account with a ton of credits in it, almost unlimited amount of credits that you inherited, you would start looking and assessing yourself a little differently in your value, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So isn't that what you're doing right now and asking the question?
Yes.
So would it be easier for people? And I think it's easier for us to do this. Would it be easier for you to think about what you could start paying yourself hourly since you just found out you can pay yourself?
Yeah.
Or daily. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Could you do it a daily rate? Because even if you're on vacation, you're still the guardian responsible for the vessel that God created.
True.
Okay? So who's going to brush your teeth?
Me.
Okay. So hourly or daily. And then we haven't even started to think about what kind of bonuses we want to give ourselves.
Gotcha. Okay.
You see what I mean? So start from there. I mean, it causes reverence. I can hear it in your voice. It's a bit of a paradigm shift.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It is. I caught you on the 903 yesterday, and I was just taken back by your conversation. I just listened, and I followed you, and you told me about this group today. So I've been here since you opened up, sitting here with you 7 hours, 8 hours, however long we have been here. But I'm in shock, I guess, a little bit. So I guess that's why I just want to make sure that, I am doing this in the right direction that I'm supposed to, don't want to do anything that I'm not supposed to, I guess.
Okay. So we're getting a little bit to the heart of the matter, right?
Yes.
What have we been trained in our whole lives? To
pay?
Ask for a job, to ask for a handout, to ask for something outside ourselves so that they could influence us and have us be distracted. Squirrel over here. We cannot have these folks realize that they're Christ incarnate, right?
Right.
We cannot have them. And if they get too bright, it'll make it uninhabitable for us here. If you think about the life or death of a parasite, it literally cannot live without a host.
Understand.
That's Satan, the deceiver. So we've survived and we made it. We crossed the finish line. We're still alive. Some of us are crawling, but we made it, right?
Right. Yes.
And what if the revelation is the end for the parasite, because it's just not very inhabitable here. There's too much love and too much joy and too much jubilee and too much light and too much happiness. I can't be here anymore. And they can't. That's why our light extinguishes the dark. So the more you value yourself, then the 144,000 that are linked up to you in the ether will also get a raise, an attitude adjustment, and a paradigm shift. If nothing else, your guides, your fairies, your spirits, your angels, whoever's working with us down here, helping us navigate this godforsaken place, okay? Yes. Someone is going to be affected the minute you come out of being in shock, because you're in shock. I get that. This is a paradigm shift.
Yes, I am.
and let's just say the way we can forgive our trespassers or those who didn't necessarily, they gate kept from us and they didn't tell us. Let's just say that was a hedge of protection to keep us close, so that we wouldn't shine our light too bright, pop our head up too fast, and become targeted.
Understand.
What happened the minute I deposited a 1.8? Do you think I've ever had 1.8 in my life in my hand? Ever? Never. Okay? You know what it took for me to go back in time and add up all those numbers and say, if I'm being really honest with myself, have I really been that busy? Yes, I have. I've worn 6 hats since I was 15. Okay? So, okay, as you can tell, I have a lot of energy and not a whole lot of places to put it. So of course, God put me on this really amazing game called Let's Crack the Code of the IRS, right?
Yeah.
Let's take the bully out with one slingshot, right? So here we are now together around the campfire. And what we're doing is we're remembering maybe we came here for a different purpose. And maybe we don't have to fight anymore and the war ends with us. And maybe we start with forgiveness, forgiving those and then forgiving ourselves for not knowing sooner. But
yeah,
forgive those who trespassed. We can forgive those who plundered. We can forgive those who hijacked. We can forgive those who killed even and leave that judgment.
Non-combative, non-belligerent, clean
right?
hand.
Let's leave it to God. Ultimately, it's between that person and God anyway.
Understand?
The peace is with us, right? If we could, so now that we can get to that forgiveness part, now we've got to get to the real work, which is what am I worth? Now, I'll make it easy for you. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
If you were walking next to a Birkenstock wearing linen cloth badass, okay?
Uh-huh.
Would you make sure that that linen cloth supernatural being was taken care of while he was here?
Yes.
Are you any different than him in relationship?
No.
So you would take care of yourself while you're on your walk because we're walking with other linen cloth wearing badasses.
Yes.
So if we came down here to save this planet from darkness and our job is to be the light, let's figure out the fastest way we can shine.
Understand?
It was never about the money for me. It was about the justice and turning the light on those who may have unknowingly been extorted from by criminals who actually need to be in jail.
And y'all know the definition of justice? It means to pay your dues, of even paying of dues where they're rightfully meant to be paid. It's both a financial term as well as what people think when, you balance the scales. But scales, money, it's all, yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that, but it's just, adding some glitter onto the conversation.
we all love glitter, especially girls.
Okay. And just to bring it back, to the circle is like, so the greatest trick that we ever got pulled over our eyes was that thing tried to trick us that it didn't exist. So that we're over here going in circles, not knowing what the hell's happening in Mr. Magoo land, right? We're just like, I can't even give any of this my time. It's too out there, right?
Yeah.
So now that we've exposed it and looked behind the curtain, now we get to how do we want to walk this walk? What would JC do? What would the light in me do? Okay, so all I did was report the people. And then in the process, now I'm going to be getting back even more than what they took.
Gotcha. I feel like my husband works I guess my journey started because my husband works very hard and he supports us, and I support the household by staying home. But I feel like he works so hard, but getting nowhere.
Right.
I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I feel like
that's
we
by
have a
design,
house.
friend.
Yeah, we have a house, we have cars, we've paid for these things in full, but yet we feel like we're still trapped because does it end?
Yep.
That's when does it end? Like how do you just really be able to enjoy life and just say, "Oh, I'm going to take a 2-week vacation and not have to worry about going to my 9 to 5."
Yeah. So 3D language, alpha omega. 3D language, alpha omega.
All right.
Beginning and the end. It starts and ends with you. If you want to be sovereign. Some people are too weak, old, and abandoned to rely on themselves to attempt to learn what you learn today. So they literally need a stipend from the state.
Understand.
Okay. Where do you think they're getting taken care of from the state? Their own Mort Main, Cestacay, Clawback escrow account.
Makes sense.
Everybody keeps saying the taxpayers are paying for the welfare. No, we're not. No, we're not.
Could I say something?
That makes
really
sense.
quick?
Yeah, that's everything I have. Thank you very much for your time.
You bet.
Everybody on here as well. So I'll go ahead and mute myself. Thank you guys for your time.
Of course, of course. It looks like we have Jag. Thank you for waiting patiently, bro. Or miss.
No, God, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. How you guys doing? I've been here the whole time too. I appreciate it, and I found you guys from the 903, like most of us. But my question is real simple. I opened a TDA account, and it was basically to avoid all the problems that Kim had. I'm sorry. I don't know. Did I pronounce it anymore?
It's Kimmery. That's okay.
Yeah. Is it a good idea to have the Treasury dump those funds into the TDA account and then have it funneled down from there? Because the TDA account has the trust account number information, and that's it.
That's correct. And I did personally have my TD account connected to my oldest trust account that I was moving to Texas that I've had since 2009. And I was playing around with depositing checks payable to the United States Treasury in my account. And what they did was they closed it because my intention was making I was writing checks out of my own account. From the Benny was writing checks to the trust account for the ledger keeper, the bank, to turn the pay to the United States Treasury, go to the window and put those credits that I just paid you, the bank, and you got paid, and go grab me the credits from the Fed window and deposit those in my bank account so I can pay my car payments. So after about 3 deposits payable to the United States Treasury into my bank account, they closed it. And what that closed account, especially a trust account, a closed trust account is for set off and settlement. So I could have filed bankruptcy. I could have filed all kinds of ESs. I was experimenting at the time before I knew how to file a 1041 tax return. So my trust account, the last time I had a trust account was in 2022, late 2022 when it got closed. So I moved into brokerage at Fidelity and brokerage at Wells Fargo. And then that's where I've been making my tax deposits to create receipts for my claims on my trust returns. So I knew that the banks were a pass-through and could be useful for us. I knew that the bankers and the attorneys and the courts were using our securities at the Fed window, but I wasn't quite putting all that together. So yeah, I think the TDA account's great, but make no mistake, brother, I fulfilled my dream of being Charlie's Angels the day I caught that fraud and security officer who's the VP of fraud and security at a 1946 old family bank in the deep south of you know where the cartel has been running the show in the nation for years. Just saying, I think I might have saved a bank or I got them a free audit. Either way, it's a win-win. Make sense?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
was
So
guided. I was guided. Listen, I have all this trust knowledge. I knew that I was taking a risk. We had already been told the banks aren't safe. What kind of 8-year-old balloon carrying, linen wearing badass would go deposit a 1.8 check in a bank account that wasn't being a double agent? I just operated with no fear, like an average, ordinary, everyday person who finally got an inheritance check. And I went in and started investing in my business. I opened up 7 accounts. I was on my way to a payroll account so I could start paying people in my bookkeeping business because we're having great results. I just did business as usual. I wasn't worried about the bank stealing my money. I wasn't worried about well, you got to distribute it all to the Benny. Well, I am the Benny. So what do you mean? Okay, I already did. I already put it. So the fiduciary is the Benny, and that's why it makes it sometimes difficult that we don't operate with different entities, because when you're processing and for yourself, it makes it hard for you to wear the hat, sit in the seat, and have a arm's length perspective. How can I best secure these funds for this person, Kimberly Teeter, who's actually me's future? So I just did what a grown-up investor, business person. I've been in business my whole life. I just did what a business person would do if they just got a nice big chunky grant, and I started investing in my business and people around me. I started sending them $25,000 retainer cashier's checks to retain their services for all the work that we have been doing for years and not been paid. Right?
right.
So my point is that I don't think I need to be Charlie's Angels on my next tax return, because I think I've learned so much from this process, and I appreciate you bringing up the TDA account. And I did have those experiences, but I also feel like we're learning so much, and had those funds not gotten frozen, I wouldn't even be on this call right now. We'd be on a Love Boat right now, getting ready for the big boat parade that's going to break the Guinness Book of World Records here in October. Just saying, I have some big plans, and I'm glad I got to get an audit of a bank that's been it's been around a long time. And so if their hands are clean, great. If the IRS agent who did not give proper notice to me and give me an opportunity to pay my bills before they conspired with the bank to freeze my accounts so that they could take all those funds and purportedly send them back to the Treasury, if all that happened and their hands are clean, I forgive. I look at myself. What did I do wrong? What was my mistake? I learn from it. I grow and I move on. That's how I've learned everything. I've not been afraid. I just go. And I do what because it's not about, I'm not operating in fear. So I don't even have a criminal mindset when I go to the bank and I'm getting ready to deposit and endorse a $1.8 million tax return that, by the way, I've worked for 14 years.
You're so
I worked for that
badass,
1.8, right?
You're so badass. That's crazy.
Right?
And you know what?
It's not about the money. It's about the justice at the end of the day.
And we really are our biggest enemy. We are our own biggest enemy. The biggest part, especially for me in this whole journey, I know this shit. I know this stuff, but half the time you're battling with yourself. Like, is this real? Am I going to get in trouble? We've been so conditioned to think we're going to go to freaking jail, even though all the IRS forms say they're correctable. You can amend them. You can do whatever you want. It's not set in stone, and it's not as scary as it's made out to be. So yes, we need to be a
And
little
by the
more
way,
Tim Marie like.
it's I would if I thought for a minute that I couldn't trust this bank, I would have sent a cashier's check to myself for at least 500 grand so I could rest for a minute. Lord knows I've been working so hard, but I wasn't thinking. None of us operate that way, in my opinion. We don't think we're going to be that pirates are going to board our ship and just grab our bags. We just, if we thought that way, we wouldn't go on vacation ever, because we'd be worried that our suitcase is going to get stolen, on the little thing that puts it up in the plane, right? We can't operate in fear, otherwise we'd go insane. So faith over fear has me on this call with you all right now. So I'm glad that happened now. And I'm glad that I've learned all that I've learned from it. Now I get to share with other folks what not to do. Or what to do. Make sure you pay yourself. I literally was sitting there with so much cash in the account that I didn't think I even needed to write myself a check. You just don't think from that place. That's why when I was talking to Crystal a minute ago, I get the paradigm shift that this is, because it's literally no different. I'm taking a tax return that I deposited in my bank account and paying myself $250,000 out of that bank account that I just deposited my tax return in.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different at all. For you to say why can't I put $250,000 away in a nice little escrow account or a holding account or non-interest bearing account? But why wouldn't you put it in an interest bearing account so you could actually get monthly statement showing how much the bank is paying you on that $250,000, which is what's happening in my savings account, by the way, which is so strange. We'll see if I get one this month, but they actually had to send a cashier's check of all the funds that I had in all 7 accounts to pay the IRS the bill that I purportedly owed, which, by the way, I already paid 3 times. That's okay. I have all the records. They have nothing but rogue agents. As you saw, someone said today they're hiring 3,000 IRS agents at CID?
Yeah.
Could it be that they just rounded up 3,000 and they need replacements? That was a CID agent that I met with, by the way, last summer that bullied me. So, just saying, I did see hardly any traffic on the freeway heading north where everybody has money in this town. 5 o'clock on a Friday, 2 cars going north about every mile. And there was not a car accident. I checked because that was very interesting looking at 5 o'clock on a Friday. Just saying, I think a lot of people have been picked up, and I think they're all on barges on their way to under martial law. It's court martial. It's military justice. Okay. If you were a banker, those are called officers in an exempt bank or exempt court or an exempt government agency. Those are considered officers. They don't just go to criminal court, you guys. They get court-martialed. They're considered an officer with a rank on a ship that have been hired as a federally privileged worker or a state agency worker under a blanket of federal agency, 3-letter badge, whatever, and they get to operate with impunity.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? The only way they know who to go get is if we report them just a suspicious activity report. All I did was show them, here's what I deposited, here's when I did, here's who sent me here's the date that my accounts were frozen. Here's who I called at the Security and Fraud Division. They happen to put me on the phone with Mr. So-and-so. And I come to find out that Mr. So-and-so talked to Mr. So-and-so over here behind closed doors and never talked to me. And still to this day, the Treasury's not sent me an assessment that return didn't belong to me. I think it's because the case is still being adjudicated. And there might be some people that got reported in this matter. So we are Space Force. We are volunteers helping restore and recover this country from a very, very large group of bad actors who don't have oaths of office to protect us any way, shape, or form. They're all corporate policy enforcers. Just saying, unless they're not. They have clean hands, great. If we report them, they'll have a clean bill of record, everything will be fine. If they are dirty, they're gonna get picked up.
Also, you know what I thought of, Kimmery? Like we have, it's going back to people worrying about like how much am I worth or this or that or what can I get away with? Think about freaking artists who paint a painting and sell their paintings for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that's just one painting. You know what I mean? What's giving that value? You know, the energy that the artist put into it, the stroke of their hand. You know, it's sort of the same thing. I don't know why that just popped in my head too, but like, we are the money, we are the energy. You just have to know your worth, and that's kind of the beginning of the battle too. A lot of people don't. I don't appreciate myself as much as I should, and that sounds narcissistic to even want to do that. But like, you know, you were put on this earth. You're very special. That we are creators. We are in the image of God. Like it's, you know, it's crazy. You know, and there's something like this. Like, look at all the weird conspiracy stuff that we know is real. You know what I mean? Like, this is like 100% like. There's no way this won't work in my book, you know? What was that, brother?
Okay, so are they still going to send us a check even though we have a TBA account? And also, how much would you recommend that we keep in the trust account without triggering problems with the bank? Because I just plan to keep it all in the TBA.
See, think of yourself as a penetrating, you're penetrating the system. Because everyone's claim is unique, everyone's bookkeeping is unique, everyone's ledger and bank statements are unique, everyone's life is unique. There's no way that I have the access to the knowledge to be able to answer your question for you. I don't know how in the end, if you read the instructions on a 1041, and you see that they only send checks out for trust tax returns. Now, recently I learned that we can do a direct deposit into our trust account as long as that trust account has been recorded at the county office, at the county recorder. Also, our friend who was on the call the other day is working a lot with the EPS payment system at the post office. She's penetrating that system. Yeah.
Badass, dude. She's badass. She was on here
totally
today,
bringing nuggets because it's a field of interest for her. So she's going to pick at it and she's going to figure that out. She's going to figure that puzzle out. I have other areas that I'm figuring out the puzzle too. So at the end of the day, if you want to be self-governing, your job is to look at the terms and conditions and then look at the risk after having read the instructions on anything. And then you have to determine whether your effort is worth the risk that you're about to take because it's the unknown. I don't know how behind someone might be on child support. I don't know how long they've gone without filing taxes. So, the tax advocate office are very willing to help us, as you all know. So that's a good place to go after you read some instructions. But what I know from 3 years of processing and creating receipts, and out of that processing, 4 of my amendeds for my Social Security person are on hold. I think it's because my trust has finally filed for my Benny, and I'm the only Benny that's due all those credits back, and they happen to be the same amount if maybe less credits than I was putting on my ESs. My ESs were just to pay off any old tax liabilities that the IRS purportedly said that I had. So that's a long story in itself. But let me just go back to this. If you're a sovereign, you can never harm or injure anybody or be accused of doing such if you're sending an inquiry, if you're sending a payment, if you're sending a offer. Inquiry, offer, letter of maybe it's a letter of inquiry, whatever. You whenever you're sending forward, they have a duty to perform, because we have an already always bond with this country. We and our ancestors, our family members built this country. We built the buildings that the bankers are working in. We're not going to stand for it anymore that we are paying the payroll of the government that's paying the bankers that steal from us. We're just not going to tolerate it anymore. If I can't take this I've been stolen from to a sheriff or a police officer, which we already know we can't. No, you have to go get an attorney and you have to go sue them in Satan's court. There's no justice here at the county level. Oh, it's half the time, if they do make a report, you just made yourself a target. Good luck trying to report a bank. Just saying. So what we're doing is we're forgiving, and when fishermen can't go out to sea, what do? Repair their nets. So I'm just repairing my records. Error, didn't pay myself. Oh shit, didn't pay myself. Let me get those receipts working right now, right? I forgive myself, now let's move on. So that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing. And I'm happy to share that with other people that are willing to look at it from that perspective. Because the more of us there are that read the instructions, come forward. If you find something, that's what the Socratic method of learning is all about. Learning in the round, right? Knights of the round table, kings and queens of the round table. We bring our best with the intent to lift up our brothers and sisters, not look for how what you do is going to injure me in the future. No, that's how insurance and liability and usury come from. We want to actually come from how can we lift you up? So what can you do that I can make sure you won't be harmed in doing it? Well, you can send a payment. I've sent so many pay to the United States Treasuries now, I think my boat's lopsided. So I've been actually learning about the bees recently. And so there's a whole lot of amazing stuff that's coming my way because I've been persistent and I never gave up. And then I spent since July 15th, working on this case of mine. So I'm about to get the comptroller and the AG are about to get my blank business tax forms and a letter from me to assist me in making me whole, since one of their corporations, companies, exempt entities, whatever, injured me. I'm choosing not to go into court and hire a bunch of attorneys. I don't have the money and I would never hire an attorney anyway. But I'm choosing to go the other route. I'm going the sovereign route. I'm going to handle my affairs through arbitration through the mail. And if I can't get justice, I actually recently just sent my whole case, it was 3 inches thick, to the Marines address where the federal treasury, federal comptroller, and the Marines are caretaking all of our records. Since I had a 3949A and was reporting one of their agents, I thought that they would like to know, and I put a couple of my tax returns in there with a writ of restitution. Like, I'm requesting from one sovereign to, as a civil authority, I'm requesting to be made whole by the comptroller and the treasury at the federal level, since I have not been able to get justice at the state level. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I may get a check from the comptroller at the state level, but I sent my 3-inch thick package out 10 days ago. It didn't stop me from continuing to work with the Secretary of State here. They all, I feel, have a duty to perform. So I got the federal side of the scale covered, and by tomorrow or Thursday, I'll have my claim back to the AG comptroller who works with the comptroller, and they usually work to make sure that they're not being sued as a state, because they're a corporate extension of what we call a franchise. Now, in Texas, there's a whole lot more republic going on, if you know what I mean. So we're expected to operate as sovereigns here in the Republic of Texas. We also don't have any debt. We have Air Marshal Guard, Army National Guard. We have our own energy grid system. We have our own fuels. We have our own contract. We have, like, Texas could join BRICS right now and have contracts with across the pond companies and have a beautiful trade and exchange using the BRICS platform, because we're not in debt. So that tells me that the comptroller has a duty to make sure if a claim comes his way where I've been injured, that just like the 1099X that Marduk just read, just please make that person whole without delay. We just don't need a bunch of, we don't need a bunch of people gathering arms and going in the streets. Maybe you can get away with stealing from one person, but if this company gets caught stealing a couple times and they've been reported a couple times, and the AG doesn't fine or reprimand or somehow, I'm just saying, we're moving to the justice side of the playing field now, and we do things differently on this side when you're a sovereign. Like, it's going to take a lot for me to get out of my queen's chair. Someone taking 1.8 from me is not going to get me in the streets with a double-barrel gun. I can tell you that right now. Because it's not about the money for me, right? But you hurt those children, Mama Bear is coming after you. But I'm not trained to be one of those people that's going in the tunnels, that's helping rescue all those children. I can only do what I'm skilled at right now, which is bookkeeping, record keeping, and I'm on a mission from God. So I have not, I was going to go into the military, but I ended up being a double agent. I'm a administrator. I'm a minister. And we all get to kind of choose what lights you up. Obviously, all of you can see clearly. I've had 1 cup of coffee today, and it's 8:31. Clearly, this is what I was put on the planet to do. I don't even need
We're
food.
reaching 9 hours right now. We're reaching 9 hours right now.
So, okay, we should close it at 9 hours, because that's a beautiful divine number.
Let's take one more question, you guys. We're gonna meet again on Wednesday, so this isn't it. Okay,
That would
write
be
down
me,
your
right?
questions. Yeah, that's you, Shen. So we're gonna take this last one, and then wrap it up, because I need to go pee very bad, and I've just been sitting here just in case someone needs me. So Shan, yes, please go ahead. Hi, how are you?
Great. Thank you for asking, by the way. Kimmery, you've just been awesome. I so appreciate you. So much gratitude for you. So I have an employment. I also run a ministry, and I'm wondering, as far as the ministry, would I go ahead and do the 1040V And the ES for the ministry work I do, it's private ministry. So it's not a 501.
Yep. You are the ship generating all the movements to make manifest your path on this planet.
My God, you answered so many questions today. Let me tell you, I am an excellent bookkeeper and ledger, and I've kept every receipt for so many years because I didn't know what to do with all of this. But I've been doing it and I've been keeping it. And I knew as soon as I figured this out, I was going to just be able to run with it. So I'm just so glad with the news today. Another question for you. Should I go ahead and do a Numinant report for all of the accounts that I may have that I have no memory of to go back to?
After you get your first chunk of change, you can spread your energy in whatever divine, beautiful ways you want to. In my humble opinion, the less work, the less barriers we can put in front of ourselves to actually pay ourselves first. Okay. False idol is not just a passing term. Okay. When we put anything in front of ourselves and God, it creates a Maya.
Mm-hmm.
It creates an automatic deficit less than class status scenario. It's like coming down from the throne at the right hand of God and deciding that we want to roll around in the pig poo. Until we realize that we have manna from heaven and we're here by the grace of God every breath I take, when we realize that, and then you stand up straight and you realize you're the linen cloth Birkenstock wearing badass, right? Then everything shifts in your created reality, including what we think of this paper.
Agreed. Yes.
And thank you for all the work that everybody's doing. Thank you for your ministry and thank you for receiving the information.
I feel so blessed by the work that I'm doing, by the way. Should I do a 1099 for all these receipts? Miscellaneous?
Well, when you say all these receipts, okay, as a bookkeeper, it's like all your Walmart receipts are in one stack, all your Target receipts are in one stack, all your Office Depot are in one stack, right?
Right.
So if you were going to do a recoupment on receipts, actual receipts, it would be easier to actually do a B for each receipt that you technically bartered with that for 12 months. If you're going to take the Walmart stack of receipts, you're going to add up, it's going to be the same thing if you were looking at your bank statement. All the Walmart highlighted in yellow, right? The physical receipts are great, but they're the basis should you ever get audited. I can't even imagine any of us getting audited at this point since the IRS is turning into a paymaster instead of a debt collector, right? But nonetheless, to do our duty, if we're private banks, we would keep all of our records, originals, for 10 years. Fine. I got some bank boxes over here. I can stack them up over here. Sometimes it helps to get them digitized, though, because what if you have a fire? Well, then you get to just make up what your value was for that year and what you should have been paid, because that would have been the basis for what came out of your bank account. 6 half dozen the other. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The energy or the receipt? The receipt caused the energy, but the energy can cause the receipt. So there's your circle and a square again, right? It's balancing it all out. So at the end of the day, your receipts are really a basis for you to look at and go, okay, I spent $1,200 at Target this year. I'm going to put $1,200 on my sticky note. Then I'm going to do $1,200 times 10, right? $1,200 times 10. And that's the amount that I actually bartered because it went through a bank and you're holding goods or services that you went to the marketplace and you use someone else's local energy so that you could go back and do your local energy at the ministry. But we're using a type of barter in exchange. So $1,200 times 10 is what would go in the barter box on the B. The recipient is going to be Target's headquarter address. Okay? Recipient gets the B. Who's the payer? You paid for all that Target or Walmart stuff. The social.
We did. Well, the social, yeah.
Right? So that's the payer. And when you file that 1099-B, you're gonna check USPS mail, and the IRS is gonna, at your service, they're gonna send a hard copy through the mail from their distribution center, and Target headquarters is gonna get your 1099-B, and they're gonna see that you're getting 10 times the amount back. And that's gonna teach them that they get to be bankers one day for themselves when they're not working for a corporation. So then you stack your 1099-Bs up, because now you've got about 12 that you've bartered with your signature in the marketplace with, right? And those 10 get added up, and all of those get put on one OID. Tally, tally. So the OID, if you have a miscellaneous, though, you got to put the withholding that you're due back on your tally sheet. If you're doing NEC, you've got to put the withholding amount on your tally sheet. If you sent in ESs and you withhold the whole amount from yourself for a year, you've got to put $250,000 on a tally sheet somewhere. And when it comes time for you to do an OID on your 1041, you get to add all these little withholdings up in your nice little safety deposit box escrow account that you set aside for yourself. And you get to draw it down. The 38% of that you can draw down. So that could be like 1.6 garnered me a $577,000 tax return. I don't remember what the amount was for Last Chance Gulch, but one of them was aggregate on an OID of 1.3. Then I paid 22, 24, or 38% drawdown fee to draw down some of those credits from a bond. And the withholding check is what I got in the mail. So 1.3. And then the withholding was the first trust tax return. Remember, you can file amendeds, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 more amendeds by the end of the year. Every time you turn in an amended, they zero out all of your reporting from the prior filing, and they make all the adjustments, and it's called an adjusted return. So the minute you do the X, it's like an automatic claim number. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just rattled that out of my.
So basically, you're saying when we do an amendment, they zero out the prior return.
toute formule by instruction.
Hey, MP, can you mute, please?
Men ki sa pou fè nan tel box, men ki sa.
When we do an amendment, are you getting ready to do an amendment?
Instruction. Qu'est-ce que forme ou pral fil là?
I am not, but I'm asking for everyone else who's listening.
Okay, so normally, sometimes when we do an amendment, it's because one of our employers paid us very late on a 1099B or a W-2. And so we have to amend, and we have to tell them why we're amending. Oh, my employer gave me a W-2 too late. In our case, we're going to say, oh, I added ESs and I deposited them this day at this location with certified mail receipt number. It's the law. I have the record. That's all I did. I sent you a private payment so I don't have to trade with the enemy. That's also the law.
Beautiful.
Make sense? So what's going to happen is you're probably going to start having a lot of insights and light bulbs go off as you start to look. I can't look at my files anymore without seeing everything as an assessed value. Everything, especially if it has my signature on it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if it came from the post office. What we haven't done is given ourselves a value for what it took for me in gas, time, and energy to go to the post office. Oh, let's not forget the 4 hours I took 4 or 5 days in a week to get my package done to get it to the Pentagon.
Okay.
How long am I going to keep not paying myself?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering, because of the issues you had with the bank, and I know why, because of the Trading with the Enemy Act and what they're doing, would the strongest, most safest thing to do is open up a trust account with maybe a credit union?
I think a credit union is a smart idea. Yep. And I think if you're filing a trust tax return and it's a simple one, simple means, if I would have filed a partnership return, it probably would have, the money would still be in the bank account because my birth certificate person is 50% partner with my adult taxpayer married name person. We're partners. We're bonded at the hip like twins, right? I'm just the grown-up version of the baby that they invested in, right? So since I did a 1041 trust return, and I did a simple one, which is just a fiscal year of 12 months of getting a return back on all of your expenses and your distributions and taxes that you paid, or, all of that. You're supposed to distribute it to the bennies that were listed. All of it goes to the bennies that were listed on your K1.
I think as we go on to Shan, we're going to be meeting 3 times a week. So I think today's main focus is just the borrowing with the ES, and then
a credit union is good.
Into the Bs and all that too. I have a bunch of documentation from Patrick that we can utilize as examples as what he did for all those. And he even has 1041 returns where he showed how he tallied up what he was claiming to get back the credits and the 1041Bs. So I already made folders too in the Telegram, Kim Marie, for what we talked about today. So we can try to at least get some documentation for people to refer to.
Yeah, let's just let everybody get their ESs and their Vs done for 2023 and 2024.
Yeah. Yep. And
it's never going to hurt to put your payment statements in the post at the location where you're supposed to send them. It's never going to hurt. Just be watching your transcripts and see when your credits are going to show up on your transcript. That's the first thing we should be doing. Paying ourselves.
And we are past 9 hours now, guys. So
let's wrap it up. Yay! Everybody cheers and group hug because we did such good work today.
No, thank you so much, Kimmery. You are
Yeah.
truly a superhuman.
Yay!
It's
My
great
new
to
superhero. Thank you guys.
yeah,
Yes, it
really
was
appreciate
wonderful.
it.
I do DoorDash. So what do you want to eat? Because you need to eat something.
Okay, listen now. I'm all the way at my office. I'm up north in the New Braunfels area for a minute. I had to grab some paperwork to get to finish my those are my actual my manifolds. I'll be back in the San Antonio area tomorrow. Tomorrow midday because I've got to get half of my paperwork's there and half of it's here.
Right.
So I had to pick up my laptop, but I thought we should do the meeting on the laptop so I'd be able to share a screen. So thank you for the offer. And I will definitely be wanting to gather with all my San Antonians and any New Braunfels people. I will definitely be wanting to meet with everybody at a library or an office space or anything so we can actually physically touch paper. Right.
I will take a road trip then. I'm in California, so I'll see you soon. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Awesome. So, and the Republics are everybody's gathering, everybody's volunteering to be interim seats for this and that, so that when when it's time and the sovereigns are called to stand, there'll be someone there with a torch. So I know a lot of things are happening in Cali and a lot here too, but yeah, let's wrap it up. Thank you everybody for your time and attention and energy and all the questions that, will get answered eventually. No problem. Just remember today, what did I make? 9 times 250.
Absolutely.
Kim, if you're comfortable with it too, would you mind texting me? I gave you my number.
Yeah.
If you're comfortable with that. If not, just message me on Telegram. I don't even know if I got the correct account for you on there, so I'll message you the Telegram link, but yeah, just let me know. And are you okay with Wednesday still at noon? Or
Yep.
you're good with that? Okay. We all really appreciate your knowledge. This has been freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you
I
so
made
much.
$2,200 today.
Just times that by 1,000, and I think that's worth your time. Yeah.
Because we get to pay ourselves now. We have an unlimited credit source.
You want me to send you you want to send me an invoice for record keeping? I got you. Whatever you need to do, just charge my social. That's fine.
Well, I mean, pretty soon, we're actually there's some heavenly bookkeepers that have been watching all of our energy and all this that we're doing, all this goodness has been, we're going to a meritocracy. And what that means is people will get awarded for their good service, deeds, and products and services. And so I just know that it's all coming in a waterfall to us in no time. And I just think that once we start making our claims and we do that in mass, so what if they have to hire more administrators to really what does it really take for the blockchain to cut me a check? Seriously.
Yeah.
We should be replacing the paymaster with XRP so we can make settlements in seconds. Why has it been this long, drawn out process and gatekeeping? Well, we all know the answer to that question now. They've been using our socials. Now they can't use our socials anymore, so there's no incentive.
Take back what's ours.
That's it. Okay, guys, I'm going to go have some dinner, and I appreciate everybody's gifts and everybody's participation. And let's do this again. Marty, thank you for stepping up and giving, me a place where all of my energy and my good spirit, my good juju wants to share the knowledge so that so no one else has to take 3 years to learn what I did,
No, thank you. Honestly, I'm more than happy to help however I can. So we'll get a nice.
And you want me to text you?
Yes, I sent you my number. Where did I send that to you? On TikTok?
I think on TikTok.
Yeah, just text me. there's so many people messaging me on TikTok and Telegram and all this stuff. And if we need an open line of communication, just text me whenever you want. That's completely fine.
Okay.
And I'll do the same too.
I want to say today was a really fun day, by the way, guys. It wasn't just educational. I thought it was really fun.
Hell yeah, dude.
You did?
More to come.
Yeah.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
more to come. Thank you for sharing that.
Dave Marie, thank you so much for your time and everything you've done to the community. It's amazing.
It's just the beginning, y'all.
Yeah,
It's just the
thank you,
beginning.
thank you. And sovereigns create other sovereigns. Leaders create other leaders. Friends create family. Right? That's what we're doing here. We're all related. We just have to remember. And so thanks everybody and much love. And I'll sign off now because we all know I could go on for hours.
Have a good night. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.